The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 29, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Victoria Spartz to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, in each member other than majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as Women's History Month comes to a close, I rise to recognize a few of the remarkable women who call Oregon's 6th District home. This month, my office accepted submissions of inspiring women from across our community. And while we couldn't possibly feature all of them, the women you see today here represent some of the best Oregon has to offer. Every day, women hold the weight of the world on their shoulders. Take Lori Simpson. Lori's worked at a nonprofit for 20 years, giving back to vulnerable members of our society throughout her career. Outside work, she's laser-focused on building a happy home for her 2 boys, especially after she was tragically widowed when her youngest was just 11. She's unstoppable and loved by all who know her. The same can be said for Estela Anaya, another remarkable woman from Oregon's 6th. 20 years ago, Estela left her home and her family in Mexico in hopes of providing her 5 children with opportunities she could only dream of. Estela struggled to learn English, but never to care for her children. She showed up to every meeting, concert, and game because for her, family comes first. Family is the foundation of life for so many women in our community, but that doesn't limit them from doing more because the women of Oregon's 6th District can do it all. Just look at Kristen Stoller. When she's not being a devoted mom to 3 beautiful children or running her successful business, she's working to make Yamhill County stronger and safer as a volunteer, board member, and nonprofit leader. And then there's Remy Drabkin, a community organizer and elected official who's currently serving as the mayor of McMinnville. Outside her duties, Remy doubles as an entrepreneur and small business owner, and her incredible winery is now a staple in the Willamette Valley. And of course, we can't leave out Valerie Castillo, who's described by those who know her as in every way and every woman. Valerie works with food banks, donates blood, hosts exchange students, and has been a union steward for years. Women like Kristen, Remy, and Valerie are a reminder that everything, everywhere, all at once is more than just a Best Picture recipient. It's a way of life. The next few women I want to mention have a shared gift for turning adversity into purpose. Vivian Ang is one of those women. When she was younger, Vivian failed 3rd grade because she struggled to read, but she didn't let that stop her. Nope, she turned that experience into a force for good, and now she runs a literacy organization that has tutored thousands of adults and helped hundreds gain citizenship. Vivian's story reminds me a bit of Donna Lepley's story. Donna struggled with alcoholism for 40 years before she found the strength and support to embrace recovery. When she was 57, she went back to school, eventually earning her master's in psychology and addiction counseling. Donna now works to help people struggling with addiction and is living proof that recovery is possible. And of course, when we're talking about turning adversity into purpose, we need to talk about Caitlin Sticka. Caitlin is a 2-time breast cancer survivor who founded a group to provide support and resources for families who are impacted by this awful disease. She makes people feel welcome and safe during what can be a frightening, isolating experience, and she's changing lives, one survivor at a time. Like Vivian, Donna, and Caitlin, Erica Howergy also faces challenges. She was homeless as a teen, but turned that into a plan to serve Oregonians at the Department of Human Services. Today, she is someone who fights hard for unhoused communities and other vulnerable individuals, and she has made a big difference in our community. And last, but certainly not least, I want to tell you about Nameen James Rogers. Nameen is a diversity, equity, and inclusion specialist whose mission is to ensure that her organization is as inclusive and compassionate as possible. And she embodies the quality that unites all of these women, a shared desire to build a better future for all. Lori, Estella, Kristen, Remy, Valerie, Vivian, Donna, Caitlin, Erica, Nameen, you enrich our community beyond measure. Never doubt your impact because we all feel it every single day. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about important legislation that I'm introducing today. It's called the Cell Phone Jamming Reform Act. Senator Tom Cotton is introducing a companion bill in the Senate. All around the nation, one of the most important issues that I hear about, I think we all hear about, is the rapid rise in crime, especially violent crime. According to the Major Cities Chiefs Association crime report for 2022 for urban areas, homicide is up 13%, rape is up 23%, aggravated assault is up 33%, all since 2020. Every one of us knows that this is unacceptable, and everyone should feel safe being in their community. In the House Republicans' Commitment to America, we promised that the new Republican majority will work towards creating a nation that is safe. A key pillar of that promise is alleviating this current crime crisis. The Cell Phone Jamming Reform Act is a crucial first step in our effort to reduce crime and enhance public safety. What the legislation will do will prevent criminals from conducting criminal operations from behind bars by allowing state and federal prison officials to use cell phone jamming systems. The technology will protect inmates, it'll protect guards, and it'll protect the public at large. State attorney generals from across the country have determined that cell phone from within prisons, these contraband cell phones, are among the most serious threat to public safety facing prison administrators today. Now, as cell phone technology has evolved, and it continues to evolve, mobile phones, they're easier to conceal than ever. They provide countless ways for criminals to communicate with the outside world. Inmates use contraband cell phones to organize murders, riots, drug operations, fraud, extortion, and other crimes. I want to give you just a few examples. In Tennessee, an inmate used a contraband cell phone to orchestrate drug conspiracy deals by shipping a package full of methamphetamine to his girlfriend from within the prison. In South Carolina, there have been 4 major drug trafficking cases where the operation was run by contraband cell phones from behind prison walls. In 2018, gang-affiliated inmates in a maximum security prison used cell phones to organize and coordinate a brutal attack that killed 7 inmates and injured 20. All Americans have the right to feel safe in their communities, to walk their kids around the block without the fear of assault, to park their car without the fear it'll be broken into or maybe taken completely. One of the most fundamental duties of government is to ensure that its citizens have the right and the ability to live, to work, and to raise a family without the fear of being a victim of crime. The Cell Phone Jamming Reform Act is a key step towards reducing crime, enhancing public safety, and ultimately to fulfilling our goal to create a nation that's safe. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ahead of Trans Day of Visibility, I rise in honor of a community that is being forced to fight for its very existence. I rise in honor of trans voices that deserve to be heard, not silenced, and not criminalized. I rise in honor of trans joy that deserves to be celebrated, not eradicated. I rise with unconditional love for my trans daughter, Riley, and I rise in solidarity with every trans American seeking nothing less than their inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness. To stand in the way of that right is to stand against our most basic American values. But that's exactly what MAGA extremists are doing across this country, on school boards, in state capitals, here in the halls of Congress. Elected officials are using their power to undermine the freedoms and human dignity of trans Americans. And they're waging an especially vicious crusade on our kids. These attacks make me all the more grateful for the unconditional love that Mimi and Joe LeMay of Massachusetts have for their son, Jacob. Mimi and Joe have faced vitriol and cruelty from right-wing extremists, all because they heard, accepted, and embraced Jacob when he told them he's a boy. A few years ago, Mimi shared a letter she wrote to her son, and I'd like to offer a few of her moving words. You have, at the age of 9 years, accomplished what many adults couldn't in a lifetime. In your courageous visibility, you have changed the course of your own history. You have turned strangers into allies and allies into advocates. Layered in my pride is my concern for you. I know your strength, but I also know how determined the forces are that have pitted themselves against you. The politicians and preachers who would rather see you languish in a dark closet than watch you engage the world as you do, cultivating joy and love wherever you go. Madam Speaker, Jacob's courage demonstrates a profound strength. Let's show that strength the respect it demands. Let's reject the forces of opposition and bigotry. Let's celebrate the bravery and beauty of our trans community. Let's follow Jacob's example and cultivate joy and love wherever we go. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Bibbett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm here today to share a bittersweet message. Over 6 years ago, I interviewed Ms. Lauren Ziegler for the job of legislative assistant. I saw something rare and special in Lauren, and she proved it from her very first day on the job. As my colleagues will attest, Capitol Hill is overflowing with many talented people, but few possess the ability to do it all and to do it well, and to do it with a smile, and that sums up Lauren Ziegler. Lauren rose from a junior LA position to become our legislative director and our deputy chief of staff. However, for me, her most significant role has been as one of my most trusted advisors. In truth, I can think of no one who has better advised me over the years. From day one, Lauren understood that our number one mission was to serve the needs and the interests of the good people of the Texas 36th Congressional District. I have received countless compliments from folks in Texas and here in Washington regarding the quality of her work. And frankly, I'm shocked that no other office stole Lauren away from us. And I'm sure that many have tried. But Lauren's loyalty was true to the Babin team. She has served us and Texas's 36th district with all of her heart, and for that we are very grateful. But Lauren's heart belongs to the Sunshine State. She will be returning home to Florida soon to continue serving our nation in a different capacity at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I have no doubt that at NASA, Lauren Ziegler's rare and special qualities will contribute to their abilities to break barriers, explore the unknown, and to send mankind back to the moon and to places that we have never been before. I look forward to watching her future unfold down in Florida. I hope that Lauren will look back on her time here in Washington with as much fondness for us as we have for her. Lauren, you will always be part of Team Babin and an honorary member of the Babin family. I'm very proud of you, and I'm very proud to have been part of your history. Thank you for a job well done. God bless. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Strahan, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart and a level of anger shared by millions of Americans, millions of parents. On Monday, 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults were gunned down at the Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee. The shooter, armed with not 1, but 2 assault weapons, broke into the school and stole the lives of innocent people simply going about their day. For my colleagues across the aisle not keeping track, the massacre was the 130th mass shooting of the year. It was the 13th school shooting of 2023, and that's only if you count the time someone was injured or killed when a gun went off on school grounds. 13 times over the past 3 months, parents have dropped their children at the bus stop or at school. They told them they loved them, to have a great day, and that they'd see them when they got home. And then they got the call that every parent fears, the one that wakes us up in the middle of the night. 13 times this year, parents in a city or town hung up that phone or turned off their TV and raced to their children's school. 13 times parents waited behind police tape, hoping to hear something about their son or daughter. Madam Speaker, how many more times are we going to let this happen? How many more times can my colleagues across the aisle tweet their thoughts and prayers, but say that their hands are tied on gun safety legislation? How many more Christmas cards of members of Congress holding AR-15s do we need to see while students in their classrooms practice active shooter drills? School shooting after school shooting, Congress has had the opportunity to act. We have the legislation to ban assault weapons, like the rifles used in Nashville on Monday. We have legislation to require background checks on every gun purchase so firearms aren't falling into the hands of people who shouldn't have them. And we have legislation to prevent someone convicted of a hate crime from being able to purchase a gun. But what this chamber doesn't have enough of is willpower, doesn't have enough courage to act. This inaction is shameful, and as a parent, it's disgusting. Apparently, the Republican leadership in the House thinks that the biggest issue facing our children today are the books in their library. Because while we have yet to take up a bill to stop school shootings, the #1 killer of our children in America, this chamber passed a bill last week to politicize our kids' education. A bill, by the way, that they didn't even have unanimous Republican support for. I mean, what are we doing here? I have to go home tomorrow and look my 8-year-old daughter in her eyes 1 week before she turns 9 and tell her that 3 more kids were shot and killed in their classroom. But Mama can't get half of her colleagues in the Congress to care enough to do anything about it. How can anyone in this chamber be okay with telling their kids or their grandkids that? How can you see the kids who are taking pictures right outside on the Capitol steps and do nothing to prevent their school from being next? How can we call ourselves the greatest country in the world when its elected leaders sit on their hands while children are murdered, hiding beneath their desks? We can't. And to those of you deflecting or giving up, you should be ashamed. Madam Speaker, I implore you to go back to your party's leadership. Go back to Speaker McCarthy and tell him that we need to end the gun violence epidemic that's plaguing our children. Do it before it's too late for another school, for another family. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I come to the House floor today with a heavy and grieving heart from my home state of Tennessee. No one should ever have to endure what the Covenant School community has gone through. I know that my colleagues here today understand how difficult the situation is, and your prayers for our community are deeply appreciated as we mourn this senseless loss of life. I want to take a moment and remember the victims of this horrible attack. 3 school children, William Kinney, Evelyn Dykus, Haley Scruggs, all aged 9, and 3 staff members, Cynthia Peak, a substitute teacher, Mike Hill, a custodian, and Covenant School headmaster Catherine Kuntz. All the lives were precious. Mike Hill, for example, worked for the Covenant School for 15 years. He not only served the school and the church, but he learned every student's name. He was the father of 7 children. Cynthia Peak was a beloved wife and mother, and Dr. Catherine Kuntz was a dedicated and passionate educator who always put children first. And words cannot describe how hard it is to lose children. 3 precious 9-year-old children, one of whom was the daughter of the lead pastor of the Covenant Presbyterian Church. These children never had a chance to grow up, and my heart is completely broken for these families. I cannot imagine it. Nothing can be said to dull the pain of this tragedy. Tennesseans and Americans worldwide are praying and grieving with this Covenant community. Madam Speaker, I also want to commend all the first responders that were on the scene and the medical professionals that treated victims at Vanderbilt Medical Center. And I especially want to commend the 5 Metro Nashville police officers who arrived at the school first. These men ran toward the sound of the gunfire instead of away from it. Their bravery absolutely saved lives. The 2 officers that shot and killed with a gun the shooter, Officers Rex Engelbert and Michael Collazo, are heroes. They did not hesitate, and because of their quick response, lives were saved. Though unspeakable grief holds Nashville in its grasp, I want to honor the incredible heroism of Metro Nashville's first responders. Instinct and courage took over in the face of evil and fear. I join Tennesseans in expressing my sincere gratitude for their quick response. The outpouring of love means the world to the Covenant community and to all Tennesseans. Madam Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we're failing our youth, and they know it. I rise today to share the voices of our children, the voices of those who attend schools where, once again this week, young lives were lost to gun violence that Congress refuses to prevent. My office runs a Congressional Youth Cabinet, a nonpartisan program that gives high school students the opportunity to learn about our government and to share their views. We meet every couple months during the school year, and they select topics for discussion at each meeting. Last weekend, the topic was gun violence. The next day, 6 people were slaughtered in yet another school shooting. 3 of them were only 9 years old. As I struggled to find words to convey once again the urgency that Congress act, I turned to the students in my youth cabinet. I asked them what they would say if they had the opportunity to address Congress. Here are their voices, the voices of America's youth. Claire, it's terrifying to see another school shooting on the news, and even scarier that this is almost normal. As students, we just want to be safe, to learn and grow. I feel, and I've heard this from a lot of kids, I can't walk down the hall without looking for a safe place to hide in case my school is next. It really messes with your head. Zane, gun violence feels normalized and ingrained. My school had a lockdown drill today, yet afterwards we went on with our day like the need for a lockdown drill is trivial and not disturbing. I hope legislators understand how drastically gun violence can alter students' daily lives and thoughts. Tyler,
It's really hard to stay optimistic as a young person when we see these tragedies again and again. Lindsay, all those kids did today was go to school on a beautiful Monday morning, but instead of making paper cutouts of Easter bunnies or painting eggs, they were shot and murdered. That school is a private Christian school. Prayer takes place in every single one of those classrooms, including where third graders were shot to death. Prayers didn't stop our children from being slaughtered with guns. A lock on the door didn't stop the killer from coming in. Legislators can stop this. Several observed that easy access to guns is a major driver of school shootings. Kiona said, "These situations happen so frequently it makes me question how easy it is to get a firearm or assault weapon in this country. We should have prevented these situations." Quinn, "For me, gun violence is personal. Lives like ours are on the line. On the news, time and time again, I see my own communities attacked, from the Lunar New Year Monterey Park mass shooting to the Club Q nightclub shooting. Our schools aren't safe. It's clear that gun violence targets vulnerable people of color and LGBTQ plus people. Guns are the leading cause of death among children and teens." Noah, "We need to stop treating shootings like isolated events and think of them as part of the whole. It wasn't just one person with a gun today in Nashville or in Colorado Springs or in Uvalde. It was a web of corporate greed, insufficient legislation, and hatred." Elliot, "I'm a senior in high school and I've been directly affected by 4 separate instances of gun violence in the past year. I was in lockdown during the Highland Park shooting. At the same time, my best friend was hiding in a church during an active shooter situation at a concert. Our school recently lost a classmate to gun violence, and we had a lockdown because of a threat of a shooting. The lack of action is alienating my generation. We're supposed to be the future of our democracy. Our experiences of gun violence are more common than instances of legislative progress. We're told we're supposed to save democracy, to save the planet, but no one's saving us, and we notice." This last line really sticks with me. Our kids are being asked to put our democracy and our collective future first, but their country and their representatives in Congress are not putting them first. It breaks my heart to hear the fear and anger and cynicism and hopelessness in our children's voices. We're failing our youth, and they know it. Doing nothing is unacceptable, and if you don't have any solutions, then you need to get out of their way. Our kids deserve action now. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of Mr. Jones Hooks, the longest-serving executive director of the Jekyll Island Authority. Mr. Hooks' 15 years of service to the people of Jekyll Island will never be forgotten. When he became the executive director in 2008, the island was in economic trouble, with many of its facilities operating at a deficit. To fix this problem, and many others plaguing the island, the authorities on Jekyll proposed multiple goals, such as revitalizing Jekyll's facilities, establishing a credible conservation effort, and partnering with the private sector on certain efforts the Jekyll Island Authority could not handle alone. Mr. Hooks achieved every goal put forth by island leadership. Thanks to his efforts and leadership, Jekyll Island is a thriving community, a hallmark of conservation efforts, a tourism location enjoyed by many, and much more. I would like to thank Mr. Hook once again for his service, and I hope he has a restful retirement. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement that brought an end to 30 years of conflict in Northern Ireland. The conflict, known as the Troubles, resulted in the deaths of hundreds of people. The conflict saw families, friends, and neighbors turn on each other. It saw political discourse become replaced by violence and bloodshed. Despite the viciousness and length of the conflict, all parties involved, with U.S. diplomatic support, managed to come to an agreement to end it. Now, 25 years after the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, the Emerald Isle remains more peaceful and more prosperous than before the historic agreement. I applaud the commitment to peace by leaders on both sides of the Irish Sea. I also applaud the recent Windsor Framework, which managed to preserve the principles of the Good Friday Agreement while also holding true to the requirements of Brexit. As Americans, we should look to the Good Friday Agreement as hope, that despite our differences, we can come together to solve problems, and we can work together as one team to make our country great. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Charlene Saunders, a loving mother, wife, and educator in the Savannah community. Charlene and her husband, Bill, moved to Savannah in 1958 to establish the athletic program at the Savannah Country Day School. During her 31 years at Country Day, Charlene served as the head coach of girls basketball, girls track, and cheerleading teams and oversaw the PE department. With Charlene's teams amassed winning records, she is remembered for her strong bond with her athletes and a model of integrity, grace, spirit, and grit. In 1982, Saunders Gym was named in her honor. Charlene and Bill Saunders were fixtures at all student events and were held in such high regard by the student body that they received 2 yearbook dedications and were also named the honorary homecoming king and queen. Her legacy continues to impact generations of students. She will be dearly missed by all who knew her. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Leroy Chapman Jr. for being named the new editor-in-chief of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. A veteran of the Navy, he has been a journalist for 28 years, originally coming from South Carolina. Leroy currently serves as a managing editor and has been with the AJC since 2011. Over the course of his 27-year career, he has also worked as a columnist and editorial writer, a business reporter, and a college sports reporter. During his career, he has helped cover a number of high-profile stories, including the 2020 election results and the court cases of teachers and administrators charged in the Atlanta Public Schools cheating system. Leroy will be the AJC's first black editor-in-chief in the newspaper's 155-year history. Congratulations, Leroy, on this wonderful honor. I look forward to your continuing success at Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And oh, by the way, this comes from another Leroy. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
On March 1st of this year, drug manufacturer Eli Lilly announced its plan to institute a $35 cap on out-of-pocket insulin costs. 2 weeks later, Novo Nordisk announced plans to cut its insulin prices by up to 75%. And just 2 days after that, Sanofi announced their decision to cut the U.S. price of its most prescribed insulin by 78% and cap costs at $35 for those with private insurance. Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi make up roughly 90% of the insulin market in the United States, a market that for decades has been characterized by skyrocketing costs and unbelievable price gouging. Some might say that these price capping announcements are examples of corporate responsibility. Let me correct the record. I say it's about damn time. I say this action is a hollow, decades too late example of big pharmaceutical companies attempting to shirk regulation as they face the most realistic possibility ever of being held accountable for price gouging Americans. I say it's not enough, because for a century, pharmaceutical companies have been exploiting and profiting off Americans who depend on insulin and other life-saving medications to survive. In 1923, the inventors of insulin sold the patent for just $1. They felt it was unethical to profit from a discovery that would save so many lives. How ironic. Since then, insulin costs have skyrocketed, jumping 500% in just the past decade or so, with a vial costing as much as thousands of dollars per month. Americans represent 15% of the global insulin market, yet we generate almost 50% of the pharmaceutical industry's insulin revenue. That's not an accident. Big Pharma has for decades taken advantage of the non-existent regulation on drug pricing in the United States to make billions in profit off insulin. It is corporate greed, pure and simple, fueled by hundreds of millions in dark money lobbying to intimidate Congress from reining in the industry. In 2022 alone, pharma and health product companies spent a record $372 million lobbying against pricing regulations and Medicare negotiations. Big Pharma is well organized, well funded, and well connected. That's why last year's Inflation Reduction Act was so historic. It was the first successful attempt in decades to curtail this price gouging. The work to lower drug prices is why I ran for office in the first place. It's been one of my very top priorities since day one in Congress, so much so that I have been called a dog with a bone when it comes to the fight to get drug prices down. I co-sponsored and voted to pass the Lower Drug Prices Now Act. I voted to pass the Affordable Insulin Now Act to cap the cost of insulin at $35 per month for everyone. I introduced the bipartisan Fair Drug Prices for Kids Act to lower costs for families by allowing states to purchase medication at the lowest price offered by drug manufacturers. I called on House and Senate leadership time and again to take swift legislative action to lower drug costs. I stood with my constituents affected by high insulin prices to call attention to the crisis they face. I called for Build Back Better to include a measure enabling Medicare to negotiate drug prices. And I helped pass into law the Inflation Reduction Act that finally realizes so many of these priorities. The Inflation Reduction Act capped the price of insulin at $35 per month for Medicare beneficiaries. Now, Big Pharma sees the writing on the wall. Their decision to lower insulin costs for everyone does not come out of so-called corporate responsibility. This decision comes because corporations are afraid that Congress, now having momentum, will continue to take action to rein in their corporate greed. Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi could have at any point in the last century capped the price of insulin and saved many lives. They're only doing it now as part of a transparent PR campaign to stave off further congressional action regulating drug prices. They can lower costs at will, but they can also raise costs at will. And that means we must act because your ability to afford life-saving medications should not be dependent on the whims of Big Pharma's pricing decisions. For the countless people across my district and across the country who depend on life-saving insulin, I'm telling you that I will never back down. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Mix, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Donald A. Stott of Monticello, Iowa, who lost his life aboard the USS Oklahoma during the attack on Pearl Harbor. His remains were only recently identified due to the significant advancements in DNA testing. Stott's family has been working to identify his remains for over a decade until the Navy called, offering DNA tests to identify the remains of 35 soldiers who were previously labeled as non-recoverable. As of last week, Stott's remains have been returned home to Monticello, where his life and military service will be celebrated with a special burial service. Donald Stott enlisted in the Navy at age 17 and spent the early parts of his career training in Great Lakes, Illinois, before being stationed aboard the USS Oklahoma in June of 1940. Stott served as a seaman first class, carrying out important duties such as steering, signaling, and standing watch. We appreciate the Stott family's patience, and we also recognize the honor of their family member in his recent recovery and services. I'd like to congratulate the University of Iowa women's basketball team and Coach Bluder on making it to the Final Four. Good luck, and go Hawks. Today is Vietnam Veterans Day. As a Vietnam era veteran and having a brother who served in Vietnam, I wish to recognize and acknowledge this day and the honorable service of those who served in Vietnam. 33 years ago today, I was blessed with the most incredible of gifts with the birth of our daughter, Taylor. Happy birthday, Taylor. You are a blessing to both your father and I. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as President Biden recently said, the genius of Israel and America's democracy is they are both built on strong institutions, on checks and balances, and on an independent judiciary. Israel's checks and balances, its independent judiciary, faced an attack from its own prime minister, Netanyahu. He tried to implement so-called judicial reforms that would turn Israel's courts into nothing more than an enforcement tool for his policies. By undermining the independent judiciary and disregarding the rule of law, sadly, Israel's own prime minister threatens the very foundation on which Israel's democracy depends. Israel must remain a democracy that protects and lifts all of its citizens, Israeli and Palestinian. We all want to see a safe and succeeding Israel, and to be pro-Israel means always to be pro-democracy. I celebrate the estimated more than 600,000 Israeli protesters who knew they needed to stand up for their nation, for their democracy, who took to the streets against the blatant disregard for institutions, checks and balances, and an independent judiciary. I applaud their bravery that made it clear they will not tolerate undercutting their judicial system, compromising military readiness, and moving their country into the direction of authoritarianism. For its future, its safety and security, for those who love her, Israelis and Palestinians alike, Israel must not abandon that genius of democracy, just as America cannot. Madam Speaker, spring has sprung, and its opening day is on the horizon, and spring is meant for new beginnings. What a run our Phillies had last season. This year, Phillies fans come to this season with, as the great Harry Callis sings to us after every home win, high hopes for the Fighting Phils. We have high hopes for Trey Turner, JT Realmuto, Aaron Nola, Zach Wheeler, Kyle Schwarber, and our world-class players being led to glory by our manager, Philly Rob. High hopes for the return of Bryce Harper and the recovering Rhys Hoskins from his devastating ACL injury. Wishing you a full recovery, Rhys. And in my hometown of Glenside, we have high hopes for our two Glenside boys, Mike and Sammy Ciani. Mike was called up to the majors last season with the Cincinnati Reds, and Sammy is well on his way. Good luck to Glenside Ciani's men, and watch out for the Fighting Phils this season. Let's play ball. And finally, Madam Speaker, here we are again, talking about another school shooting. When will enough be enough be enough in this country? How is it that we allow our school children to go each day with the uncertainty of their own safety? How do we allow parents to drop children off, sometimes not to be able to pick them up at the end of the school day? At Covenant School on Monday in Nashville, 3 9-year-old babies were slaughtered, and 3 of their teachers or adults were taken as well. It's a shameful number. We now in this country have had 15 mass shootings at schools. When will enough be enough? And I hear an appalling silence from the majority party in this House. An appalling silence. Call for the safety of every one of our citizens. Call for the safety of every one of our children as they go to school, that they could come home safely and not be terrorized by what is going on. Here we are, the greatest nation on the planet, and we can't keep our children safe. Let's close the background check loophole. Let's keep guns out of the hands of violent people. Let's get weapons of war out of the hands of civilians and off our streets and out of our schools. We are failing our children and our grandchildren, this greatest nation on the planet. Please stop the appalling silence. Partner with us to end gun violence in this country, to end this shameful nightmare. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Meliatakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on Vietnam Veterans Day to first and foremost thank the Vietnam veterans from my district and around the country who served, but also for a very special person, First Lieutenant Theodore Ted Cohen, a Staten Island resident who sadly passed away this past Saturday. Ted was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. He attended Brooklyn College, where he was a member of the ROTC. And not long after the start of the Vietnam War, he served his first tour in Spain with the Strategic Air Command before flying on 26 close air support missions in Vietnam. Upon his return to the States, Ted spent his nights working with the Daily News before spending 25 years working for Avon and International Marketing. When Ted's wife fell ill, he retired early. He decided to care for her and ensure that their last 9 years together were spent traveling the world. After his wife passed away, his passion for caring for others, especially our veterans, became his mission. Ted served as a member of the United Staten Island Veterans Organization, the Air Force Association, and the American Legion. He would bring food to homebound service men and women. He would provide rides to and from their appointments at the VA if they were unable to drive themselves. And he even went to help them complete their paperwork, which we know could be sometimes cumbersome. Not only was Ted a constituent and a champion for our nation's veterans, but he was a dear friend to my office, having been a vocal member of our monthly Veterans Roundtable. He always contributed greatly. He had many recommendations, and we worked together to improve VA access and care. He also served on our Academy Nomination Board for the past several years, where he provided invaluable assistance and advice to our youth. Throughout the entire Academy nominations process, and he helped us select the next generation of service members. Our office, our local veterans, and our entire community will sincerely miss Ted and his invaluable service. His willingness to give back was so appreciated by all. Ted exemplified the very best of what it means to be an American, to put your country, to put your community, to put others first. He answered every call to serve with honor, integrity, and distinction. We owe him an immeasurable debt of gratitude, not only for his service to our country, but for his lifelong service to our community. Please join me in extending condolences to his family. Thank you, Ted, for your service. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Mrs. Watson Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today heartbroken by perpetual tragedy and outrage by perpetual inaction. On Monday, a school shooting in Nashville left 3 9-year-old students and 3 adults dead. The next day, when asked about solutions to the American gun violence epidemic, the majority leader of the House of Representatives offered his solution: prayers. Let's be clear. Thoughts and prayers don't save a single solitary life. Yet after more than 130 mass shootings in less than 3 months, the Republican Party has still chosen to allow our children to be murdered in their classrooms. To be clear, this is a choice. After every mass shooting, Republicans choose to offer empty thoughts and prayers. instead of common sense solutions. Then they turn around and they cash their NRA check. I've spent my entire career in public service and every Sunday in church. I will never understand how a human being, let alone one elected to serve others, would willingly endanger the lives of their children for a little bit of money. Frankly, it makes me sick to my stomach. Every American, Republican, Democrat, and Independent wants to live in a country where they don't have to fear that dropping off their child at the bus stop may be the last time they see them alive. Too many of us, however, accept this dystopian reality. The cycle of murder, devastation, and inaction has become so commonplace that most mass shootings don't even make the headlines. Outside of war zones, no country on earth so consistently chooses to accept so much death and terror. I certainly choose not to accept it. I choose to take necessary action to curb the scourge of gun violence in our country. I choose to fight for universal background checks, an assault weapons ban, and whatever it takes to protect our communities. Because I dream of a safer America, and I choose to keep fighting until it is no longer just a dream. Words mean nothing. Action is what we need. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the 190th anniversary of the Treaty of Amity and Commerce, the first treaty between the United States and Thailand. In fact, the historic agreement is distinguished as the first treaty between the United States and any Asian countries. Since its establishment, the relationship and cooperation between our two nations has thrived, providing benefit to both of our economies and national security. That's why earlier this month, I introduced a bipartisan resolution reaffirming our gratitude for our partnership and our continued commitment to building our friendship. As we celebrate the anniversary of the historic Treaty of 1833, let us also reaffirm our efforts to strengthen our strategic partnerships and promote democracy and secure our interest in Asia and around the world. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The history of farming and agriculture in the United States is unquestionably one-sided. Black farmers have lost over $300 million worth of farmland in the last century due to a history of widespread discrimination, which has further exacerbated the wealth gap in America. According to the most recent census of agriculture, there are 3,222 black farmers in my home state of Louisiana. Nationally, black farmers only represent 1.4% of more than 3 million farmers. Since the 1920s, the number of black farmers has dropped from nearly 1 million to roughly around 50,000. Today, they own just around 0.5% of our farmland. The Justice for Black Farmers Act confronts our history and will establish a brighter future for the underserved by reforming the USDA, providing debt relief, and creating a land grant program to encourage new generations of black farmers. This bill seeks to correct persistent injustices and restore the land base that black farmers have lost unjustly. I want to thank Representative Adams and Senator Booker for their leadership on this issue. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. A heavy heart because our country consistently turns the cheek and turns and looks away at the violence, the mass shootings that seem to be every day reported in the news. It's simply not enough, my colleagues, to come to the floor and offer condolences and well-wishing and prayer. While all those things are wonderful, in 2023, the people deserve action. Our young people that are visiting with us deserve to be in a classroom that's safe. Our friends who worship in churches and synagogues deserve to be able to worship in peace. People who walk their dogs or jog along the park should be able to do so without fear of a mass shooting. People should be able to go to a concert or a party and enjoy relative safety. Here we have in this month alone, March 27th, mass shooting, Tennessee. March 27th, Wisconsin, mass shooting. March 26th, Pennsylvania, mass shooting. March 26th, Minnesota, mass shooting. March 26th, Arkansas, mass shooting. March 26th, Louisiana, mass shooting. March 25th, Louisiana, mass shooting. March 25th, New York, mass shooting. March 25th, North Carolina, mass shooting. March 25th, Illinois, mass shooting. March 24th, Louisiana, mass shooting. March 23rd, Maryland, mass shooting. March 21st, New Jersey, mass shooting. March 21st, South Carolina, mass shooting. March 20th, Wisconsin, mass shooting. March 18th, Ohio, mass shooting. March 18th, Illinois, mass shooting. March 18th, Texas, mass shooting. March 15th, Oregon, mass shooting. March 14th, Alabama, mass shooting. March 13th, Texas, mass shooting. March 12th, Texas, mass shooting. March 11th, New York, mass shooting. March 11th, Washington, mass shooting. March 10th, Florida, mass shooting. That's just this month alone. That's just this month alone. Let that sink in. At what point do we put people over profit? At what point do we challenge the gun makers to say, listen, we're not talking about taking away your constitutional right to bear arms. We're talking about sensible gun control that will save these young people that are visiting us today, that will save these visitors that come to see their government at work. This is not Republican or Democrat. This is about the survival of our communities. This is about the survival of our young people. This is about providing resources to make sure our communities are safe. Stop it. Stop protecting NRA and their profits and start protecting our children and their lives. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise today on this important day to commemorate those who served in Vietnam. I want to call attention to one service member, Colonel Marshall McCree, who passed from us just 4 years ago. Colonel McCree started in North Carolina, poor. He chose a college because they offered a football scholarship and clothing that he could not afford. President Kennedy called him up to rush to Florida as a young officer in the wake of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Colonel McCree went on to serve for 30 years. He did 2 tours in Vietnam, the first early in 1965 as an advisor, but then in the fiercest of battles, 1967 and 1968, in the Battle of Quezon, supporting the Marine Corps from his artillery position, supporting Marines on long-range patrols during the day, and defending his perimeter all night. Marshall McCree earned 3 Bronze Stars, with a V for valor for his service to our country. But he returned to a nation that was ungrateful, and he returned to a nation that spit upon him when he returned. There are those in our government today, highest levels of government today, who are among those who protested against our veterans. Before, more recently, it was popular to support the veterans. But I want to add that Marshall McCree did not stand alone. His wife, Patricia McCree, of over 50 years, was part of the fabric of the Army community that when the telegrams would bring news of loss, she was part of the fabric of women who came and supported young women who were now widows with children who were now fatherless. And that was the Army and the fabric that they provided. I'm proud to talk about Colonel and Mrs. McCree because they have a beautiful daughter who happens to be my wife. And I'm very proud to be a part of their family. And I'm proud to stand up and talk about the Vietnam veterans who deserve our respect. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
May I continue with my time? I'm sorry. Do I still have time?
Recognized.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1 to lower energy costs for New York's 22nd Congressional District. As an expert in energy and a nuclear submarine officer in the Navy, I understand firsthand the importance of reliable energy for American families, businesses, and national security. I stand here in support of H.R. 1 for the men and women of New York's 22nd. A constituent of mine, Steve Turner, shown right here behind me, is a Marine veteran with cancer who is unable to pay his electric bills. 5 days a week of treatment and soaring energy prices have brought this hero to the breaking point. This is unacceptable. I can't cure Steve's cancer, but I'll be damned if I let Steve continue to suffer the indignity of soaring energy costs, taking food off his table. H.R. 1 takes critical steps to promote American energy independence and will lower costs for people like Steve and the rest of Central New York and the Mohawk Valley. Burdensome regulations and radical policies are hurting working and middle-class Americans at no fault of their own, taking their jobs and putting our country last. Let's streamline the process by reinvigorating oil and natural gas production, renewables, and nuclear energy dominance. The Lower Energy Costs Act is common sense. It's a common sense solution to our nation's energy challenges. Steve and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
Okay. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back in 2017, I took a public stand against Wall Street and its efforts to roll back the financial regulations put in place after the 2008 financial crisis. I opposed S2155, a deregulatory bill that ultimately passed into law. Then, in 2017 and 2018, I was running for Congress for the first time in a politically divided district. Standing against Wall Street wasn't a safe position to take. In fact, that's why too many Republican and Democratic lawmakers alike ended up supporting S2155. It was seen as safer to be pro-business. Every real capitalist knows there is nothing pro-business about a bank failure. That's why in 2010, Congress passed strong regulations to keep our economy stable, our banks viable, and our businesses growing. But just 8 years later, in 2018, Washington, D.C. reversed course and passed S2155 at Wall Street's behest. So how did we get from that deregulation to the recent Silicon Valley bank failure, the biggest bank failure in over a decade? In short, S2155 made it lawful for Silicon Valley Bank to leave itself vulnerable when depositors wanted their money back faster than the bank could pay it out. When you walk into a bank and you deposit, say, $100, the bank takes most of that $100 and invests it. They buy securities and bonds. They don't just have your $100 sitting around. However, the bank is supposed to hang on to a big enough portion of that deposit so that if you want your money back, they can give it to you. It's straightforward when a couple of people come in and want their money, but sometimes a lot of people want all their money all at once. Why wasn't Silicon Valley Bank prepared for that scenario? The bank's recent failure is a deregulation problem. Title IV of S2155 raised the asset threshold at which a bank is considered and regulated as a systemically important bank. And what we saw is Silicon Valley Bank and other similarly sized banks, because of Congress's own actions in 2018, were removed from these enhanced liquidity requirements, stress testing, and other and safety and soundness rules. Because of these lax regulations, when push came to shove, Silicon Valley Bank hadn't kept enough liquid assets to pay out the dollars being drawn out. If Dodd-Frank were still applied to banks of that size, Silicon Valley Bank wouldn't have been able to put its own profits over the stability of our banking system and our economy. Let's not give banks that choice again. When Silicon Valley Bank collapsed, Senator Elizabeth Warren and I partnered on legislation to restore the regulations that were directly implemented as a result of lessons learned during the 2008 financial crisis, not on the politics of the moment or the political power of the bank lobby. Our new bill, the Secure Viable Banking, SVB Act, would repeal Title IV of S2155. It would restore Dodd-Frank's regulations as they are applied to banks the same size as Silicon Valley Bank. Banking failures are bad. We should all be able to come together and agree that systemically significant banks need regulations to limit the risks of failure and to reduce the harmful consequences when a bank does fail. Let's agree to let Silicon Valley Bank be our last hard lesson. Let's not swing regulations back and forth with the political tides and with the whims of lobbyists. Let's instead keep rules in place that deliver a well-regulated, stable, and growing economy. My SVB Act would do that, and I urge members to support the bill that creates a banking system that works for all of us, not just one that boosts banks' bottom line. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize April 2nd as Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson Education and Sharing Day. April 2nd is the Rebbe's birthday, and Rabbi Schneerson believed that education was not just about acquiring knowledge, but also about developing a strong moral compass. He saw education as a tool for building a healthy and prosperous society, one that values compassion, justice, and kindness. His vision has inspired countless individuals around the world to pursue excellence in education and to better serve their communities. And through his tireless efforts, the Rebbe established over 5,500 educational and social institutions across the United States and more than 100 countries. These institutions have empowered young people to reach their full potential and make a positive impact on society. Madam Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House join me in celebrating Education and Sharing Day by reflecting on the Rebbe's legacy and commitment to education. Thank you. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize Autism Awareness and Empowerment Day, a day that promotes understanding and acceptance of individuals on the autism spectrum. Autism is a complex neurological disorder that affects millions of individuals across the United States. It is a spectrum disorder, which means each person's challenges can vary significantly. As the father of 4 children, one of whom who lives on the autism spectrum, this is deeply personal to me. April 2nd is my daughter Abigail's birthday. Happy birthday to her. But before coming to Congress, I founded the Think Differently initiative in my home state to break down barriers and open opportunities for individuals with physical, intellectual, and developmental disabilities. And in Congress, we are working in a bipartisan way to expand on this effort. And I started by introducing the Think Differently Database Act, which creates a comprehensive website of resources for individuals with disabilities. That is just the beginning. We must do more to increase funding for autism research, expand access to early intervention services, and support families through education and outreach programs. These efforts will promote greater inclusivity, understanding, and help every person of every ability reach their fullest potential. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join in recognizing Autism Awareness Day and continue supporting this critical work of breaking down barriers and creating opportunities for everyone of every ability. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, currently California businesses are facing a significant tax increase, thanks in part to a high-ranking state official who allowed the tax dollars they'd already paid to be stolen. It's an incompetence tax, a price private citizens are being forced to pay for their government's failures. I'd like to take a moment to explain how this happened, but I'll lead with the punchline. The state official who squandered these funds, allowing a fraud of historic proportions, is somehow now up for a major promotion. President Biden has nominated Julie Su, former head of the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency, to be the next U.S. Secretary of Labor. The predicament that small businesses in California now find themselves in, facing double taxation to compensate for the government's singular negligence, is another example of why this nomination is so ill-considered. It is a warning as to what all Americans have in store if Julie Su is confirmed. Stepping back, the California Unemployment Insurance Fund is the source for paying out unemployment insurance claims honored by California's Unemployment Office, known as the EDD. The fund is ordinarily maintained through a tax levied on California businesses. New employers are assigned a 3.4% UI rate for 2 to 3 years, and after that, a business's contribution tax varies. It's somewhere between 1.5 and 6.2% for the current year. In times of economic duress, when the fund is paying out significantly more than is coming in, the federal government has the option of loaning money to states to cover the payment deficit. California had to take out such a loan during the COVID business shutdowns and took on by far the most debt of any state. The current debt amounts to $18.8 billion. This was because of the huge volume of claims, yes, but also because of a staggering amount of fraud. A coalition letter from dozens of chambers of commerce in California notes, the Unemployment Development Office proved ill-equipped for the rapid increase in claimants. After numerous oversight hearings and analyses of EDD's failings, it is clear that EDD's failings added further to the UI fund's insolvency by failing to prevent fraud and instead distributing funds to fraudulent claimants, and by mistakenly distributing overpayments to legitimate claimants. The letter goes on, although EDD and local law enforcement have attempted to recover some of these mistaken distributions, recovery rates appear to be less than 10% of the mistaken distributions. In other words, these mistakes at EDD added to the UI fund deficit. The total scale of EDD fraud in California is estimated at $32.6 billion. This unprecedented loss was almost entirely preventable if Julie Su had taken basic fraud prevention measures. A January 2021 report from the California State Auditor notes that the EDD fraud occurred for three main reasons. First, EDD waited about 4 months to automate a key anti-fraud measure. Second, EDD allowed claimants to collect benefits even though they were using suspicious addresses. In one case, over 1,700 claims came from a single address. Third, EDD removed a key safeguard against improper payments without fully understanding the significance of the safeguard. Further, the state auditor reports EDD did not bolster its fraud detection measures until months into the pandemic, despite repeated warnings, and did not reliably track suspicious claims and resolution to determine the effectiveness of its fraud prevention tools. By the way, if you're wondering where all this money, $32.6 billion, went, the CEO of LexisNexis Risk Solutions has this to say: 70% of that money left California. It left this country. It went to transnational criminal groups that have used that money for nefarious purposes to harm our democracy. Some of that money has been used in sex trafficking and child extortion. At this point, California is one of only 4 states in the country that hasn't repaid its debt to the federal government. So now, tax-paying businesses are on the hook. Because in the case of fund insolvency for 2 consecutive years, as is the case here with California, federal law mandates an automatic increase in payroll taxes that amounts to $21 per employee. The tax continues to ratchet up by $21 per employee each year the fund remains insolvent, with a maximum tax increase of $434 per employee per year. Now, one might ask, why did California not repay its debt to the federal government last year when it had a $97.5 billion surplus? And there's no good answer to that question. I've actually joined with Representative Obernolte to call on California's governor and legislature to repay the loan so the burden doesn't fall on employers. And I'm calling on the United States Senate to consider this a case study in what we don't want for our country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to remember those lost in unspeakable tragedy that took place in Nashville at the Covenant School, which is in my district, and to acknowledge the power of prayer. At approximately 10:13 a.m., evil ran rampant in the halls of the Christian Academy and claimed the lives of 3 children and 3 staff members. Hallie Scruggs, age 9. Evelyn Dykehouse, age 9. William Kinney, age 9. Mike Hill, the school custodian, Dr. Catherine Kuntz, the head of the school, and Cynthia Peak, a substitute teacher. These innocent lives were lost in a senseless act of violence. As a father of 3 children, I cannot begin to imagine what the families of these 6 individuals are experiencing right now. To my fellow Tennesseans in Nashville and the Covenant School, we are here for you. We are sending our deepest and most sincere condolences. My prayers are with each and every one of you. I also want to recognize the bravery demonstrated by the Metro Nashville Police Department and to all of the first responders who took exemplary steps during this tragic event. To Officers Rex Engelbert and Michael Colazzo, thank you. Your incredible bravery, valor, and courage in the face of danger save lives. Our community is broken. And to those that are wondering and trying to make sense of the world, the Lord says, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Isaiah 41:10. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and memory of Commissioner Dale Dees from my hometown of Fernandina Beach, Florida. Mr. Dees reminds me of an Alan Jackson country song, Small Town Southern Man. He was always proud of what he had, and he was raised on the ways of gentle kindness. Mr. Dees was a lifelong resident of Fernandina Beach. He came from humble beginnings, and yet he was a man of great influence. His sincerity made everyone feel special. As a young man, he enlisted in the United States Army, serving his Uncle Sam. Once he completed his tour of duty, he devoted himself to his family's dry cleaner business and revolutionized dry cleaning in Fernandina Beach by offering a drive-through option. Eventually, he would open the town's first gun shop. He was a self-made businessman, and he understood the value of hard work. His pride and joy was his family. Sharon was his beloved wife of 62 years and was his soulmate. Together, they were blessed with 2 children, Mike and Michelle, son-in-law Sean, 2 grandchildren, and great-grandson Camden. Dale exemplified the meaning of leadership, and he saw public service as a duty. He served 2 terms as commissioner for Fernandina Beach and strived to make a difference in the lives of everyone in the city. Fernandina Beach has lost a pillar of its community. Dale will be dearly missed, and our condolences are with him and his family. He truly was a small-town Southern man. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, on this 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War, we pray your divine blessing on those veterans who left hearth and home to respond to the call of our nation. We give tribute to their faithfulness to the ideals of freedom and democracy, even when the winds of war blew with increasing uncertainty. We pray for those who, in the ambiguity of conflict, found themselves facing unimaginable ethical dilemmas, and who are now left with indelible moral trauma. Bless those who yet tend to lingering physical and emotional injury. Give each of them peace when the nightmares overwhelm and the echoes of battle resound in their slumber. May all who returned unwelcomed find themselves received into your warm embrace and upheld by your loving and everlasting arms. In your mercy, sanctify the lives of those who remain missing in action and preserve the memory of the ones who never made it home. Grant eternal rest to those comrades ever memorialized on granite walls and gravestones across the country. May they now know your peace. Holy and merciful God, mend the wounds of war, both seen and unseen, individual and corporate, that as we commemorate this anniversary, we would acknowledge the cost of war and honor the value of peace. In the everlasting strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Mrs. Houlihan.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Share remarks, and I would like to revise and extend them before the body.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Ryan Reddington on winning the 2023 Iditarod sled dog race, traveling almost 1,000 miles in 8 days, 21 hours, 12 minutes, and 58 seconds. Ryan has competed in the Iditarod 16 times, and although he may not be from Wisconsin's 7th District, he spends his fall and winter utilizing the lands in Douglas County to train his sled dogs for the race. This is not the Reddington family's first time in the Iditarod. Ryan's grandfather is one of the co-founders of the race and is now known as the father of the Iditarod. Ryan has shown us what patience and dedication looks like after recovering from being hit by a snowmobile last year, and I am pleased that my district got to assist in bringing him and his dogs to victory. Congratulations, Ryan, on achieving your lifelong dream. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Corporate profiteers have no place in Medicare, but some private insurers don't give patients a choice. The Biden administration has taken important steps to change the direct contracting model, which stripped seniors of traditional Medicare and moved them to private coverage without their consent. But its successor program, ACO REACH, still invites private actors to exploit Medicare to boost their bottom lines. For-profit insurers can profit taxpayer dollars that they don't spend on their patients. Too many have long histories of waste, fraud, and abuse. Now the administration is expanding ACO REACH, including doubling its coverage of underserved communities. As a result, millions on Medicare may soon face higher costs, smaller provider networks, and worse care. Strong guardrails are needed now, and I urge my colleagues to stand up for patients and get corporate greed out of Medicare. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parents everywhere must have the ability to make educational decisions for their children. Though an obvious right, unfortunately, many school districts have been influenced by extremist special interest groups ignoring parental wishes. In response, House Republicans, led by Chairwoman Virginia Foxx, passed the Parents' Bill of Rights bill. This legislation will make clear to schools that parents have a right to know what is being taught to their children, be heard by teachers and school boards, see the school budget and spending, protect the privacy of children, and keep their children safe. As a parent of 4 sons, Roxanne and I appreciate local elected school boards running schools. As a grandfather, I want my sons and daughter-in-laws to have the same level of oversight for our 9 grandchildren. I am grateful for the leadership of Ellen Weaver, the South Carolina Superintendent of Education, a champion for the rights of parents. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America. God bless our Vietnam veterans. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday is International Transgender Day of Visibility, a time each year where we uplift and recognize the strength and resilience of the trans community. The United States is home to 1.6 million trans youth and adults, 1.6 million siblings, grandparents, brothers, sisters, friends, co-workers, and loved ones. At a moment when trans Americans are under direct attack in states across our nation and in this body, I am here today to honor and celebrate each of these courageous, inspiring human beings just trying to live and be treated with dignity and respect. I'm here to say to each of you, no matter what you're hearing in your communities or some members of this body, you are loved, you are valued, and you are worthy. Over the past 40 years, our country has made progress, but this is a moment and a critical reminder that we still have work to do. So as we mark International Trans Day of Visibility, we also remember that we must never take our feet off the gas pedal when it comes to this critical fight. Please know I'm always, always in your corner. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on Sunday, ESPN celebrated Women's History Month by putting out a tweet celebrating swimmer Leah Thomas. The only problem, Leah Thomas is not a woman. Leah, whose real name is William, is a man pretending to be a woman, ranked for like about number 400 in men's swimming, but now about number 1 in women's. This individual, identifying as a woman, was allowed to compete in women's swimming for the University of Pennsylvania. Consequently, this person won a national title that should have gone to a female athlete. Instead of denouncing this farcical nonsense, ESPN decided to celebrate it. It's a sad day for women's sports when our nation's premier sports broadcaster chooses to celebrate biological males competing in women's sports. The evidence is overwhelming that males have competitive athletic advantage over females, and therefore makes zero sense to allow men to compete in women's sports. You call this progress? Certainly not for women athletes. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, every day across America, millions of seniors take their medicines on an empty stomach. They're hungry, on a fixed income, can't drive, and their fridges, pocketbooks, and wallets are empty. But if they're lucky, they have people like Janice Pierce and Maggie Woodward in their corner. Last week, I joined Janice and Maggie to deliver meals to seniors in Oakham, Massachusetts. They're one of thousands of Meals on Wheels chapters in America. Experts tell us seniors who are hungry are more likely to get sick and be admitted to the hospital. Mr. Speaker, programs like Meals on Wheels aren't nice. They're a necessity. And while they do good work, America's seniors shouldn't have to get lucky. Their health outcomes shouldn't be determined by whether heroes like Janice and Maggie live around the corner. Congress needs to strengthen, not cut, programs like Meals on Wheels, as some of my Republican friends are proposing. In the richest country in the history of the world, our seniors deserve no less. I yield back my time.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States. Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week tragedy struck my community when an explosion rocked the R.M. Palmer chocolate factory in West Reading, claiming the lives of 7 people and injuring many, many others. Most people know Palmer chocolate for their Easter bunnies and other holiday treats, but we know them as an important part of our community. Since the tragedy, our first responders have been heroes. Our neighbors, nonprofits, and local businesses have set up programs to help, and in some cases literally have given the shirts off their backs for those who were impacted. Similarly, and also not surprisingly in my community, government leaders at the local, state, and federal level are also on the ground, collaborating together to support our community and recovery. I speak today full of grief for the family and friends of those whom we have lost, and I speak today full of gratitude for the strength and the dedication of so many in our community who are doing so much. We see you, and we honor you, and we are very proud to stand with you. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans have been hit hard by the high fuel prices caused by the Biden administration's anti-energy policies. Today, Virginia families are paying $3.30 a gallon at the pump for regular gas alone, over $1 more than when President Biden took office. That's why we're bringing to the floor H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. This legislation will reduce costs by increasing domestic energy production, cutting burdensome red tape, and reforming the permitting process. Folks, it's evident that Joe Biden has waged war on America's energy independence. That war ends today. House Republicans are working to put America back in the driver's seat of energy production by voting for the Lower Energy Costs Act so families can keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. I urge every one of my colleagues to support this important legislation. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today, March 29th, to commemorate Vietnam War Veterans Day and honor those who served in this conflict. We acknowledge and deeply appreciate the sacrifices made by our brave soldiers, their families, and the communities that supported them. But we also need to make sure that we honor our POW MIA Gold Star families who lost their loved ones or still endure the uncertainty of their fate during the war. In addition to representing a large community of Vietnam vets, I have the distinct honor of having a Gold Star daughter, Maureen Hickman Caparoso, serve in my office. Her father, United States Air Force Captain Vincent J. Hickman, is one of the 1,553 service members still unaccounted for to this day. We must never forget the sacrifices of these families, and we must do everything in our power to continue searching and to bring closure to those who still wait for their loved ones to return. Why keep searching after all these years? Because you never leave a fallen American behind. To the veterans of the Vietnam War, we offer a long overdue welcome home.
We honor your courage and your commitment to our country, and we thank you for your unwavering dedication to defending our freedom. Today, let us recognize the immense sacrifices made by our service members, their families, and the entire nation during the Vietnam War. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Benevolent Protective Order of Reindeer. This organization is one of New Jersey's oldest African-American fraternal organizations. It was founded in 1923 in response to the prejudice in other animal lodges. Early organizations named after animals would not let African Americans become members. So the Benevolent Protective Order of the Reindeer was formed and invited everyone to join. Today, the organization's principle of service, unity, and charity are represented in its exceptional social work. In addition, it provides scholarships for worthy students and engages in community activism to fight for social justice. The Benevolent Protective Order of Reindeer is an outstanding organization in my district, and I am proud to celebrate its 100th anniversary on the House floor today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
So ordered. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, one of the best ways for workers to get the pay and benefits that they deserve and to raise their families and provide for them is to join a labor union. Unions have helped millions of American families join the middle class, including thousands in Rhode Island. The freedom to join a union is one of the most fundamental rights afforded to all workers in this country. But unfortunately, that right is constantly under attack by big companies that spend millions and billions of dollars engaging in intimidation and retaliation against those seeking to exercise their right to unionize. What's worse is that companies are often allowed to write off the expenses for union busting from their taxes. You heard that right. All of us, the taxpayers of America, are paying for companies to intimidate workers out of joining unions. This has to stop. That is why I am a proud co-sponsor of the No Tax Breaks for Union Busting Act, led by Representative Norcross, because enough is enough. We need to make it easier in this country for workers to join a union if they choose to do so, and we certainly should not be giving tax breaks to companies to intimidate workers out of exercising that right. And with that, I yield back.
Resolution 260 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole, House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 1. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole, House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 1, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to lower energy costs by increasing American energy production, exports, infrastructure, and critical minerals processing by promoting transparency, accountability, permitting, and production of American resources, and by improving water quality certification and energy products, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Tuesday, March 28, 2023, 3 hours remained in general debate. Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 90 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. My goal as the chair of Energy and Commerce Committee is to make sure Americans have access to affordable, reliable energy. This was a key promise in the House Republicans' commitment to America, and we are hitting the ground running to deliver on that promise, and this is just the beginning. Energy is foundational to everything. For centuries, it has driven human progress and development. It is why America has done more to lift people out of poverty and raise the standard of living than anywhere else in the world. Today, over 3.7 billion people are living in energy poverty. That's half the world. And you know what? They have a 10-year lower life expectancy, 35% fewer years of education, and many don't have electricity at all. Here in the United States of America, we are blessed with the ability and the resources to continue to raise the standard of living globally and even lift people out of poverty. Our goal today is to celebrate how our abundant energy resources have unleashed prosperity and invited people from around the globe to come to America to achieve their hopes and dreams. We've accomplished this as a leader in reducing emissions and with the highest environmental and labor standards in the world. We cannot afford to move backwards with a reckless command and control so-called climate agenda that forces people to pay more and go without reliable electricity. H.R. 1 prioritizes the American people over this radical climate agenda. On his first day in office, President Biden started a war on American energy. Predictability, gas prices skyrocketed to the highest levels in our history. President Biden revoked the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline, imposed a moratorium on oil production on federal lands, and directed agencies across the federal government to impose punitive and burdensome regulations. As the American people suffered, President Biden turned to OPEC and Russia to boost supplies. In the face of Russia's aggression, President Biden looked the other way and greenlit the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, emboldening Russia to attack Ukraine. The CCP now is deepening ties with Russia and consolidating its control over more than 90% of the world's critical mineral supplies. To win the future, we cannot allow our energy security to be surrendered to our adversaries. H.R. 1 sends a strong and unmistakable signal to restore American energy dominance and bolster our national security. H.R. 1 will unleash American energy, lower cost, and secure our supply chains. This package helps lift barriers to expanding our energy supplies, remove red tape for exporting and importing of LNG, and build more pipelines with our North American allies and across the states. It would repeal President Biden's burdensome natural gas tax, which will harm communities, shut down production, and raise prices across the entire economy. H.R. 1 will encourage innovation and production in critical materials here at home
to cut China out of our energy supply chains and ensure America is leading the world in innovation and next-generation energy technologies. We've heard a lot of talk, and Democrats are forcing a transition, so-called transition, that requires American people to suffer through supply chains and price hikes. What the Republicans are offering through H.R. 1 is a commitment to energy expansion that will deliver on lower cost and reliable and affordable energy. The fact is, higher costs are making life unaffordable for hardworking people in this country, while forcing us to be dangerously reliant on Chinese supply chains that are dirtier and use slave labor. I think about the farmer who told us that this so-called climate agenda is raising the cost of food and making it harder for farmers to feed our families. An advocate who shared with our committee that record high energy costs hurt low-income and minority families the most. And the mayor of Midland, who told us her community is thriving because of the investment in jobs the oil and gas industry brings. We must embrace and expand America's position as the #1 energy producer in the world while continuing our leadership to reduce emissions. People all over this nation are counting on us for a better quality of life. With H.R. 1, we'll boost energy production, lift regulatory burdens for the construction of more energy infrastructure, cut China out of our critical materials supply chains, and lower costs across the board. This is how we build a more secure future for Americans. I urge support of H.R. 1 and reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1. The Republicans call it the Low Energy Cost Act, but in fact it does the opposite, and it puts polluters over people. So we call it the Polluters Over People Act, and that's justified because that's exactly what it does. This bill is nothing more than a grab bag of big oil giveaways and loopholes that endanger the health, safety, and security of Americans. It does absolutely nothing to lower energy costs for American families. In fact, it will actually drive up costs while doubling down on costly fossil fuels. Now, does the GOP really believe that big oil cares about Americans? During the COVID crisis in the last 3 years, we had a hearing where we brought in some of the large American oil companies, or large oil companies, I should say. And it was quite clear that they wanted to keep prices high. It was quite clear that they were benefiting from OPEC and the fact that Russia had invaded Ukraine and that oil supplies had become more limited because of that invasion of Ukraine, and that as a result, prices for oil and gasoline were going up. They didn't care. They liked it. We actually asked them at the hearing whether or not they would increase production because they have so many leases on federal lands that they don't use. And they said no. They said, well, maybe eventually we would do that, but we haven't gotten around to it yet. I don't think they still have gotten around to it. And so this notion that somehow by benefiting big oil, you know, the major American so-called oil companies, that this is going to help the American people, that's not their goal. Last year, Big Oil's profits in 2022 were $451 billion, a record high. The dividends they gave out and the stock buyouts amounted to $163 billion. They only care about the stockholders. They don't care about the price of gasoline. They want it to stay high. They don't care about whether Americans can afford gasoline. And, you know, my chair, Rogers, who you know, I really respect a lot, talked about LNG. One of the things in this bill is it removes the requirement, and I'm going to talk about other things that it does, but it removes the requirement that liquefied natural gas exports be determined to be in the public interest before being sent overseas. Well, that's going to lead to more American LNG being sent to our adversaries, including China. This helps China. This doesn't hurt China. This helps China. And we know that when there was a time a few years ago when LNG exports were limited because of, I think it was some I forget what caused it. And during that period of time, the evidence shows the price for American, for gasoline or for American crude was actually going down. Because when you send LNG overseas, it's not available here in the United States. And that actually lowers gas prices when you have more gasoline available or more refineries available to process gasoline here in the United States. So, I just want to debunk this idea that somehow this bill is going to lower prices here, that somehow benefiting big oil helps Americans, that somehow exporting more LNG hurts China. These things are simply not the case, and the evidence proves very much to the contrary. Now, this bill, H.R. 1, I'll call it the Polluters Over People Act, rescinds several transformational climate programs that the Democrats enacted as part of the Inflation Reduction Act last year. What I'm trying to get across today is that at the same time that they're helping big oil, not driving down prices, and helping China, the Republicans are also tearing down all the environmental laws that we've had for the last 50 years and putting all the emphasis on fossil fuels rather than clean energy. The bottom line is the only way that we're going to lower costs is by encouraging clean energy. Yes, I agree with Chairwoman Rogers that the United States has to be a bigger energy producer. But the future for that is with clean energy, not with pumping more oil and gas. It's by encouraging clean energy, because that's where we can be the big producer. That's where the future is. That's where we can outcompete with the rest of the world. So what does this bill do? It foolishly repeals the $27 billion Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which invests in high-impact projects that reduce pollution, create good-paying clean energy jobs, and improve public health. They obviously do not want to do anything for clean energy. It also repeals the methane emissions reduction program, which protects the health of our communities and ensures that polluters, not taxpayers or customers, pay for wasted methane. Now, let me use that as an example, because I want everyone to understand that when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act and we were trying to cut back on greenhouse gases, which lead to global climate problems and increase global warming, we worked hard to deal with those industries here that could be affected. And the Methane Emissions Reduction Act is a perfect example of that. We worked with the independent oil producers because they said, well, if you cause the methane that's wasted now and that goes into the atmosphere and causes this increased number of greenhouse gases, if you work with us, we can accomplish capturing this methane, and then it can be recycled. But we need some money to accomplish that. So we provided them with a fund so they could make that transition. We also said that if it took them time to get a permit to capture the gas and provide a recycling program for the methane, that they would not be penalized by doing that. So this has been characterized at the GOP as some sort of tax or fee on the industry. But it's really a penalty if they don't do what's necessary to capture methane and avoid it being going into the atmosphere. And the same is true for almost every provision that they seek to repeal here. These are provisions that try to protect the public health, reduce greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, but at the same time don't have a negative impact on those industries that are hiring people and that create jobs, and at the same time try to move towards new clean energy things like wind and solar and more hydropower and other things that actually do create more jobs, as we have proven that they have. So many other things are repealed. I won't go through all of them because I know that we have other speakers. But the bill also repeals the popular home electrification rebates that are specifically designed to lower energy bills for American families. And these are popular incentives that will save families money and are urgently needed to help us fight the climate crisis. So Republicans are rejecting all these things that help people save money, help reduce greenhouse gases, so they can double down on the old pro-polluter policies that they've had for years. This bill also does nothing to meaningfully address permitting reform. Its vision of permitting consists of letting polluters do whatever they want, and instead the bill becomes a sweetheart deal So the bill, for example, doesn't include any changes to transmission policy necessary to ensure that clean energy can reach all corners of the country. Let me also give you a couple other examples. The biggest thing that they do to basically endanger all our environmental protections is they exempt so-called critical energy resources from the Clean Air Act and hazardous waste permitting requirements. So they say if we label a refinery, if we label a utility as a critical energy resource, then they don't have to follow the Clean Air Act, they don't have to follow the Clean Water Act, they don't have to follow the Hazardous Waste Act. It's a roundabout way of saying that we're just going to let all these industries do whatever they want, even though it undercuts public health protections. They do the same thing with toxic chemicals. We had a major toxic chemical bill to try to cut back on toxic chemicals that needlessly expose families and children to health risks. And they basically get rid of that by saying, oh, those facilities that are critical energy facilities don't have to worry about releasing toxic chemicals. I want to end by saying this. Democrats understand that the transition to clean energy is important. In fact, projects already underway are valued at tens of billions of dollars and have already created more than 100,000 good-paying jobs. Our Inflation Reduction Act is also estimated to create 9 million new jobs over the coming decade and reduce energy costs by an average of $1,800 per year. So what we've done in the last few years as Democrats is to try to move towards clean energy, understanding that you still have to have fossil fuels and nuclear and other things, but understanding that the future in terms of U.S. being a major energy producer is in clean energy, not in fossil fuels. And to just wreck and put a bulldozer through all our environmental protections in order to encourage fossil fuels is just a huge mistake. It is not going to lower energy costs. It is going to make it much more difficult for us to reduce greenhouse gases and all the negative impacts of climate change. There's nothing in here, in my opinion, this bill is also going to hurt us from a national security point of view because it does actually help China and help our adversaries rather than making it more difficult for them to compete with us. So with that, I would urge opposition to the bill and reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support H.R. 1, the most important bill and the priority for this Congress. When I came to Congress, I made it my mission to spread the word about the Permian Basin, the heartbeat of American energy, the largest secure supply of oil and gas. I'm incredibly proud to represent the men and women of the Permian Basin who have revolutionized the way we produce energy in order to provide us with an incredible national security and economic asset. Unfortunately, President Biden has demonized the very people that I represent. He has demonized the people of West Virginia and Pennsylvania. From his policies like killing the Keystone XL pipeline and shutting down drilling permitting, but however, begging foreign dictators to produce more oil, his rhetoric, literally promising to end fossil fuels, he has used every tool in the toolkit to build a bureaucracy that is completely obsessed and opposed to killing American energy. His policies have driven energy costs and inflation through the roof. You're going to hear a lot of information, and I'd like to speak directly to the American public today. You're going to hear a lot of misinformation about the Inflation Reduction Act, which did nothing to curb inflation. Energy policies by this administration have increased the cost for American families. Americans are being forced to pay 40% more on gasoline since the president took office, 20 to 30% more on their electricity bills. And it's all in the name of a climate crusade, which can't even come close to what the Permian Basin and other producing areas in this country have done to reduce harmful emissions and provide affordable and clean, reliable energy. You know, in fact, I spoke to the president of IPAA yesterday. What we just heard was that the independent producers of America support Democrat policies. That couldn't be further from the truth. I asked them that. They said no. Industry was not consulted. Over the past 10 years, we've brought down methane emissions by almost 15%. No government mandate could come close to that. And we're only beginning to tap into the incredible asset that is liquefied natural gas. Not only is it good for our economy, but it's good for the environment. We heard this when we took this committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, on the road, and we talked to Mayor Blong in Midland, Texas. We heard this from the producers. And likely today, we're going to continue to hear about big oil, the big oil boogeyman that doesn't actually exist. The truth is, and I'd like to face my Democrat friends, colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and tell you what the IPAA told us and what they continue to tell us. 90% of our energy is produced by small, independent producers, companies that have 10, 20, 30 employees. Big oil, you're talking to the people of West Virginia when you say that. When Democrats in this administration blame big oil, they're talking about my district. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, is a complete rejection of the Biden administration's anti-energy policies that have been aimed at workers throughout this country for 2 years. We're fighting back. We want to produce American-made oil. We want to boost American products in order to reduce inflation. I'm extremely proud to have worked on this legislation that includes my bill to reduce taxes on natural gas. This is just the beginning, and House Republicans are going to follow through on our commitment to the American public, on our commitment to American families.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
The gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Passing H.R. 1 is just the beginning. The American public put their trust in Republicans under Speaker McCarthy and Chair McMorris Rodgers to lower cost. And that's exactly what we're going to do by boosting American production instead of siding with Russia, Iran, and China. I urge my colleagues to stand with America to pass H.R. 1. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, who chairs our environment.
The gentleman.
Who's the ranking member of our environment subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in deep opposition to H.R. 1, or as we've heard, the Polluters Over People Act. When House Democrats had an opportunity to bring an H.R. 1 to the floor, it was to protect Americans' sacred right to vote and curb the influence of dark money in politics. Compare that to this H.R. 1, which is nothing short of a bonanza for corporate polluters. It creates loopholes in our nation's most important environmental laws, laws that exist to ensure Americans have clean air, that they have clean water, and do not need to live in fear of industrial accidents in their backyards. And it does this so that the richest oil and gas companies in the world can indeed continue to achieve a record-breaking bit of profits at the expense of everyday Americans. We know the best way for us to avoid volatile fossil fuel price shocks is to become less reliant on fossil energy by transitioning to a strong, clean energy future, one that will also protect our air and our water and create millions of well-paying American jobs. This is exactly what the Inflation Reduction Act is doing. New clean energy projects are underway across our country, and there have been tens of billions of dollars in domestic manufacturing announcements, which will ensure that solar panels and wind turbines and batteries and EVs and the other technologies we will need will be made here in America. This bill seeks to stop that progress. It would repeal critical sections of the IRA. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund will leverage private funding to make clean energy investments across the country, including in disadvantaged communities. The Methane Emissions Reduction Program is going to drive down highly potent climate pollution from the oil and gas sector, and new rebates will enable low and moderate income Americans to save significant money by upgrading their appliances. These programs will be wiped out by this bill. Mr. Speaker, I am not opposed to examining how we can improve permitting processes, but it must be done with the intention of accelerating the clean energy transition, building out our transmission infrastructure to enable our electricity system to be cleaner, more reliable, and yes, more affordable. Unfortunately, this bill is only interested in giveaways to outdated and outmoded and polluting industries, not to bringing our energy system into this 21st century. So I urge members to oppose it, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my
The
time.
gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment I introduced in concurrence with Representative Lesko to defend America's ability to purchase and use natural gas stoves, a common household appliance found in over 1/3 of American households. Federal bureaucrats at the Department of Energy are threatening access to natural gas stoves for millions of Americans through the rulemaking process. This amendment would stop the DOE from denying Americans the freedom to cook on the range of their choosing. According to the Department of Energy's own analysis, in 2020, 38% of Americans used natural gas to cook in their homes. The Energy Information Administration says cooking with gas is 3 times cheaper than cooking with electricity. Americans should have access to the cooking appliances that they deem fit. They do not want or need the federal government to dictate what is in their kitchens. The Department of Energy's own research estimates that 50% of the gas stoves on the market today don't meet the proposed standards, which means these households would have to remove them. This is a direct attack on natural gas consumption in this country and an example of the Biden administration's desire to control every decision we make. Americans should have the freedom to choose their appliances, and the federal government intrusion is unwarranted and unwanted. Furthermore, this rule is essentially a tax on consumers who are already being squeezed by inflation. My Democratic colleagues may argue that these rules were crafted with the purpose of saving consumers money. The DOE estimates the regulation reduced energy use by 3.4%, resulting in a whopping $21.89 saved over the gas range lifetime. This would save consumers $1.45 per year over the average 15-year lifespan of a gas range. These minuscule savings indicate this regulation isn't actually about consumers' pocketbooks. It's about federal control at the behest of the radical green policy groups. People should be free to choose their cooking appliances based on what they need rather than what the government requires. If a consumer wants a gas stove that cooks faster, they should be free to choose it. If a consumer wants a gas stove that cooks slowly but more efficiently, they should be free to choose that. No one should have their choices.
It's expired.
Yield additional 20 seconds.
Please yield the gentleman additional 15 seconds.
The gentleman's recognized.
No one should have their choices limited by the federal bureaucrats. In fact, these bureaucrats should not have the ability to implement rules like this at all without congressional approval. Mr. Speaker, this amendment shows a clear difference between the vision of the House Republicans and the Biden administration and the House Democrats. I encourage all my colleagues to support consumers and their freedom to choose what they prefer in their kitchens by supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from Colorado, who's the ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1. This bill puts the needs of the oil industry over the health and well-being of the American people. Instead of protecting the communities we're here to represent, the bill will cause real harm to people's health and further degrade our environment. Now, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim the bill will help lower Americans' energy costs and make us energy independent, in fact, the bill just does the opposite. And here's why. By opening LNG exports and doubling down on fossil fuels, this legislation will further increase our reliance on global oil and gas markets. It will further subject us to the volatility of the global marketplace, and frankly, it will do nothing to increase our security here at home because we simply can't drill our way towards lower energy costs. The only way to bring energy costs down here in America and to make our nation truly energy independent is to expedite the transition to more renewable forms of energy. And in addition, any claim that this legislation does not touch some part of our nation's most important environmental laws is just untrue. The bill decimates the laws that were put in place to protect our air, water, and most of all, our health. It repeals key provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, provisions that actually bring down the cost for Americans and reduce emissions. So now, instead of working with us to find real bipartisan solutions to the crises we face, the majority severely limited amendments to this bill in violation of the promises they made at the beginning. I offered some common sense amendments to the legislation that unfortunately were not made in order. One would have restricted the use of eminent domain for natural gas pipelines to ensure communities have a voice in our energy decisions. The other would have required a simple analysis to eliminate methane emissions from projects under NEPA review. But we don't have the ability to have those conversations because the majority doesn't want to hear it. So I want to say what I said in the committee markup. Mr. Speaker, once my colleagues on the other side of the aisle get this out of their system, I stand willing, ready, and able to work on a bipartisan solution that will both help increase our energy security in the United States and will make us independent from a volatile foreign oil market. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Yes, I reserve.
And the gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mrs. Rogers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1. This bill will unleash American energy and reduce gasoline and energy prices for all Americans. Since Biden has taken office, look at this chart. Gasoline prices have gone up 51%. Utility gas prices have gone up 44%. Electricity prices have gone up for Americans 24%. H.R. 1 is here to help Americans with these outrageous cost of living increases. I am honored that my legislation to disapprove of President Biden's decision to cancel the XL Keystone Pipeline was included in this package. President Biden's decision to cancel the pipeline was a terrible decision that led to increased gasoline prices and loss of thousands and thousands of jobs. Now is the time to stand up for the American people. Now is the time to help reduce the cost of gasoline, utility gas, and electricity. Now is the time to support H.R. 1. And I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes now to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By its position, H.R. 1 reflects a top priority of the House majority. And there is much that my constituents in Houston agree we should be prioritizing in this Congress when it comes to energy. Not only lowering energy costs, which is the bill's title, but strengthening our energy security, ensuring and enabling domestic energy production of all kinds, and securing our energy future. That comes from serious legislating. That comes from listening. That comes from bringing stakeholders of all kinds to the table to grapple with the competing interests here and come up with workable, durable policy. That is unfortunately not what we have in this massive bill, and not what we are seeing in this chamber in our debates on energy policy here or across the country. And that is a problem. I have warned and will continue to warn that the politicization of energy policy and energy production is one of the most dangerous things we see happening in this country right now, and I'm sorry to see that this debate is no different. We simply cannot repeat cursory talking points and epithets that do not get to the complex and urgent challenges in front of us. There are real and dire consequences for our people who produce the energy that we need and use every day, and for our environment if we cannot get it together enough to take this work seriously here. We must move from politics to policy. I can't go through all of the policy in this bill in the time that I have here, but I do agree that we must reform the permitting process and that we should continue exports of oil and natural gas, that we need an offshore leasing plan, and we should increase offshore revenue to coastal states, that we need to secure critical minerals and other ideas contained in this bill. But H.R. 1 contains so many unworkable provisions that create unrealistic deadlines, threaten our national security, repeal key environmental and public health protections and programs, including the historic work that we did just in the last Congress on the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce methane emissions, incentivize clean energy and investment, and protect communities. Have 15 seconds.
I yield the gentlewoman another minute.
15 seconds.
Another 30 seconds.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
The work we did in the Inflation Reduction Act was to reduce methane emissions, incentivize clean energy investment, and protect communities. And because of that, because this bill repeals that important work, I cannot vote for it. People here in Washington understand that this bill is a messaging bill that will not be taken up in the Senate. With this vote, this is my message. When it comes to energy, it's time to put aside politics and get to the policy. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Dan Crenshaw.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, energy is the most important element of a prosperous society. Nothing else functions without it. Reliable electricity allows us to work at night, allows us to keep our sick and injured on life support, heat our homes in freezing weather, manufacture the materials that we use to build our homes, and power the systems that allow the public to watch these remarks right here on the House floor. Energy is connected to everything. The price of energy affects the price of everything else, and the world devolves into the dark ages without it. So that might explain why Republicans think an energy bill should be labeled H.R. 1, because it's our #1 priority, as it should be. And we have to introduce this bill because, bewilderingly, energy security has been under relentless attack by radical leftists and the Biden administration. They don't believe in energy security. They don't believe in reliable, affordable energy. They seem to think that the only energy worth pursuing is so-called renewables, the so-called solar and wind. This is not sound policy or science. This has become a religion. And it's become an irrational pursuit of intermittent, weather-dependent energy sources that take up vast amounts of land, vast amounts of resources to make, vast amounts of critical minerals to be mined, and actually still don't deliver the security that the American people need. Now, I'm not against these things. It'd be fine to pursue these technologies if it didn't also come with a simultaneous attack on the sources of energy that actually work, namely oil and gas. Every good thing you have in this world is because of petroleum products. Every single thing, your shoes, your cars, your iPhones, your Netflix, your Patagonia jackets, your medical devices that save your life, your heating, your cooling, literally everything. The attack on oil and gas has been relentless, and it's been deeply, deeply foolish. It started with day one of the Biden administration on the Keystone Pipeline, then executive orders banning new leases on federal lands, then refusal to permit pipelines. And then they turn around and they attack the suppliers and producers for higher prices. It's pure gaslighting. They've drained our strategic petroleum reserve, all while prioritizing the same crazy climate policies that have caused Europe to enter an energy crisis and that are now causing developing nations to be priced out of the gas markets and turn to coal production. This gets me to quite the irony here. The administration's policies are more likely to increase global carbon emissions as a result, and for one simple reason, and I really want everyone to understand this. By refusing to push for increased natural gas exports, we are shelving the best tool for displacing coal power around the world. Coal being burned in foreign countries accounts for about 50% of global power emissions. Natural gas is an easy substitute. With half the emissions, American natural gas could easily be leveraged to increase prosperity for all and reduce emissions. This is not rocket science. It's just common sense, just math. Promoting American natural gas is better for energy security. It's better for our own affordability. It's better for reducing global emissions. And there is no logical counterargument to what I just said. There's not one. But maybe, and I believe this, I think the Biden administration actually knows this. That's why they prefer oil production in foreign countries and beg them to drill so that we can pretend we care about the climate while allowing other countries to do the dirty work for us. I'm out of time and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this dangerous and irresponsible bill. With extreme weather events becoming more and more frequent and climate change impacting our communities, agriculture, homes, and even our national security, we need to work together to advance climate rescue measures that move the U.S. away from fossil fuel dependence, protect workers and communities, and strengthen environmental protections, all while reducing costs to the American people. This can't happen overnight, but instead of building upon the historic deficit-reducing provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, Republicans are trying to roll back that historic bill, and in the process are putting polluters over people and the planet. H.R. 1 restricts community input by gutting NEPA. It forces the sell-off of public lands and undermines the health of all Americans by compromising air and water quality, all while adding billions to our national debt. Of particular interest in my district is that this bill would block the EPA from requiring refineries to study alternatives to the use of hydrofluoric acid, or HF, in fossil fuel processing. HF has the potential to form a poisonous, killing aerosol cloud which can travel for miles if it's released. There have been dozens of accidents involving HF in recent years, including a devastating 2019 explosion and fire at a refinery in my district. That explosion put U.S. steelworkers and tens of thousands of nearby residents at serious risk of death and serious harm. An inspection found that the refinery lacked adequate inspection and safety protocols to prevent a catastrophe. Essentially, it was a miracle that no one died that night. To safeguard against future accidents, I offered a common-sense amendment to this bill that would require refineries with a history of accidents or Clean Air Act violations to study alternatives to HF, but my Republican colleagues refused to allow the amendment. This refusal to consider past disasters to create necessary safety standards tells us exactly what this bill is about: empowering the fossil fuel industry at the expense of worker and community safety. Again, I urge my colleagues to vote against this reckless bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington.
Madam Chairman, I am pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, Mr. Duncan.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the chairwoman for her leadership on this bill. The Lower Energy Cost Act is a product of countless hours of discussion between leadership, stakeholders, and our constituents who are tired of higher costs for less reliable energy. The United States has an incredible energy potential. We have vast resources of oil, natural gas, and other critical minerals essential for energy dominance. Only a few years ago, we were a global leader in both oil and gas production. This was achieved through American innovation, domestic energy production, and investment from the private sector in developing our critical energy infrastructure. Unfortunately, the Biden administration vowed to wage war on American energy. Starting on his very first day in office with the help of the Democrats here in Congress, the Biden administration have pursued radical rush-to-green energy policies that have made energy less secure, less reliable, and more expensive for our constituents. This has led to increased cost of energy and goods, hitting the most vulnerable the hardest. We should be about increasing the standard of living for Americans versus diminishing the standard of living that these anti-American energy policies actually do. Energy is the foundation of everything in American life. When the cost of energy goes up, everything else does as well. H.R. 1 should help America and will help America produce more, deliver more to our communities, and give us the ability to export to help our allies around the world. The American people recognize this, and they're sick of choosing between paying their energy bills and putting food on the table, which is why they gave us the majority to stop this radical energy agenda. I'm proud that my bill, Protecting American Energy Production Act, was included in this package. This provision will protect energy security and affordability by prohibiting the president from imposing a ban on hydraulic fracturing. The discovery of natural gas through the shale revolution has made the United States a leader in energy production as well as emissions reduction, has allowed America, the United States of America, not our adversaries, to set the price of energy. We are approaching the breaking point in our energy infrastructure. The so-called Rush to Green agenda has prevented the build-out of natural gas and other essential energy infrastructure, which is now reaching capacity. Many states, like my own state of South Carolina, are now at risk of approaching an energy deficit in the next few years if we don't immediately change our current regulatory framework. Fortunately, H.R. 1 addresses these concerns by requiring states to raise legitimate water quality concerns for interstate pipelines and LNG export facilities through FERC's NEPA process instead of weaponizing Section 401 of the Clean Water Act to block pipelines. This change is critical to prevent the political agenda of states abusing Section 401 to veto projects of national significance while preserving the ability of states to raise legitimate water quality concerns. New England states could finally get gas from the Marcellus Shale instead of importing natural gas from Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and a lot of our other adversaries around the globe. We have the resources here not only to meet our domestic demand, but also to be a leading exporter globally. Representative DeGette mentioned earlier about the capacity and U.S. production and how that would limit available gas for American domestic energy production. But I tell you what, the Progressive Policy Institute is far from a conservative think tank, put out an article, The Climate Case for Expanding U.S. Natural Gas Exports, and it talks about using that domestically. I'd ask you to read it. So this package also sets a framework to export our domestic resources so our allies will no longer have to rely on Vladimir Putin's energy oligarch for their energy. Democrats keep calling this the Polluter Over People Act. This couldn't be further from the truth. The reality is that the energy policies put China, Russia, OPEC Plus, and radical Green New Deal interest over the interest of the American people. The greatest beneficiaries of their policies are the CCP and Vladimir Putin. Green New Deal policies leave us totally dependent on China for critical minerals that make all of our devices work, even the green energy devices, wind and solar, need those critical minerals. We have them here. We harvest them cleaner, more environmentally friendly than anywhere in the world. So let's produce them here, and that's what H.R. 1 allows us to do. H.R. 1 puts the American people first by unleashing American energy and securing our supply chains. It will increase American energy production and restore American energy leadership in the world.
Has expired.
I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who's the ranking member of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Ranking Member Pallone for his leadership and yielding the time. Members, I rise in strong opposition to the Polluters Over People Act, and I rushed here to the floor with some good news. This bill is not going anywhere. President Biden has already said that he intends to veto it, but it's not even going to make it out of the U.S. Senate. But I thought President Biden spoke very well in his statement on his veto message. He said, "We're making unprecedented progress in protecting America's energy security and reducing energy costs for Americans in their homes and at the pump. H.R. 1 would do just the opposite. It would replace pro-consumer policies with a thinly veiled license to pollute. It would raise costs for American families by repealing household energy rebates and rolling back historic investments to increase access to cost-lowering clean energy technologies. Instead of protecting American consumers, it would pad oil and gas company profits already at record levels and undercut our public health and environment. It will take us backwards. And in fact, a number of America's leading health organizations, like the American Lung Association, the Children's Environmental Health Network, and others, wrote to Congress to say they oppose H.R. 1 and its attempt to weaken the Clean Air Act to allow additional polluting energy sources. They say, years of scientific research has clearly established that pollution is a threat to human health at every stage in life, from inside the womb to adulthood. Burning fossil fuels not only contributes to a warming climate, but higher levels of dangerous and deadly pollution." So the good news is this bill's not going anywhere, but there is good news for American families. And all of us who care about the moral obligation we have to our kids to provide a livable planet. Earlier this month, the International Energy Agency said it has been a jump in renewables, not frack gas. It's been the jump in renewables that has helped blunt a feared runaway in carbon emissions.
In the end, they say global energy-related emissions are still on an unsustainable growth trajectory. But, and this is thanks to the outstanding growth of renewable energy, electric vehicles, heat pumps, energy-efficient technologies, that we still have a fighting chance. This was followed on by more good news yesterday out of the U.S. Energy Information Agency. For the first time in 2022, renewable energy in America surpassed coal burning in America, and it's now outpacing nuclear energy as well. Who's driving this? I thought this was very interesting. It's the state of Texas.
Has expired.
1 minute?
Yield the gentlewoman an extra minute.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman.
The states that are producing the most renewable energy resources in solar, California, Texas, North Carolina. In wind, again, it's Texas, Iowa, and Oklahoma. And why is this happening? Because renewable energy is the cheapest energy. And with the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, we are about to lower energy bills substantially for our neighbors back home. Since we've adopted the IRA, the infrastructure law, we've also seen $200 billion of private sector investment in the manufacturing sector in America in clean energy, of electric vehicles, batteries, and other manufacturing processes. So there's good news here. As we debate this bill, and the Polluters Over People Act goes nowhere, and we continue to lower energy costs for our families back home, lift American workers, and provide for healthier, safer communities. We have an opportunity here to go farther and faster. That's what's inspirational today, not the backwards policies of the past. Vote no
Time
on
has
the
expired.
Polluters Over People Act.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Iowa, Dr. Marinette Miller-Meeks.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Rogers. Polluters Over Peoples Act. They would rather put people stopping traffic to prevent you from getting to work and people throwing mashed potatoes at art than they would the American people. I could not disagree with my colleagues more. Oil is a global commodity. Prices went up when the president constrained supply. How do we know that? His own actions. What did the president do? He went to Saudi Arabia, he went to Venezuela to ask them to produce more oil, and then released oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve so prices could go down just in time for the elections. Among the 20 bills that make up this package, I want to draw attention to a suite of bills focused on refining and processing critical minerals, as well as development of new mines for critical minerals on federal lands. The critical minerals provisions in the ENC and natural resources titles are helpful for Iowa wind, which produces 58% of electricity in the state. This allows Iowa to be a net exporter of electricity and supports 230 blade manufacturing jobs in Fort Madison. Ensuring we mine critical minerals here in the U.S. and process those minerals domestically is critical to securing our nation's global competitiveness and supporting many clean energy technologies, as well as supporting a cleaner environment from China. I also commend the significant strides we've made on NEPA reform with the package, combining measures to streamline permitting reviews for energy products and mines. Importantly, H.R. 1 places clear timelines on environmental reviews, clarifies the scope of environmental reviews, and puts sidebars on judicial reviews under NEPA. According to a recent poll from Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions Forum, 80% of people support policies that expedite government review of infrastructure projects, which is why these issues are at the heart of H.R. 1. As fiscal conservatives, we also take pride in the fact that responsible permitting reform has the opportunity to lower emissions while also costing zero taxpayer dollars and lowering the cost of energy for consumers. I'm proud of the legislative wins in H.R. 1 to reduce energy costs. We all want a cleaner, healthier planet for our children and grandchildren, and also affordable, abundant energy. H.R. 1 is a step in the right direction, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise today to share my disappointment and to oppose H.R. 1. As a representative of California, I've worked to find solutions that deal with price spikes at the pump, bring down high heating bills, and deliver lower costs overall to my constituents. So you can imagine my optimism when I first saw on our agenda a bill that supposedly aims at lowering energy costs. But when I read it, I was shocked to see that the only lower thing that it does is lower standards for our nation's polluters. This bill doesn't deliver less costs to families. It only forces more giveaways of our public lands to big oil companies, the same oil companies that already have thousands of unused drilling permits. This bill doesn't decrease energy prices. It increases the number of loopholes in our public health laws. And this bill just doesn't fail to help families bring their utility bills down. It actually repeals solutions that we put in place last year to bring down heating costs, and to help folks upgrade to more efficient home energy appliances. Higher levels of pollution, higher costs for families, and let's not forget, higher budget deficits to the tune of $2.4 billion over the next decade. Is that being fiscally responsible? Madam Chair, putting polluters ahead of people is bad enough, but actually raising energy costs and our federal deficit while proclaiming to care about this is even worse. I urge my colleagues to vote no, so we can actually work together to build on the laws we've actually passed that promote clean energy, cut energy costs for families across the country, and reduce the deficit. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. Madam Chair, Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, legislation offered by our majority leader that will fulfill House Republicans' commitment to America and focuses on one of the most pressing issues facing communities in Ohio and across the country. Over the past 2 years, I've heard from countless people in Ohio's 5th District that the soaring cost of energy has negatively impacted family budgeting, business operations, and agricultural output. One retired individual told me that his gas budget plan went from $100 a month to $160. Farmers in my district were hit hard because of the need to fuel their farm equipment and ag purchase fertilizer and other materials made from petroleum products. In 2022, operating costs for ag producers went up a whopping 30%. This resulted in higher food and grocery costs for consumers, eating up a larger share of the family budget. There's no way around it. Energy plays a huge role in America's economy. Plants in northern Ohio, such as glass, steel, food processing, depend on reliable and affordable energy. When I asked stakeholders at a recent Energy and Commerce Roundtable whether we need more or less power in the future to meet demand, it was unanimous. Our economic future depends on the generation of more power, not less. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's policy of restricting access and production of energy resulted in higher costs. After promising throughout 2020 that he was going to shut down American energy production, President Biden came into office and immediately canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, which would have carried 830,000 barrels of oil per day from Canada. This ill-conceived order also eliminated good American-paying jobs. He then halted new oil and gas leases on federal lands, slowed or halted the permitting process for new oil and gas projects, and authorized financial regulators to issue new rules to make it harder to invest in the oil and gas industry. Instead of recognizing that his failed policies were causing prices to increase, the administration called on countries like Russia, Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and other OPEC nations for relief and authorized historic releases from our strategic petroleum reserve to manipulate the markets. To the surprise of no one, all of these gimmicks failed, and the American people have paid the price. That ends today. H.R. 1 represents the culmination of our early efforts to solve the problem of lowering energy costs. It will increase domestic energy production, reform restrictive and costly permitting processes, reverse the Biden administration's anti-American energy policies, and boost the processing and production of critical minerals. This legislation also includes my bill, the Refiner Act, to boost refining capacity in the United States. In order to meet the energy demands of the American people, we need more refining infrastructure to transform product into fuel and other petroleum products. We also need increased capacity to keep the prices of everyday goods down, like medicine, hygiene products,
gentleman's time has
clothing,
expired.
home improvement products, and more. The Refiner Act will provide us with much-needed blueprint to do just that. I urge my colleagues
The gentleman's
to support
time has
legislation.
expired.
I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now yield 2 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, like many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle here today, I believe we need an all-of-the-above energy approach in this country. And as a member of Congress representing a district that's 65% covered in corn and soybeans every single summer, that all-of-the-above approach includes strong support for biofuels. When prices at the gas pump were rising last year, I worked across the aisle to pass legislation allowing for the year-round sales of E15 through this House. This was the first time a bill like this passed this body. Renewable fuels like E15 are made with a higher ethanol blend than regular gasoline and can sell for up to 40 cents less per gallon in Minnesota. Investments in E15 and biofuels means new markets for our family farmers growing corn and soybeans in my district. And it means giving our domestic energy supply the security and reinforcement as we work to increase U.S. energy independence. I'm proud to have worked last summer to pass the largest investment in biofuels in our nation's history through the Inflation Reduction Act. This is a game changer for corn growers and soybean farmers in my district, and it's a common sense way to help protect our environment, strengthen our energy independence, and lower costs for Americans. The Inflation Reduction Act included many more investments in renewable energy and important reforms to our oil and gas leasing practices. But today, House Republicans are putting forth hyper-partisan legislation to roll back the climate progress we made in the last Congress, gutting clean air and drinking water protections and giving handouts to polluters. Their so-called all-of-the-above energy bill does not contain even a discussion of biofuels.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Offered by colleagues from my colleague in Iowa.
The gentlelady's
biofuels
time
in this
is expired.
legislation. 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, I'll yield another 30 seconds to the gentlewoman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
And Republicans blocked it. It's one thing to say you support an all-of-the-above energy approach. It's entirely another thing to actually do it. I'll work with anyone to lower costs for my constituents, to support Minnesota farmers, but this bill is a handout to big oil and a slap in the face to family farmers. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, let me just say it's great to see the American people in the gallery for once. Listening to a debate on energy is so important to them. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1, which will
gentleman will suspend.
I'll rise again.
Members are reminded not to recognize occupants of the gallery. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 1, which will reinsert America back to its proper place as the world's leader in energy and critical mineral production. My home state of Idaho is blessed to be rich in natural resources, especially when it comes to critical minerals. Right now, there are revolutionary innovations in technology industries, transportation, and healthcare, and they all have one thing in common: an increasing need for certain critical minerals. Idaho contains an abundance of these minerals, including cobalt, lithium, and antimony. These resources not only can help the United States meet domestic demand, but they can also help fulfill global demand and bring prosperity to communities lacking in high-paying jobs. As part of the Energy and Commerce Committee, I voted for many of these provisions in H.R. 1 that support access to critical minerals in American soil and require the Department of Energy to identify resources vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has proliferated policies that have ceded America's place as a responsible, productive source to critical minerals to foreign nations, many of which are hostile to Americans. For example, instead of Idaho and America producing the world's antimony, China and Russia account for more than 75% of the world's supply. Instead of Idaho and America fulfilling the global demand for cobalt, it comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, a country with a horrifically bad human rights record. That has to change. Madam Chair, today we offer Americans an all-of-the-above energy strategy that will reverse the America Last policies currently in place. H.R. 1 will secure domestic energy supply and allow America to control its own destiny by restoring its position as a global leader in production. I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina
Reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from California, member of our committee, Mr. Cardenas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. I'm upset that the Republicans have brought forth this bill, which sells out the health and well-being of the American people. For decades, scientists have warned of the devastating impacts that human-caused climate change will have and does have on our planet. Consider even the first 3 months of this year. In January, Alabama and Georgia were hit by severe storms, straight-line winds, and tornadoes that caused at least 9 storm-related deaths. In January and March, my home state of California experienced severe winter storms, flooding, and mudslides that ended in at least 27 storm-related deaths across the state combined. And just last week in Mississippi, there was devastation by severe storms and tornadoes that resulted in 26 people dying. H.R. 1 fast-tracks offshore oil and gas developments, guts bedrock environmental and public health laws, silences communities, and reverses the significant progress that we made through the Inflation Reduction Act. These are your Republican representatives bringing forth this bill. They are selling out the American people for oil profits. Last Congress, Republicans had the choice to join Democrats as we work to deliver a historic $369 billion in climate action and clean energy investments through the Inflation Reduction Act. But instead, they have chosen to advance bills like this that, if implemented, will worsen the climate crisis and will put our children and grandchildren on a path to an unlivable future. This bill chooses to put polluters over people, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Chairman, I'm glad the people at home are watching this on TV or here in person because they're learning that H.R. 1 is going to lower their energy cost. I want to yield to the gentleman from Texas, which is a huge energy producer for our nation, Mr. Weber, a valuable member of Energy and Commerce Committee, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. Madam Speaker, this bill is absolutely critical to our nation, critical for hardworking Americans, and not to mention critical for national security. We produce energy cleaner, more efficiently, and cheaper than any other country. We need to start acting like it. The best way to reverse the damage of Biden's energy crisis and drive down energy prices is by flipping the switch and unleashing American energy at home. We have real solutions in H.R. 1 to do just that very thing. Bills like Rep. Crenshaw's Keeping America's Refineries Act will help ensure that our nation's refineries can continue to operate and keep the lights on in our country. My energy-heavy district, as the chairman referred to, houses about 50% of Texas's daily refining output. Our district is home to America's largest petroleum refineries that process 2.6 million barrels of oil a day. This bill will ensure our refineries stay online. This bill fights back on overburdensome regulations imposed by the Biden administration that targets the use of hydrofluoric acid that goes into everything from aluminum cans to vehicle fuel cells. Our country simply cannot run without energy, and let me tell you, we can't afford to live in the greenies dystopia that the folks on the other side of the aisle dream about either. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this vital piece of legislation that will unleash American energy, lower energy costs for hardworking Americans, increase production, reform the drawn-out permitting processes, streamline the energy infrastructure, and boost the production and processing of critical minerals. Our country depends on it. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, who's the ranking member of our Communications and Technology Subcommittee. 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to reaffirm my commitment and that of my Democratic colleagues to reducing energy costs for the American people. Last Congress, we delivered a historic bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, that will save Americans money and make transformative investments to fight climate change. The high energy, high efficiency electric home rebate program, in particular, gives Americans up to $14,000 to electrify their homes and improve energy efficiency. It covers up to 100% of electrification project costs for low-income households who often bear the brunt of both high energy costs and extreme weather. I know this program will save lives and money because the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, or as we call it, SMUD, is doing this in my district. Last November, I visited a constituent, a retired nurse, whose home had been fully electrified and weathered by SMUD. This includes a heat pump, water heater, induction stove, ceiling fans, energy-efficient refrigerator, and insulation. The IRA would allow SMUD to significantly expand this program, which would positively impact my constituents. H.R. 1 would repeal the home rebate program. This legislation will repeal a program that would save Americans up to $14,000. This is nothing more than a shameless giveaway to big oil when we need to be accelerating the clean energy transition. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, the new member on Energy and Commerce Committee from the Sunshine State of Florida, Mr. Dunn, for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much,
recognized.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my support for H.R. 1. With this bill, the days of America's dependence on imported energy are beginning to come to a close. Under President Biden, gas prices have skyrocketed. Leases for oil and gas have been canceled, and electricity prices have soared. Thankfully, multiple committees have come together to provide a multilateral solution for these problems. When H.R. 1 becomes law, it will lower energy costs and unleash American energy, providing clarity for critical infrastructure investors. It will streamline energy permitting and exports and repeal the new natural gas tax imposed by the Biden administration. House Republicans are delivering on our promise to reestablish the days of American energy independence. Importantly, H.R. 1 slashes burdensome regulations that make it difficult and unappealing to build in America. Eliminating these barriers in conjunction with comprehensive permitting reform will reverse the Biden administration's radical energy policies that destroyed American dominance in the energy space and compromised our national security. Simply put, H.R. 1 will unleash American innovation and unlock American resources for future generations. I look forward to voting yea on H.R. 1, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Buffalo, New York, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the ranking member. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 1. My community of Buffalo and Niagara Falls are all too familiar with the devastating consequences of decisions that put polluters over people. Toxic waste dumped by Hooker Chemical in the 1940s contaminated the Love Canal neighborhood of Niagara Falls. President Jimmy Carter declared a federal health emergency. Congress passed the Superfund Act, with Love Canal becoming the first cleanup site. In 1968, the Buffalo River caught fire due to industrial contamination and was considered biologically dead. Atrocities like this led to the approval of the Clean Water Act in 1972 and have required hundreds of millions of dollars annually for the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. And after residents sounded the alarm for years, in 2013, Tonawanda Coke was found guilty of deliberately releasing cancer-causing benzene into surrounding neighborhoods, a violation of the Clean Air Act. The Superfund Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act were each put in place after historically unchecked pollution impacted the health of our waterways, communities, and families. H.R. 1 removes safety protections, lessens accountability for violators, and diminishes public input. If this bill were in place 10 years ago, Western New York neighbors would have had no recourse to address the carcinogens and toxic substances released into the air by Tonawanda Coke. We can't let polluting history repeat itself. I am voting no on H.R. 1 and encourage colleagues who care about the health and future of our communities to do the same. With that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman reserves from New Jersey. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chairman, I'm glad we've got so many members of Energy and Commerce coming down to show the American people how we're going to lower their energy cost. And a real leader on E&C is my friend from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg. I yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Chair, here's the deal. In January, it's January 19th, 2021. Gas is $2.38 per gallon. We had just replenished our strategic petroleum reserve. American energy dominance provided stability across the geopolitical landscape. The following day, the war on domestic energy began with the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline and executive action restricting domestic production. In a matter of mere months, gas prices would reach record highs. Our emergency reserves would be tapped for political purposes, and we'd be begging adversaries to increase their production while an empowered Russia and empowered China both eye territorial expansion. This is what the radical Green New Deal looks like in implementation. My constituents have told me about the energy bills that they can't budget for, the unaffordable rate spikes in peak hours, and even stories of gas tanks being drilled into. Everything costs more when energy costs more. With H.R. 1, energy will cost less. The Lower Energy Cost Act will unleash domestic production. H.R. 1 includes permitting reforms, increased production and processing of critical minerals, and an undoing of the Biden administration's regulatory stranglehold on the energy sector. In Michigan, activists have long-eyed shutting down Line 5, an essential international pipeline sustaining 34,000 jobs across the Midwest and billions in economic activity. Language I authored included in H.R. 1 would protect these pipelines from being unilaterally shut down by an overzealous executive branch. Prosperity, opportunity, and security are on the line. I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 1, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine demonstrated that the clean energy transition isn't just important for our planet, it's important for our national security. It revealed the dangerous pitfalls of our over-reliance on global oil and gas markets. The solution is not to deepen our reliance on fossil fuels. It's to go all in on clean American energy. We need to ramp up solar, wind, hydrogen, and other similar projects across the country. And Oregon is poised for this type of investment and development. But H.R. 1 doesn't do that. Instead, it repeals major clean energy programs, even going so far as to target the home electrification rebate designed to help American families make their homes energy efficient. Yet another petty, retributive action by House Republicans. This bill worsens the climate crisis and hampers our ability to produce clean energy here at home. It is a disaster in the making. I also want to talk more specifically about my community back home. Oregon's 6th District is home to hundreds of specialty crop farmers who grow everything from blueberries to wine grapes, and hazelnuts. The farming tradition in the Willamette Valley dates back centuries. It was even publicized in the 1820s as a promised land of flowing milk and honey. Today, this land faces a serious threat. Specialty crop growers in my district recognize the imminent danger the climate crisis poses to their farming tradition. Many are already feeling the impacts of our warming planet as extreme drought, heat waves, and wildfires diminish crop yields and endanger farmers' livelihoods. H.R. 1 would exacerbate the climate crisis and further threaten Oregon's future. This bill would repeal key clean energy programs in favor of unmitigated fossil fuel production, leading to more emissions and harmful climate impacts. For all these reasons and more, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation, and I yield back.
The woman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, the rush to disaster is this rush to green energy policies without thinking about the replacement source of power generation that can be provided by American-produced natural gas, delivered to where it needs to be to produce the power and help lower carbon emissions for America. And I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Recognized.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, because lowering energy costs is a top priority of Tennesseans. Since President Biden took office, energy costs have skyrocketed. To make matters worse, congressional Democrats poured gasoline on the fire by passing a $370 billion Green New Deal giveaway that has done nothing to address the root cause of record high energy costs and inflation. My neighbors often ask, why have energy costs gone up so much so quickly? And why is the president not doing anything about it? Unfortunately, the Biden administration prioritizes the demands of woke left-wing activists that would rather hold our economy hostage than promote the cleanest, most affordable energy produced right here in the United States. Madam Speaker, because of the reckless policies of the Biden administration, Republicans have many priorities this Congress. But our number one priority is
the gentleman's time has expired.
On behalf of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Teresa Leger Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to oppose the Polluters Over People Act and the mining provisions that will make it easier for foreign-owned companies to pollute our lands and waters and destroy our tribal cultural resources. America's 150-year-old mining law already fails to protect our communities from irresponsible mining. We see that in the thousands of abandoned mines that dot New Mexico and the West. H.R. 1 would only make it worse, threatening our water, and as we know, agua es vida, water is life. I am disappointed that the Republicans blocked my amendment to stop mining exploration on public lands if it harms our water, farmers, and tribal communities. Do they not care about our most essential resource, our water? And indeed, some proposed mining projects are from subsidiaries of foreign companies like Resolution Copper in Arizona, which has ties to the Chinese Communist Party. Why are they protecting the Chinese Communist Party's subsidiary mining our precious resources? That mine would devastate tribal cultural resources and threaten our precious water resources. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this Polluter Over People Act. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from New Jersey. All right. He reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Chair, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, who is a valuable member of ENC, Ms. Kamak.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Well, thank you to my friend and colleague, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, This administration, the Biden administration, has stonewalled American energy production quite literally from day one. The permit for the Keystone XL pipeline was revoked just hours after Biden's inauguration, and permitting for new oil and gas leases were halted soon thereafter. The results were predictable. Americans endured historically high gas prices, with Floridians paying on average $4.80 per gallon last summer. Government restriction and regulation fanned the flames of inflation already burdening Floridians and Americans at gas pumps and grocery stores. We, as Republicans, have a responsibility to uphold our commitment to America. H.R. 1 will be the cornerstone of fulfilling that commitment to our friends and neighbors in Florida's 3rd District. We will start by overhauling our permitting regulations. This administration has effectively frozen all new oil and gas exploration permits, severely handicapping our ability to fulfill the energy demands of Americans. We can either choose to rely on energy imports from hostile nations and fair weather friends, or we can utilize the vast potential of our energy sector to meet our needs more efficiently and cleanly. Our energy requirements extend to nearly all of our most vital industries, arguably none more important than our agricultural sector, because a nation that cannot feed itself cannot be safe. Essential inputs from fertilizer to gasoline for tractors are directly reliant on the price of energy. Unleashing the power of our energy will keep the cost of businesses low for our producers and prices low at the grocery store, benefiting all Americans. Repealing export restrictions on LNG, liquefied natural gas, will exponentially grow our share of global gas markets. The largest LNG bunker barge, the Clean Canaveral, just completed its inaugural bunkering in Jacksonville, Florida, making the Sunshine State a new hub for natural gas. Floridians stand to benefit greatly in jobs and economic growth from the reduction of regulations
time has expired.
and LNG exports. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 1. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Madeline Dean.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. Environmental protection and smart regulation, alongside responsible businesses and every single one of us, will save our planet for the next generation, for my 4 grandchildren and for your grandchildren. You know, when my granddaughter Aubrey was only 5 years old, she attended an issues conference with a national candidate who asked Aubrey, what did she care about? And Aubrey responded, trash on the playground. How do we fix that? A simple yet important question. One of our most basic jobs is to protect our natural resources, to protect this global playground, and regulate companies to ensure that they are not able to abuse and pollute our planet. The deregulation that H.R. 1 allows will pollute our planet and harm health. This legislation guts critical investments in climate change, balloons the deficit, and rolls back key environmental standards, all while failing to address energy costs for Pennsylvania's families. And they're trying to do this at the same time when we are seeing some consequences of deregulation right in Pennsylvania, leading to environmental disasters that could poison America's family, like the derailment of the train and the environmental disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, affecting, of course, Pennsylvania's Pittsburgh suburbs. Most recently, the pollution of water in Philadelphia. It seems we need more regulation, not less. Madam Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle either forget or simply do not know that it was a Republican president, Richard Nixon, who in 1970 proposed the Environmental Protection Agency, and it began operation that same year. In the early 70s, Pennsylvania passed a brilliant constitutional amendment, Article 1, Section 27, which says Pennsylvanians are guaranteed the right to clean air, clean water, and the protection of our natural aesthetic for generations to come. This beautiful amendment is a reminder to all of us.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
That we should not pass H.R. 1, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's funny, I see Polluters Over People Act. We're talking about increasing natural gas production and delivery in this country, and according to EIA data, Switching to natural gas has accounted for as much as 61% of U.S. emissions reductions from 2005 to 2020. More natural gas, cleaner burning, American-produced natural gas delivered to where it needs to go will help us lower carbon emission and make America more energy secure. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Speaker, I stand here before you today because the American people are hurting. Over the past few years, they have been forced to cope with skyrocketing costs, a direct result of President Biden's misguided energy policies. With every step the President has taken to restrict domestic energy, from canceling the Keystone Pipeline to placing a ban on new drilling, it has become much harder for Americans to make ends meet. Fortunately, Republicans have a solution to this problem that will increase domestic energy production. The United States is home to some of the largest reserves of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. The Lower Energy Cost Act will allow us to tap into these resources so we can drive down the cost of energy and combat the out-of-control inflation that has devastated the American family. Our legislation will increase American energy production, reform our broken permitting process, reverse President Biden's anti-energy policies, and improve the construction of energy infrastructure. H.R. 1 also protects our energy future by boosting production of critical minerals, making us less reliant on our adversaries such as China. Under the leadership of Chair Rogers, my colleagues and I on the Energy and Commerce Committee have been working to shape policies that will unleash the American energy and lower cost for our families. H.R. 1 represents our commitment to fighting for an economy that is strong and a nation that is safe. This bill would help reduce our reliance on foreign oil, which would not only benefit our economy, but also strengthen our national security and our safety. The less dream of a Green New Deal future has been turned into a nightmare, and it's time for the President to wake up. With prices nearing record highs, the need to unleash American energy has never been more pressing and important. This
The
body
gentleman's
must take
time has
immediate action
expired.
to lower energy costs,
gentleman
fight
30
inflation,
seconds.
and secure our energy future. And this bill will do it. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes now to my colleague from New Jersey, Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. This bill is nothing more than a shameless handout to fossil fuel companies, and it speaks volumes that House Republicans have made it their #1 priority for the 118th Congress. My colleagues across the aisle have once again chosen to side with their big oil buddies and stand against the American people, our planet, and our future. Let me be clear. The last thing the big oil needs is another handout. Last year, we all felt pain at the pump while fossil fuel companies raked in record profits. When House Democrats voted to crack down on gas price gouging, Republicans voted no. With their new majority and this bill, Republicans are letting us know exactly where their loyalties lie and the lows that they'll sink to in order to appease those special interests. They're even giving polluters free rein to dump toxic waste on our public lands. The Republican Party has made it clear that they're happy to poison our planet if it helps their fossil fuel friends make a quick buck. Under the Polluters Over People Act, working families will pay the price, literally, through taxpayer-funded subsidies and reckless deregulation. Republicans are rewarding big oil for bad behavior, and this time, they're not even hiding it. I ask my colleagues to please oppose this, and I thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chairman, it's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Crossroads of America, Indiana, Dr. Bouchon, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. Only a few years ago, our country was comfortably meeting our energy needs with our own production. Under President Biden's reckless energy agenda, however, we have dramatically increased our dependence on foreign oil, sent gas prices sky high last year, and increased the cost of energy bills for Americans and the people in Indiana I represent. House Republicans made a commitment to America that we would end the war on American energy, and we are demonstrating that commitment today by passing H.R. 1. This bill will flip the switch on domestic energy production, reversing the administration's anti-energy policies and streamlining our energy infrastructure. Included in this bill is my Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act, which would address the broad set of critical energy resources that we need to properly assess our nation's energy supply, identify critical resources for our economy, and help locate vulnerabilities in our supply chain. Under this legislation, the U.S. could produce energy that is cleaner and safer than other parts of the world, which we already are, where production is tied to dangerous working conditions, child labor exploitation, and extremely low pay. It would also help us shift away from our reliance on energy resources from countries controlled by foreign dictators, better protecting our national security. As a supporter of an all-of-the-above energy approach, I know how crucial it is that we take steps to safeguard and secure the energy resources necessary to keep the lights on, rates down, and emissions low. I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 1 so that we can address America's energy crisis created by the administration and meet America's energy needs on our own. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield now 2 minutes to the gentleman from our committee, Mr. Sarbanes of Maryland.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding and recognizing me. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republicans' energy bill. I have deep concerns about this package overall in terms of its attack on our bedrock environmental laws, but as a Marylander, I am particularly alarmed at changes to Section 401 certifications under the Clean Water Act, which would endanger the health of the Chesapeake Bay. To protect our environment and public health, states need to have the authority and tools to regulate pollution in their waters. But one section of this bill would narrow states' ability to regulate pollution sources that impact downstream water quality. This bill would also restrict the conditions and limitations that a state could place on clean water certification, further hampering a state's means of protecting its waters. That has grave implications for a state's ability to set limits on how much of a particular pollutant a water body can accept while still meeting the state's overall water quality standards. These limits, known as total maximum daily loads or TMDLs, are required to restore waters impaired by pollution, which is the case for the Chesapeake Bay and most of its tributaries. That is why I filed an amendment with Congressman Bobby Scott to ensure that this energy bill would not impact a state's authority to establish or implement a state-approved TMDL for an impaired waterway. Unfortunately, the Republicans did not allow for this amendment to be offered on the floor today, so as this bill strips away environmental and public health protections across the board, we don't even have the most basic assurances that states will be able to design and execute their own plans to reduce waterway pollution. For the Chesapeake Bay, this could be disastrous. The TMDLs are the guides by which the 7 watershed jurisdictions work with EPA to continue making progress on the larger Chesapeake Bay Agreement. It's gross negligence as a matter of legislation to roll back these key protections for these bodies of water. But tragically, rolling back these protections is the chief goal of this bill. That's what it's all about. And for that reason, I encourage all of my colleagues to oppose it.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the Marcellus Shale in Pennsylvania has an immeasurable amount of natural gas. I want to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for a minute and a half.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank my friend, the gentleman from South Carolina. Madam Speaker, the increased cost of energy over the last couple of years under the Biden administration has put tremendous strains on small businesses, families, my neighbors across Pennsylvania, across our country. My district does encompass a good portion of the Marcellus Shale, one of the highest natural gas producing regions, in fact, in the world. Energy is jobs. Energy is good pay. Natural gas is about education. The schools that are developing throughout my communities in order to enrich young people for the future and have them stay in Pennsylvania is so incredibly meaningful, Madam Speaker. As well, natural gas, Madam Speaker, is one of the cleanest energies known to man. A tripling, it is known, of the use of natural gas will enormously reduce carbon emissions on a worldwide perspective. There is so much good about this. Natural gas is an answer to any transitional carbon-free emissions. So, Madam Speaker, as well, this administration has been doing everything it can to assault domestic energy and is truly choosing Venezuela over Pennsylvania and OPEC over Texas, and the list can go on. And this is senseless. H.R. 1 corrects a lot of this. H.R. 1 is about energy independence, which improves our national security. It is about less carbon emissions because we do create the cleanest energy in the world.
The gentleman's time has expired.
The H.R. 1 is about strengthening America, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Eric Sorens.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Congress's only meteorologist, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1, House Republicans' Polluters Over People Act. This bill does nothing to lower energy costs for working families. This bill does nothing to help our farm families dealing with the effects of extreme weather. This bill does nothing to support the domestic production of biofuels in central and northwestern Illinois. In fact, instead of lowering costs for working communities across the nation, the Polluters Over People Act pads the pockets of big oil and gas, guts environmental protections, and adds $2.4 billion to the deficit. Earlier this week, I offered an amendment that would have prevented big corporations from selling natural gas overseas until we could ensure that it won't raise prices here at home. I am disappointed that Republicans put polluters over people and blocked my amendment from being considered today. At home in Illinois, sustainability is not a partisan issue. Democrats, Republicans, and independents all want our communities to be clean and prosperous. I thought this would be a bipartisan goal in Congress, but it seems that my colleagues across the aisle are willing to let the federal deficit balloon for big oil and corporate interests at the expense of our communities' futures. Not only will this decision impact our daily lives, it impacts the lives of our children, grandchildren, and their grandchildren. I stand ready to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on common sense solutions that meet our nation's energy needs while lowering energy costs for working families. And American families deserve much more. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserve. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, exporting U.S.-produced, cleaner-burning natural gas to places like Vietnam and China, allow them to take their coal-fired power plants offline, actually lowers carbon emissions globally. Y'all say you'll care about carbon emissions globally? Exporting clean-burning natural gas will help do that. I want to yield to the gentleman from Alabama. Roll Tide, 2.5 minutes. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. I'm proud of the work that we're doing here to reduce the burden of high energy costs facing Americans and to strengthen our national security. I'm also pleased that my bill to repeal the EPA's $27 billion slush fund is included in H.R. 1. It's an important step to right the numerous wrongs in the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act. I've said many times that the war in Ukraine didn't create the energy crisis, it exposed it. If we learn nothing else from the energy crisis in Europe, it's that we should never make our nation or our allies dependent on an adversarial nation to meet our energy needs. Sadly, the Biden administration's attacks on American hydrocarbon energy make us more dependent on China, who is an adversary, making this not only an economic security issue, but a national security issue as well, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, the Lower Energy Cost Act puts us on a path to energy security, improves our economy, and strengthens our national security. Additionally, Americans have been facing record levels of inflation due to the policies of the Biden administration. Energy costs are one of the biggest drivers of inflation. Everything we use or consume has an energy cost. On day one, President Biden set the course for higher energy costs and higher inflation. When he came into office, inflation was 1.87%. Today, it's over 6.5% because of reckless spending, increases in massive regulatory costs, and higher energy costs. The misnamed Inflation Reduction Act contributed to these problems by establishing the so-called Greenhouse Reduction Fund, which is nothing more than a $27 billion slush fund for green advocacy groups. The reality is energy prices have risen so much during Joe Biden's presidency that nearly 20 million households are now behind on their household utility bills. If my colleagues really wanted to help the American people, they would do everything they could to help reduce energy costs. Polling indicates, and this might be interesting to my colleagues, polling indicates that a majority of voters support the Lower Energy Cost Act, including 56% of self-identified liberals and 69% of moderates. For these reasons, I encourage all my colleagues to support unleashing our domestic energy production to reduce the cost of living for all Americans, strengthening our national security, and making energy independent again. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes now to my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because Republicans' so-called energy legislation is a farce. This bill does nothing to lower energy costs. It instead increases our deficit by $2.4 billion in handouts to big oil. In Ways and Means, the Oversight Committee clearly presented a report last year that clearly showed from the energy oil companies themselves why, not Biden, but the oil companies raised the price beyond belief. I tried to offer a simple amendment to this bill. It expressed support for offshore wind development, a clean energy source. That's it. It was blocked. At the same time, amendment on your side was added, which gives hot air to fictions about offshore wind. So much for regular order. Let me be clear. The experts agree. NOAA agrees. National Organization of Atmospheric Administration and Oceanic. The experts agree offshore wind is not harmful to marine life. We wouldn't support it. The author of one of these amendments was once a big supporter of wind energy. Now he's leading the misinformation campaign against offshore wind. How do you like that? Republicans don't listen to experts or science. We know that. Their attacks on clean energy are rooted in pure bad faith. And wind power is clean energy. It supports good-paying union manufacturing and construction jobs.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
You know, I applaud leadership for allowing this bill to actually go through regular order. It went through 3 committees, 21 bills, hearings, markup, amendments offered, and here we are today. I want to yield 2 minutes to a gentleman who also is from Pennsylvania, huge area, Marcellus Shale, producing so much natural gas for the nation. I yield Dr. Joyce 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 years, President Biden has made it his top priority to wage war on American energy. On his first day in office, President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline and sent a message for those who wish to produce energy here in the United States that they would not be welcomed during his tenure. When gas prices soared to over $5 a gallon in Pennsylvania last summer, his administration continued to tout the benefits of the Green New Deal, instead of working to lower prices for American families. Now, House Republicans are finally putting an end to Biden's failed policies. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, would create the permitting reform that is required in order to allow American companies to produce the oil, natural gas, and critical minerals that we so desperately need. Included in this bill is legislation that I crafted to provide critical energy resource facilities the ability to participate in the EPA's flexible air permitting program and providing them with the ability to anticipate operational changes. This isn't about cutting regulations. It's about giving certainty to American energy producers. This legislation allows us to provide flexibility that American businesses need to mine and produce critical materials safely, while at the same time spurring investments into our own communities. It was President Reagan who said, "We maintain peace through our strength." Today, that means returning to American energy dominance and ending our reliance on foreign oil. It's time to streamline the permitting process. It's time to lower energy prices. And it's time to create American jobs. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman. And you know what? We hoped, coming from an energy state, that we could do this bipartisan. But H.R. 1 goes off on a tangent that even union members are questioning. If you want to know what the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers would like, they'd like us to be bipartisan and to get a framework to strengthen and to get reliable federal permitting so that we could continue to have jobs. And even those who believe in parks like I do would like a permitting process that works and protects our parks. But not, if we look at this, what we'll be doing is just giving people a blank slip and they can do whatever they want to do in America's precious parks. That's not where we want to be. I am grateful for the idea that we want to build our economy, but we cannot build our economy on environmental disasters which are happening around the nation. The 2008 coal ash spill in Tennessee, the 2014 water crisis in Flint, and the concealed 2022 radioactive spill in Minnesota, the tragedy with the tornado in Mississippi, and the train chemical spill and fire in Ohio. It is clear that we need to do something together, but this is not it. H.R. 1 will in fact impact our environment by taking away the requirements for waste produced by certain energy facilities. It will undermine the Texas Substance Control Act by short-circuiting the review and approval process for new chemicals. It will also allow the EPA administrator to circumvent the scientific process of approving or denying flexible permitting. That's not what our workers want us to do. In addition, we find that the federal government recognizes that this is not working. In its statement to veto, the president acknowledges that this will raise costs for American families by repealing household energy rebates. It'll roll back historic investments to increase access to low-cost energy. And instead of protecting American consumers,
Gentlelady's time has expired.
It would pad and increase profits by those who already have profits. What about our health? What about our children?
Time has expired.
H.R. 1 is not bipartisan. It needs to be a compromise working with all of us to create jobs.
The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield 2 minutes to a new member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, my friend from California, Mr. Overnote.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the problem of increasing energy costs is a critically important issue for my constituents. Many of the members of my community are paying natural gas prices over twice as high as they were a year ago, and they count themselves lucky because some of the people in my district have natural gas bills 3 times higher to heat their homes than they were a year ago. Also, gasoline prices in my district are almost twice as high as they were just a few years ago. And Mr. Speaker, I represent over 100,000 people who commute over an hour each way back and forth to Los Angeles every day. Mr. Speaker, they are not doing this because they want to. They're doing this because that is what's required to put food on the table for their families. They can't afford to buy a new car, much less an electric car. Every time the price of energy goes up, these people feel the effects the most acutely. This is not unique to my district. In fact, a survey released several weeks ago showed that over 30% of Americans had to make the incredibly difficult decision between paying a higher energy bill or buying basic necessities for their family in the last 12 months. This bill is a meaningful step towards improving that situation. It would streamline the production of energy here in America. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have here is a classic one of supply and demand. And unfortunately, we have actively, at both the federal and state level, sought to constrain the supply of domestic energy here in America over the last several years. Economists will tell you that when you do that, when you have a fixed demand and you constrain supply, prices have to go up. That is exactly what has been happening, and it is disproportionately impacting the segment of our population who can least afford to pay it. Mr. Speaker, we produce energy more cleanly in America than anywhere else on the planet. When we force our constituents to import a barrel of oil from Venezuela, it has a 50% higher life cycle greenhouse gas emission than a barrel of oil produced here. This will meaningfully improve that situation. I urge support of H.R. 1.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5, the Polluters Over People Act. Besides increasing the deficit by $2.4 billion, this bill eviscerates bedrock environmental protections. These protections are in place for a reason. My community has been stifled by decades of environmental abuses, and as a result, economic growth in many areas is a challenge, and the health and safety of my constituents are at risk. My district was once a thriving manufacturing community, but factories dumped waste in rivers, buried toxic materials, and disposed of materials with no oversight. Now my district is littered with abandoned factories, fragile ecosystems, and unusable land. Sites once used for industrial, manufacturing, or commercial uses have been abandoned or underutilized due to known or suspected contaminations of the past. Environmental liabilities have been preventing developers and investors from restoring these properties to productive use and revitalizing impacted communities. During my time in Congress, I have fought to bring back millions of dollars to my district for brownfield remediation in places like Waterbury, New Britain, and Torrington, places where asthma-related illnesses are on the rise as a direct result of environmental factors. We are working to clean decades of pollution in the rivers of the Housatonic, Naugatuck, and Farmington valleys. These once blighted properties have been transformed into fisheries, art spaces, and even affordable housing. After years of hard work, we were able to secure wild and scenic designations for miles of rivers in Connecticut. My state is literally beginning to breathe again. This legislation rolls back environmental protections and regulations and gives billions in handouts to big oil and gas. In Connecticut 5, we are learning hard lessons about cleaning up environmental messes of the past. I urge a no vote on this dangerous and harmful legislation, and for us to listen to the science and follow what we already know to be true. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Ohio also has the Marcellus Shale. They're a big producer in oil and coal and hydro and nuclear and a lot of other things. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, who's a new member on the Energy and Commerce Committee, I want to yield 2 minutes to.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Duncan. I rise in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energies Act. The American people deserve reliable, secure, and affordable energy to power our homes and businesses, fuel our vehicles, and sustain our way of life. In this country, we are blessed with abundance of clean and affordable energy resources capable of meeting our energy needs for many generations to come. Today, we have an opportunity to end our reliance on bad actors, lower prices for families hurting under high sky inflation, and finally unleashing American energy dominance. H.R. 1 is about ensuring a secure energy future for America. Just recently, PJM Interconnection, one of the nation's largest grid operators, released an alarming report about the long-term reliability of America's power grid. The report shows that America's growing power demand, coupled with the retirement of existing power generation, far outweighs renewable sources' capacity to keep up. Simply put, the Biden administration's rush to green is putting us on a dangerous collision course towards power outages and energy insecurity. To see the consequences of the rush to green, just take a look at the energy crisis that unfolded when much of Europe shut off nuclear and fossil power fuel generation without a means to meet their power needs. We cannot allow ourselves to fall victim to the same fate. H.R. 1 embraces the abundant resources of our disposal and rejects the false notion that a cleaner environment can only be achieved at the peril of the United States' energy security and independence. This common-sense bill reforms the outdated permitting process, increases domestic energy production, and repeals President Biden's disastrous natural gas tax. Mr. Speaker, when the American people flip on a light switch, they should have confidence that the lights will actually come on. I'm proud to join my colleagues in delivering on our commitment to America by restoring American energy dominance. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting America's energy future with the passage of H.R. 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sylvia Garcia.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member of Energy and Commerce. This week, my Republican colleagues are fast-tracking a bill that puts polluters over people, H.R. 1. Let's be clear. This bill won't do anything, not one thing, to help American consumers and families to lower their energy costs. Yes, we do want that light on, but this bill is not going to help us get there. Instead, it would simply repeal household energy rebates passed by House Democrats like those from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. We shouldn't have to choose between dirty air and polluted water just to meet the energy needs of the future. And we simply don't have to. We could work together in a bipartisan way to address energy costs, but extreme MAGA Republicans refuse to do that. And we could work together on issues like the electrical grid liability and security, an issue that is all too important to us in my home state of Texas. Instead, Republican-backed H.R. 1 picks winners and losers. The wealthy and well-connected win, and workers lose. I stand with workers. Workers in my district know that new energy jobs and clean energy jobs are the jobs of the future. We depend on them. And I oppose this bill because this bill does not protect those workers. I urge my colleagues to do the same. Oppose this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, glad to have the author of the bill on the floor, Mr. Scalise, but I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from West Virginia, my guardian angel, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden's threat to veto H.R. 1 tells everything we need to know about the bill. It will unleash American energy and bring down energy costs. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, is about increasing domestic production, permitting reform, streamlining energy exports, and reversing President Biden's anti-energy agenda. In the first week of Joe Biden's presidency, he stopped American energy production by halting needed permits for the energy production and shutting down the Keystone Pipeline, also sending home 300 West Virginians who were out there working. He drained our strategic petroleum reserves while failing to fix the problems that he had created. Americans are sick of these policies, which is why they elected a Republican majority to be a needed check on the Biden administration's war on American energy. H.R. 1 is necessary to jumpstart American energy production and is one of many crucial energy policies that I'm looking forward to supporting. Mr. Speaker, I wish to enter into a colloquy with the Congressman from Louisiana, my good friend, the Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, I now yield to you, sir.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and really want to thank my dear friend from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, for your leadership and for yielding. And I truly appreciate your leadership on energy policy, as we're seeing here today, and also for working with us on getting this Lower Energy Costs Act to the floor and hopefully passed over to the Senate shortly. You've been a champion on energy issues of all kind, but especially on the pipeline issue specific to West Virginia. Pipelines are so critical to America's energy independence. In fact, we deal with making it easier to move pipelines, build pipelines in America. A lot of the infrastructure that we need to make this country grow is being held up right now from a lot of radical regulations on the left, outside groups that don't want American energy. They're fine with getting dirty energy from foreign countries, but they want to make it harder to get American energy. And pipelines are part of that ability for us to bring back energy production to America, provide for our own energy needs and not be dependent on other countries. Although construction on the Mountain Valley Pipeline is essentially complete, it continues to be tied up in the courts. I understand the frustration that proponents of the pipeline are experiencing, but I especially want to thank Congresswoman Miller for her leadership, because she's truly been fighting to get this project done. At the end of the day, until this project's done, it's not going to be helping not just the people of West Virginia, but so many other people. I look forward to continuing to work through this issue with my friend from West Virginia and others in our conference as we continue to push for more American energy production that will lower costs for families, not just in my home state of Louisiana, my friend from West Virginia's home state, but also for people all across America. Bad energy policy hurts families everywhere, especially low-income families. It's time we get this policy right. Thank my friend from West Virginia for her leadership, and I yield back. Majority Leader yields. The gentlewoman's time is expired.
1 more minute.
I yield to the gentlelady from West Virginia, 30 seconds.
Thank you so
Gentlelady
much.
is recognized.
And thank you, Leader Scalise, for taking the time to highlight such an important project. You have been a champion of American energy, and the Mountain Valley Pipeline is a great example of domestic energy production. I am from an energy-producing state, and I've seen and lived the effects of bad energy policy coming out of Washington, which is exactly why I came to Congress, to fight for West Virginians and my like-minded fellow Americans. Today, I am introducing the Complete American Pipelines Act, a bill to complete the Mountain Valley Pipeline and other American First projects that have been needlessly held up by left-wing radical courts. All gas from the Mountain Valley Pipeline will supply domestic energy markets. I need 10 more seconds.
I yield her 15 seconds.
Meaning lower energy prices across the country as supply will dramatically increase. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is crucial to American energy. Remember that American energy security is our American security. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes now to a member of our committee, Ms. Trahan from Massachusetts.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. Mr. Speaker, Republicans' Polluters Over People Act is a disaster of a bill. Not only does this legislation prioritize massive giveaways to big oil, gas corporations, and mining companies, but it sells out hardworking families who want nothing more than to breathe clean air and drink clean water. If Republicans are successful in making this legislation law, those corporate polluters will deplete our natural resources and destroy millions of acres of wildlife, and they'll do it for pennies on the dollar. New pipelines will be constructed without the input of critical federal agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency. And these massive corporations could be exempt from lawsuits when they spill toxic chemicals or contaminate our drinking water supplies. This bill has the fingerprints of big oil lobbyists all over it. But perhaps the most embarrassing part of this bill is how good of a return on investment it is for fossil fuel companies. Last year, a big oil CEO admitted during an Energy and Commerce hearing to cashing in on stock he owned in his own company at a time when people were feeling maximum pain at the pump. And as he told me, he did it at a 9% markup. But that predatory behavior clearly hasn't swayed the authors of H.R. 1. I'd imagine that because the same big oil corporations that stand to benefit most from this bill have donated millions to Republican politicians over the years, and they'll make that money back in a matter of minutes if this legislation becomes law. Mr. Speaker, Congress's job is to serve the hardworking folks that we represent, not pad the profits of oil barons who run ExxonMobil or Shell. Our constituents deserve better, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I request an inquiry of how much time's left.
The gentleman from South Carolina has 36 and 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I want to yield 2 minutes to the
Gentleman from New Jersey has 36 minutes. 36 and a half.
Thank you. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the Vice Chair of Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1. I stand before you, like everybody in this chamber, as a grandfather and a grandfather, somebody that wants to leave this earth better than we found it. Some in the past have argued that we must sacrifice affordable energy, reliable energy, so that we can be clean. We've seen Europe go down this path. They pushed back on fracking. They pushed back on nuclear. And today they buy fracked fuel from an enemy. We've been told that we must give up affordability, give up reliability so that we can be clean. This is a false choice. And H.R. 1 is a path to affordable, reliable, and clean energy. Let's be honest. The U.S. energy sector is not the enemy. They are the answer to our energy future. I ask my colleagues, why do you hate fossil fuels? Let's hate emissions. Let's hate the emissions and not the source. This is why H.R. 1 is so important. It's an opportunity to accomplish all three of these goals. At its core, H.R. 1 is about responsibly building Americans' energy infrastructure. The rest of the world is dying for American energy. We can replace dirty Russian petroleum products, dirty Venezuelan, Iran. We can reduce more emissions than any proposal on the left simply by using U.S. energy products. H.R. 1 pushes back on the narrative that's been spun about Republicans not caring about the earth. And more importantly, without the permitting reforms in H.R. 1, none of us can accomplish our climate or energy goals. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserved. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes now to our Democratic whip, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Catherine Clark.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member. I rise in opposition to the majority's Polluters Over People Act, a massive handout to some of the world's most profitable and most powerful corporations, a big oil giveaway that would hike the deficit instead of helping families, instead of protecting our planet, instead of lowering costs for consumers and slashing energy bills. Republicans seem to have just one priority, and that's helping the rich get richer. Through price gouging and war profiteering, big oil has doubled their profits to record level. They're hoarding millions of acres of our public land, and they're using these unprecedented resources to line their pockets. Exxon just announced a $35 billion in stock buybacks. Chevron's shareholders are pocketing $75 billion. And yet, what's the Republican plan? Triple down on allegiance to big oil, give away more federal land, invite more offshore drilling, unleash more pollution into our water and our air and our land, and leave the taxpayers footing the bill. Climate change is here. We don't have time to wait. Americans know that securing our future means investing in clean energy. Families know their health depends on it. Economists know our prosperity depends on it. And the Pentagon knows our national security depends on it. It's only MAGA Republicans who don't understand our future depends on a thriving, clean energy economy. Last year, we proudly enacted the largest climate investment in history. And now we're proudly voting no on the Polluters Over Peoples Act. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to yield 2 minutes to the Florida Gator and Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. And I thank my good friend from South Carolina, go Gators. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1, which would unleash American energy, lower energy prices, and restore the United States as energy independent and as an energy leader in the world. I'd like to thank my good friends, Leader Scalise, Chair Rogers, and my good friend here from South Carolina, good man, even though he roots for the wrong team, for being such strong leaders on the issue and bringing this legislation to the floor. Since the Biden administration came into office, Americans have been faced with a persistent energy crisis. We are in the midst of unprecedented increases in costs of living, and I continue to hear from my constituents regarding how difficult it is to make ends meet. I've heard from numerous constituents who are facing the prospect of losing their livelihood due to increased energy costs, driving up their businesses' operational costs. Tragically, other constituents are now facing severe financial hardship, facing increased energy costs while on fixed incomes. Our seniors are having a very hard time, Mr. Speaker. My constituents deserve energy policies that makes energy more affordable for Americans, not more expensive. Not only will H.R. 1 unleash American energy to decrease costs, but it will also spur the mining and processing of critical minerals domestically. It's essential that we do this. We are too dependent on our adversaries, particularly China, for these minerals that we use in nearly every aspect of our economy. H.R. 1 will allow us to produce innovative technologies and critical resources here at home, not in China. This bill will return the United States as a global energy leader and secure America's future from dependencies on our adversaries. And I thank the member here. I thank the speaker. He's a great man, and he's a leader on these issues. And I appreciate it, and it's great to
Gentleman's
work
time has
with him.
expired.
I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to a member of our Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Vesey of Texas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call attention to how Republicans' polluters energy package will do little of nothing to finally fix the, and I have to censor my poster here, Mr. Speaker, fix the grid once and for all. In February 2021, my home state of Texas had a catastrophic grid failure during a deadly winter storm that caused 246 deaths and left 5 million people in record cold temperatures without heat and businesses without power. And last summer, Texans had again to deal with the dangerous and unexpected generation failures that put further strain on our state's electric grid. And these extreme weather events are not unique to Texas. Despite these continued problems of grid resiliency, the Republican-led package we're voting on will do little of nothing to actually fix the grid. In fact, it's harmful, it's hyper-partisan, and this package will make the grid less stable. We need to make investments in electric transmissions to meet our energy needs, create good-paying jobs, and have cleaner air to breathe. And this package will do little to address the lower energy costs for people across North Texas. Not only will it not help the constituents pay their energy bills, CBO estimates that this bill will actually increase the deficit over the 2023 to 2033 period by roughly $2.4 billion. That is why I urge my Republican colleagues to stop putting polluters over people and meet us in the middle to pass a bipartisan, comprehensive solution that bolsters our nation's energy independence, helps the middle class, and finally fixes the grid. Fix the grid, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we should fix the grid, harden it from EMP threats and other things. But while we're doing that, we need the pipeline infrastructure to get the resources to where they need to go, and that's in our communities, so that baseload generation can happen. There's a gentleman from Ohio that understands energy. He is the chairman of the Environmental Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce. I want to yield him 5 minutes, Mr. Johnson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. With H.R. 1, we're working to lower energy costs for consumers across America by unleashing American energy and strengthening American supply chains. H.R. 1 addresses regulatory red tape and permitting barriers to the domestic development of energy without compromising environmental protections. The Lower Energy Costs Act also encourages domestic processing and refining of critical energy resources to ensure that components for all energy sources can be made right here in America. As chair of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Materials, I'm proud that H.R. 1 includes 7 bills that passed through our subcommittee and full committee through regular order. The bills encourage the domestic refining of critical energy resources, allow for flexible approaches to permitting, support national security, promote innovation that is currently stalled in EPA red tape, repeal 2 sections of the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, and protect American refining capacity from agency overreach. I want to thank Representatives Carter, Joyce, Pence, Curtis, Pfluger, Palmer, and Crenshaw for their work on this important legislation. In addition, H.R. 1 includes my bill, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act under Section 1007. The section would amend the Natural Gas Act to repeal all restrictions on the import and export of natural gas. Removing such restrictions would help facilitate timely exports of LNG and help our allies. A stronger LNG export industry also means increased domestic production of natural gas and lower domestic prices. I've heard my Democratic colleagues across the aisle criticize H.R. 1 because it does nothing, they say it does nothing for clean energy. This could not be further from the truth. H.R. 1 includes several provisions that incorporate focused flexibilities into certain environmental statutes in order to create an improved regulatory landscape for refining and processing critical minerals. And what are the industries that need critical minerals the most? Those are the wind, solar, and battery technology industries, all clean energy technologies. We do almost no critical mineral refining and processing in the United States. That must change, or we risk becoming dangerously dependent on China for our energy and transportation systems. The International Energy Agency estimates that the demand for critical minerals will double by 2040. We want to meet that demand with American resources and reduce reliance on China. I want to close by thanking Chair Rogers for her leadership on the Lower Energy Costs Act. Energy security is national security. And through H.R. 1, we can unleash American energy dominance and lower energy costs for American families, and thereby lowering inflation. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Lower Energy Costs Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes now to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Kim Schreier from Washington State.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just last year, we made the largest investment in clean energy technology and climate science ever. And the intention is to spur research and innovation in cutting-edge technologies and then accelerate the development and construction of a modernized electric grid, solar and wind farms, modular nuclear reactions, and improved hydropower. But none of that funding will actually affect climate change if we can't streamline the permitting process. Frankly, it's pretty exciting to me to think about permitting reform as an area where Democrats and Republicans could work together. But let's be clear that speeding up the permitting process does not mean throwing all environmental protections out the window. And that is essentially what today's bill, H.R. 1, their top priority, does today. It doesn't streamline permitting. It undermines environmental protections and is a huge handout to fossil fuel companies, in some cases allowing them to avoid environmental regulations altogether. And it pushes our energy system in the wrong direction. Look, there's urgency to shift to energy sources that don't emit greenhouse gases. Some of the glaciers on Mount Rainier in my district have already disappeared. And that is why we do need to improve the permitting process. But the bill we're discussing today decimates that process, putting natural resources at risk and fast-tracking more drilling for oil and gas and mining for minerals on our public lands. By the way, there's already 9,000 permits out there for oil and gas extraction that aren't even being used. And oil and gas companies are making record-shattering profits right now, quarter over quarter. They don't need another gift from Congress. It is time to prioritize clean energy projects, and it's those permits that require the most expediency. This bill isn't permitting reform, and it won't cut costs for American families. When they're ready, I look forward to working with my colleagues on real, serious, pragmatic permitting reform that will allow for the quickest possible transition to cleaner sources. We owe it to generations we will never know. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield proudly 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Speaker, Ohio families are paying too much for gasoline. They're paying too much for heat. They're paying too much at the grocery store, partly due to rising production costs on farms. A recent survey by ABC and the Washington Post found that roughly 40% of Americans are financially worse off today than they were just 2 years ago. They're begging for relief from soaring prices, and Republicans are answering their calls for help. That's why I'm proud to support H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. No more relying on dictators for oil. We're going to solve this problem the American way, with American workers, with American ingenuity, and with American energy. H.R. 1 does this by fixing the broken permit process so that energy producers can do their jobs faster and cheaper. We're going to unleash American energy, which will lower costs and get our economy moving in the right direction. I urge my colleagues to think of the millions, once again, millions of Americans struggling to make ends meet. Show them you care and vote for H.R. 1. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tamadar.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1 is not an all-of-the-above energy bill that will help lower costs for Americans. I rise today in opposition to this bill because it would worsen the destructive effects of climate change and line the pockets of the wealthy at the expense of the most vulnerable constituents in my district. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are sick and tired of politicians in this town using their position of power to help corporations at the expense of people. Fossil fuel companies and their lobbyists want to lessen environmental regulations so that they can pump massive amounts of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and cash in, all at the expense of the people. In Southwest Detroit, corporations continue to emit harmful and unpleasant fumes around the low-income neighborhoods in this area. This bill would help them continue to pollute and worsen environmental injustice. In my district, climate changes have increased the rate and severity of flooding. My constituents must endure property damage, water contamination, and in some cases, the loss of loved ones. Last Congress, this body made historic changes by passing the Inflation Reduction Act, reducing the pollution in our communities that is disproportionately felt by low-income and disadvantaged communities. We must not turn back. I come to Congress to fight against bills like H.R. 1 because they put my constituents directly at risk. It is absurd to lessen environmental regulations at a time when corporations choose pollution and profits over people. Please don't pass this disastrous bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I proudly yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, my colleague, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full, unambiguous support of the lower energy cost, H.R. 1. The Energy and Commerce Committee recently heard from David Hickman, a farmer, who described our current economy as, quote, the most perilous time for American agriculture. He's right, and he's not alone. Every day that I'm in Georgia's 1st Congressional District, whether I'm talking to a parent, a farmer, a teacher, or a trucker, or a small business owner, I hear the same concern. Inflation is too high. Everything from diesel to food is more expensive under this president who cannot stop himself from spending your money, stealing your retirement funds, and stomping on your small business. The average household is paying $10,000 more per year as a result of Biden's policies. What's worse is that pain is the point. On day one of his presidency, President Biden declared war on American energy and at breakneck speed ended American energy independence and killed thousands of jobs. What came next? Inflation, high interest rates, small business closing their doors, and even more inflation. When you plunge a knife into the heart of our economy, you can't be surprised when it begins bleeding out. Fortunately, House Republicans are stepping up and delivering solutions for the American people. H.R. 1 will increase American energy production, reform the permitting process for all industries, reverse this administration's anti-energy policies, streamline energy infrastructure, and boost the production and processing of critical minerals. That's a long-winded way of saying that this bill will make our energy sector more affordable, more efficient, and will create more jobs. The American people told us that inflation and high energy prices were their number one concern. And we are listening by making it the House's number one priority. It doesn't even matter if you think we should drill, baby, drill, or never use fossil fuels again. We need to be able to build in America again. That's why I'm particularly glad that my bill, H.R. 1070, was included in this legislation. It will help bring necessary permitting reform and investment in America's critical mineral mining and processing. Right now, we rely almost entirely on China for critical minerals needed for batteries, smartphones, military technologies, and more. Simply put, this is not energy independence. We depend more on China than we have ever relied on OPEC or any other countries for oil. It's a national security concern to depend on any one country for that much for such an essential material. My district is one of the few places in America that mines critical minerals, and we are eager to bring more of this essential and valuable supply chain home. H.R. 1 is an important step, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vassman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me be clear. I support our energy economy. I stand by New Mexico's energy workers who help fuel our economy. New Mexico's 2nd Congressional District is one of the top energy-producing areas in the entire world. In fact, Lee County, in my district, produces more oil than any other county in the United States. About half of New Mexico's fossil fuel operations are on public lands, and royalties from the industry make up about a third of our state's annual budget. With an industry so large, there are a lot of good-paying jobs for rural New Mexicans. But Congress is not debating a bill to support energy workers that are essential to my district. We aren't even debating the ways to lower energy costs for Americans, no matter what name Republicans give this bill. This bill is about the same old thing, padding the pockets of executives at the cost of energy workers. Now, just last year, as you can see, from when Americans saw gas prices as high as $5 per gallon at the pump, oil and gas companies made not millions, not billions, but trillions of dollars in profit. While my constituents were paying $100 to fill up their pickup truck, Exxon chiefs were making $55 billion in profit. And my colleagues across the aisle want to make them even richer at our expense. Now, in the Permian Basin, oil and gas production has increased nearly every year since 2013, and it's on track to reach even new, higher production records this year. We're already unleashing American energy. But these profits aren't going to the workers in my district. They're going to the wealthy CEOs with collections of massive mansions and cars, while the energy workers in my district are living right here in tents and temporary trailer homes, while the CEOs are living right up here in Hawaii and mansions all across the world. So while our folks risk their health and their safety to make these profits, we need to make sure that our priorities are in the right place. This bill is toxic, literally. It would increase pollution by removing the methane emission regulations and gutting the Clean Air Act. Asthma rates in southeast New Mexico are the highest in the region, largely connected to methane and other emissions, and Republicans want to make this air dirtier, send more kids to the hospital. According to Somos Un Pueblo Unido, nearly 1 in 2 energy workers has reported an injury on the job, and most of those injuries are permanent. If this bill really cared about the energy industry, it would start by prioritizing the people who work in it. As the representative for New Mexico's 2nd District, I will always prioritize my constituents, the hardworking energy workers, over the big oil CEOs from outside of my district. That's why I'm working on bipartisan legislation to ensure that our energy workers aren't being forgotten. Instead of focusing on growing the record profits for executives and CEO, my bill would focus on protecting the backbone of our energy economy, our energy workers. I'm focused on investing in the workers who have generated hundreds of millions of revenue to our state. Now, when I got to Congress, many people told me to be cautious. They said, be careful, be scared of the big oil barons. I was told that they're powerful and that if I don't agree with them and that I don't pad their pockets, I'm going to be their #1 target. Well, guess what? I'm not scared, and we won't be silenced. And so to the CEOs watching this from their glamorous mansions, just know I'll fight to ensure New Mexico's workers. Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration data, the average price for gasoline in 2022 was $1.80 per gallon, more than when President Biden assumed office. H.R. 1 is not just about energy independence. That's the underlying foundation. Well, what it's really about is the quality of life for the American people here at home and the cost of energy that is feeding the skyrocketing inflation. The average price of gas in 2020 was $2.26 per gallon. The average price of gas in 2022 was $4.06 per gallon, reaching a peak of over $5 per gallon in June of 2022. According to the Department of Energy's low-income energy affordability data, the LEAD tool, low-income households spend 8.6% of their income on energy expenses. Depending on location and income, certain households spend as much as 30% of their income on energy expenses. The energy burden for low-income households is 3 times higher than non-low-income households. In rural parts of the country, like where I represent in Appalachia, you're very familiar with that area, it's a real problem when families have to choose between putting gas in their car or groceries on the table. It's a real challenge when they have to choose between paying their heating bill or buying clothes for their kids to go to school. This is what H.R. 1 begins to address for the American people. Mr. Chair, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. From the minute that President Biden took office, he waged a war against American energy production and the independence that we previously held. The Biden administration canceled the Keystone XL pipeline on day one, imposed a $6 billion tax on natural gas, and promised $27 billion to special interest climate groups, and severely limited our fracking capabilities. These are just a few of the examples on why our energy prices are up 40% since the president took office. In my mind, everything that can be made in America should be, including energy. American-made energy provides jobs, creates economic growth, lowers prices, and is an important part of our national security. The United States must become energy independent once again, and regulatory hurdles for energy production here at home must be rolled back. This begins with permitting reform and cutting the burdensome red tape that suppresses innovation and development. I was proud to work on common sense reforms in the South Carolina General Assembly, and I'm excited to see this being done at the federal level. H.R. 1 is a top priority for House Republicans. We want to work for the people, not against them.
Gentleman's time has expired.
The gentleman, another 15 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will enhance our nation's domestic energy production while lowering energy costs for Americans across our great country. I urge everybody to support H.R. 1. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman yields.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire as to the time remaining on each side?
Ohio has 21 and 3/4 minutes. Gentleman from New Jersey has 25 and a half minutes remaining.
Well, Mr. Chair, I yield. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 2 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Darren Soto.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our friends across the aisle ran for office in 2022 and took the majority narrowly by 5 seats. It was a hard-fought battle, and many promised to reduce the deficit. Here we are today debating H.R. 1, their first major bill, literally number 1. And what have they chosen as their top issue in this Congress? A $117 billion deficit-busting taxpayer giveaway to polluters. As if oil companies who posted record profits in the billions need any more help. First of all, if we're keeping score, add this big oil giveaway up with the Rich Tax Cheat Protection Act that passed. Now that's a whopping $231 billion that would be added to the deficit by legislation that passed this House already. I thought the Republican majority was running to reduce the deficit. It looks like the exact opposite is happening. Also, where's the budget? President Biden presented his. We still see no budget from the House majority. Second, to call this bill a little out of step would be an understatement. As a result of climate change, we see in Florida extreme hurricanes, rising seas, and extreme heat. We have a public health issue there, asthma, cancer, and other issues. We see society moving forward. Major auto manufacturers are going all in on electric vehicles. Utilities are moving away from fossil fuels towards wind, solar, nuclear, green hydrogen, and others. And gas in Central Florida is between $3 to $3.25 right now. Inflation's dropped 7 months in a row. This bill just looks like it missed the moment, and now it's just a windfall for big oil. And when gas was sky high, Mr. Speaker, many colleagues across the aisle criticized Biden for using the strategic reserve during this disruption to lower gas prices. And this bill wouldn't guarantee lower gas prices, not now, not in the future. It would guarantee more pollution, more sickness, and a step backwards. Third, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, a very popular law that is transforming us to a clean economy, a clean energy economy before our very eyes. America's moving forward. Apparently, our colleagues across the aisle are the last to know. They want to repeal the IRA, including popular provisions. That didn't work well under Obamacare, and I don't think it's going to work out now. Lastly, it mandates drilling off of Florida shores. Our top industry is tourism. We need to protect our shores. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, time's
I yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Congressman Johnson. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to lend my voice in support of H.R. 1. President Biden declared war on American energy the day he took office. In fact, he blocked the Keystone XL pipeline that would have yielded 800,000 barrels of oil per day and created 33,000 American jobs. In an ominous sign of his policies to come, he put America last and approved the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to benefit Russia. The Biden administration also illegally halted all onshore oil and gas lease sales, crushing the energy market and driving up costs. American families didn't sign up for or vote for higher energy costs, but that's exactly what the Biden administration has delivered. In fact, the price of gas reached $5 a gallon just last summer for the first time in U.S. history. This Lower Energy Costs Act will help restore American energy independence and decrease Biden's harmful regulatory burdens. In fact, this bill repeals the natural gas tax imposed by the Inflation Increase Act. It stops President Biden from imposing a ban on fracking. It streamlines the federal permitting process and allows drilling on federal lands. It rolls back a $27 billion green slush fund. It gets rid of many other green fees imposed by the Inflation Increase Act. It ends the moratorium on new coal leasing and helps end dependence on foreign countries for vital energy. We don't need to go to China or Saudi Arabia for our energy needs. Our country has all that we need right here, put in the ground for us by the Lord above. H.R. 1 will finally allow energy producers to realize their full potential by ridding them of an unnecessary and onerous permitting processes that take years to navigate. This bill is a step in the right direction to reduce the regulatory burden and reignite American energy independence, so vital for our economy. So I thank my Republican friends for prioritizing this important issue in this new Congress, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Schulten.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Permitting reform. We all want it. There's a simple solution. Separate the question. But why not? We need to ask why not. Because this bill includes massive handouts to big corporations and incentivizes them to leak methane into the atmosphere. Let's just look at the bill's name, LECA. They're telling it like it is, folks, and we should be listening. There is a choice being made here by House Republicans, Mr. Speaker. They are not doing this to make our system more efficient or to lower costs for the American people, quite the opposite. This bill repeals $4.5 billion in home electrification, a program that the Department of Energy estimates could save Americans thousands of dollars annually. If we were focused on lowering costs for American families, this is what we would be focused on. I talk to West Michiganders every single day about what they want and what they need. We want to protect the Great Lakes, we want to lower our energy costs, and that means investing in conservation efforts and putting smart regulations in place that support the longevity of the Great Lakes economy. That means ensuring a future for the next generation of West Michiganders. The Big Oil Giveaway Act does none of that. It greatly expands companies' ability to exploit public land. Michigan 3 is home to a large portion of the Grand River watershed and miles of beautiful Lake Michigan shoreline. I support protecting our most beautiful protected areas, not stripping them for parts. What House Republicans are doing is this: holding an antiquated permitting system hostage to extract benefits for big oil corporations. If they want to come to the table in good faith on serious bipartisan efforts to streamline the permitting process and lower energy costs for American families, I'll be the first in line. Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I proudly yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my support for H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. This is about clean, reliable, and affordable energy. My constituents in the 17th Congressional District are feeling the pain at the pump, on their electrical bills, in their home heating costs, and in almost every single one of their purchases due to the increase in energy costs under the Biden administration. Gas prices have risen over 51% since President Biden took office. Residential electrical costs in New York State have risen over 26% since President Biden took office, 24% nationwide. Utility gas is up 44%. In just the last year, energy costs in the New York metropolitan region are up almost 10%. And not only does the cost of energy take a toll on families across America, but it has a compounding effect throughout the supply chain, driving prices of groceries and food ever higher. This out-of-control inflation has created a massive crunch on the budgets of middle-class families across New York State, but perhaps no more so than right in the Hudson Valley, where folks are facing energy bills in the thousands of dollars every month just to heat and power their homes. It's fueling the affordability crisis in New York State and is exactly why I am proud to support H.R. 1, which will restore our nation's energy independence by increasing the production and export of domestic energy while reducing the regulatory burdens that stifle American energy. We need an all-of-the-above approach that includes gas, nuclear, and renewables. That's been emphatically clear for years. Making America more dependent on foreign energy adds more pollution, not less, to our climate. H.R. 1 unleashes American energy and will drive down inflation, providing Hudson Valley families with the real relief they so desperately need. And just some facts, 60% of New Yorkers rely on natural gas. 70% of our electricity is generated by natural gas. We've had a 60% reduction in greenhouse gases because of natural gas, greater than renewables.
Gentleman, time has
Those are the
expired.
facts, and that's why we need to pass H.R. 1. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Katie Porter.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our country needs energy to flourish. Democrats know that means authorizing energy projects. The law requires corporations to engage with communities, follow our bedrock environmental principles, and ultimately advance projects that offer greater benefits than costs. Whether it's oil, natural gas, solar, or wind, the standard is the same. We shouldn't move forward until we know that the project delivers for consumers, taxpayers, and communities. Unfortunately, H.R. 1 would eliminate that determination and instead put corporate interests like big oil in charge of what energy projects get authorized. H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, gives billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded subsidies to big oil and gas. It would let fossil fuel companies hoard thousands of unused leases, require the authorization of drilling on federally protected lands, give unilateral authority to corporations to create their own environmental impact statements, and force taxpayers to pay to clean up hazardous mining waste. Congress should be doing the right thing by looking at reforms that protect taxpayers when approving energy projects. That's why I offered an amendment that would require oil, gas, and coal companies to put up a bond that actually covers the cost of cleaning up their messes from drilling and mining. That way, American taxpayers aren't on the hook to foot the billions of dollars needed to find and plug abandoned wells. Unfortunately, protecting the taxpayer from cleaning up big energy's messes from drilling and mining is too controversial for my colleagues across the aisle, and my amendment was not put on the floor for a vote. But we can still come together in a bipartisan manner. We can and should enact permitting reform that protects American taxpayers. That's why I'm submitting an amendment for the record that requires the Secretaries of Energy and Interior to certify that this bill would lower costs for American consumers and ban oil and gas exploration on protected public lands. These changes protect us all from footing the costs of big energy's record-high profits. To my colleagues across the aisle, you have an opportunity to prove to your constituents back home that you are putting them over polluters. Will you stand up for consumers and taxpayers to lower costs, or will you do the bidding of big energy? This amendment puts that question to each of us. Are we for the people or for polluters? And with this vote, you'll show your allegiance. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment to the record.
The General Lady's request will be covered under general leave.
I yield back.
Gentle Lady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I proudly yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1,
the Lower Energy Cost Act. Under the Biden administration, American families are facing skyrocketing bills and rising costs of everyday goods. I see this and experience this every day as I talk to the constituents of Florida's 7th District. By no fault of their own, they are struggling to put food on the table, gas in their cars, and to pay their bills. But I want to thank our leadership, and I want to thank Speaker McCarthy for bringing this important piece of legislation to the floor to help ease the burden many Americans feel by lowering costs. Not only will H.R. 1 lower energy costs, but it will also streamline our energy infrastructure and make us more competitive on the global stage as we are losing and being outpaced by China and Russia, our adversarial nations. President Biden has waged war, but not on our adversaries, on American energy. And he has made us more reliant on the adversarial nations, like mentioned before, Russia and China. This administration has made us dependent upon our aggressors and weaker than ever, but no more. This legislation will get us one step closer to becoming energy independent and then dominant by increasing the production of export of American energy. It is time to restore our position on the world stage and ease the burden on every American family. I thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm in strong support of this, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. The gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. As a doctor, I am all too familiar with the harmful consequences of pollution and other environmental dangers on people's health. Frontline communities near high-polluting corporations already bear too much of the burden of environmental injustice. For example, people living near fossil fuel drilling sites are at greater risk for preterm birth, cancer, asthma, and other respiratory diseases. We must do more to protect people's health, not silence the voices of these vulnerable communities like this bill aims to do, not speeding up permit approvals without local families' input on projects that will go in their backyards like this bill aims to do. This bill will also make the air we breathe dirtier and the people sicker by sacrificing key environmental protections under the Clean Air Act, the Toxic Substance Control Act, and other laws, all to increase fossil fuel energy production in a reckless and irresponsible way. This is the wrong approach. Instead, we should secure America's energy independence with clean, reliable energy that will lower costs for families and protect people's health. This includes building out our domestic supply chain for critical minerals like lithium while producing renewable energy. So we can do this through projects like geothermal energy production and lithium recovery at the Salton Sea in Imperial County, California, my district. The innovative approach we are taking there is responsible energy production with a closed-loop, clean system that also creates lithium extraction with geothermal energy. This is better for the environment, better for our communities, and better for the economy. And this shows that we do not have to sacrifice health and the environment. I urge my colleagues to reject H.R. 1 and instead work towards solutions that bring everyone together to move our country forward. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I proudly yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Ohio. I want to rise in strong support for this legislative commitment that House Republicans have initiated, H.R. 1, Lower Energy Costs Act. I want to thank my friend from Ohio for his leadership. I want to thank my good friend from Arkansas, Chairman Bruce Westerman of the Natural Resources Committee, for his fine work on this important bill. Under this administration's green energy only push, we're driving up costs for Central Arkansas families, hurting our economy and our national security. We need in this nation an all of the above energy approach for the U.S. and for the globe. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration's most recent outlook, by 2050, global energy use will increase nearly 50% compared to today. And while the share of primary energy consumption from renewables is predicted to increase from 15 to 27% by 2050, Mr. Speaker, 83% of energy consumption in that period will still need to come from coal, oil, natural gas, and nuclear. H.R. 1 takes this key step in the right direction. Instead, Biden officials are only focusing on intermittent energy sources like wind and solar, which we do not possess the large-scale storage to provide reliable and consistent source of energy. We need to be a leader in powering the world, and all of the above energy strategy will do that. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes now to a gentleman from California, Mr. Ro Khanna.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for your leadership on climate, for the role you played last Congress in passing the most historic climate legislation in the history of this country. Finally, something that inspired young people not just around this country but around the world. And what does the other side want to do? They want to start to repeal it. That legislation, which put $369 billion into climate, only marked 0.1% over the next 10 years of what our economy is going to be, $300 trillion. It was a 0.1% down payment, the largest in history. And what do they want to do? They want to take away the $27 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund. Where does that money go to? It goes to rural America. It goes to factory towns. It goes to communities of color who have faced too much pollution, who have too much cancer in their communities. They want to take that money away from rural America, from factory towns, and who do they want to give it to? They want to give it to the fossil fuel companies. The fossil fuel companies, that's really what this bill is about. It's increasing the royalty, decreasing the royalty rate that fossil fuel companies pay on taxpayer land. It's a handout, a subsidy, a further subsidy to big oil. Now, the GAO has said that it will do nothing to increase oil or gas production. And we all know the facts, that oil production, gas production under this president is up. Those are the facts, that it's up. They don't care about the production. Don't let them confuse you. They want to give subsidies to Exxon, Chevron, and big oil that are making record profits off the war in Ukraine and fleecing the American people. They want to take away money from rural communities, take away money from factory towns, take away money from Americans who are suffering, and give fossil fuel subsidies. That's wrong, and thank you, Mr. Pallone, for opposing it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I proudly yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support H.R. 1 and permitting reform under the National Environmental Protection Act, also known as NEPA. Nebraska has been on the front lines of NEPA's impacts over the course of a decades-long expressway program through my congressional district. It has taken 10 more years than it should have. Under the Obama administration, the length of time for NEPA reviews climbed from 3.4 years in 2010 to 5.2 years in 2016. President Trump rolled back the red tape, but President Biden brought it all back and expanded the prior requirements. H.R. 1 makes reasonable reforms to ensure that NEPA is applied expeditiously and without unnecessarily burdening states. In Nebraska, and I suspect way too many other states, common sense solutions and mitigation strategies to steward our natural resources need to be protected, but we need to do it under NEPA. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chairman, Republicans keep talking about lowering energy costs, but let's be honest with the American people. Right now, the price of oil is $50 per barrel less than its high last year. The price of a gallon of gasoline is $1.57 less than its high last year. The price of natural gas is 78% lower than it was at its high last year. Of course, we'd all like even lower prices. But the bottom line is this bill is misnamed. It will not lower energy prices. It would make natural gas more expensive by making Americans compete with consumers across the globe. It would make our electricity dirtier and more expensive. It would enrich the oil and gas companies that price gouged American consumers last year. This bill is nothing but a handout to the fossil fuel industry that would drive prices higher for Americans. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
Mr.
Ohio
Chair,
is
I
recognized.
yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Saying that gasoline prices are down is a little bit like giving an arsonist a medal for putting out a fire that he helped start. They're still 50% higher than when President Biden took office. That's not counting about inputs for ag products like fertilizer, which the natural feedstock is natural gas, all of those different issues. But that's not really the point in all of this. Two things can be true at once. The world's going to need more oil and natural gas and drive more electric cars in the next decade. And this bill has a little bit of something for everything for all of that. The last time we brought a refinery online in the United States with any true downstream capacity was the year I was born, 1976, 46 years ago. We want to continue to build more electrification, have more batteries for more American-made electric vehicles. Well, we need the rare earths to do it. This bill does those things. And when you live in a small town, in a small community like I do, in the geographic center of North America, we have recognized very clearly how hard it is to get the products that North Dakota makes that the rest of the world needs to market. Doesn't matter if it's corn, doesn't matter if it's fertilizer, doesn't matter if it's oil, doesn't matter if it's natural gas. We used to be the shining example in the whole world on how to put infrastructure in the ground. That is no longer the case. And it's not because Americans don't know how to do it. It's not because North Dakotans don't know how to produce it. It's because alphabet soup agencies in Washington, D.C. make it harder and harder and harder. And when we can't get those projects in the ground, we starve off capital. And at the end of the day, at the bottom line, we take something that we can do domestically. We're the only country in the world that's both energy and food secure. That is an incredible strategic advantage on the world stage. And in any normal place, we would maximize that. We would do everything we could to increase that. But we don't live in a normal place, Mr. Speaker. We live in Washington, D.C. And so this bill will help us get infrastructure in the ground, help us produce those things that the world is starved for, and allow us energy dependence, energy dominance, and also help communities in states like mine continue to thrive. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire once again how much time is remaining on each side?
Gentleman from Ohio has 11 and a half minutes. Gentleman from New Jersey has 13 and a half.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Hampshire who's a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Annie Custer.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. I'll take my time to point out two glaring flaws with this bill. First, H.R. 1 will make energy more expensive for Granite Staters. Right now, natural gas is the single largest source of electricity in New England. When natural gas prices go up, electricity prices in New Hampshire go up. Yet H.R. 1 makes it easier for natural gas producers to export American fuel to foreign adversaries like China. Making it easier for natural gas companies to export fuel to China, where the prices are currently higher, will cause U.S. natural gas prices to rise. As a result, electricity prices in New Hampshire will rise too. My amendment to H.R. 1, which the Rules Committee did not make in order, would have addressed this problem. But instead of putting Americans' consumers first, the majority is focused on lining the pockets of big oil and gas companies. The solution to our nation's energy problems is building new, low-cost renewables so we aren't reliant on expensive carbon-polluting forms of energy. Second, H.R. 1 is going to actually weaken control on PFAS chemicals. In New Hampshire, we know just how damaging PFAS can be to our water supplies and the communities that rely upon them. Congress should be making it more difficult to bring new PFAS chemicals to come to the market. But H.R. 1 erodes the very process, the chemical review process under the Toxic Substances Control Act, allowing new PFAS chemicals to come on the market without any consideration for the danger that they may present to the public. It's the responsibility of Congress to prevent these dangerous chemicals from coming to the market. Rather than wasting our time pursuing legislation that puts polluters over people, let's focus on coming together. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we have no more remaining speakers. We're prepared to close if the minority is.
I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to close.
You're not prepared to close? Okay, well then, you know, Mr. Chair, we've said it over and over and over again, and there's not denying it. Energy security is national security. That's what H.R. 1 is all about. Unleashing American energy, production, permitting, put American energy back into play to address the needs and concerns of the American people, to lower inflation, and to ensure America's national security on the international stage. That's what H.R. 1 is all about. I look forward to closing here in a few minutes with some striking comments about telling the truth. I heard the ranking member from our Energy and Commerce Committee a little bit ago say, tell the American people the truth, and I respect him greatly. I'm going to tell the American people the truth in just a little bit. With that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. I guess that's what he said. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for one more speaker, but I'll yield myself such time as they may consume at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I keep hearing that Republicans want to lower energy costs with this bill and how important it is to export natural gas overseas, but I want to take a moment to examine some history here. Back in 2015, with a Republican-controlled House and a Republican-controlled Senate, Congress passed a bill that repealed the crude oil export ban. Since then, crude oil and petroleum product exports to China have tripled, and the amount of refining capacity on the east coast of the United States has decreased by 36%. And this is not a coincidence. Lifting the export ban meant that oil producers saw more profits in sending their oil overseas, including to China, and little in refining it here at home. And that led to 10 refineries closing in the intervening 7 years, destroying jobs. It tied the price of oil in the U.S. firmly to the price of oil on global markets, which has been responsible for the gas prices roller coaster we've seen for the past few years. Now, what that bill did was enrich a very small amount of people who export oil at the expense of every other American who now has to pay a little bit more for gasoline. And now Republicans with this bill want to turn around and do this for the natural gas industry, too. This bill makes it far too easy to export LNG abroad, yes, including to China, and this would mean the same process would repeat. You would pay more for energy, American factories and industries would pay more for energy, and a very small sliver of natural gas businesses would profit. It's prioritizing the enrichment of the few over the needs of many Americans. The sheer goal of calling this the Lower Energy Costs Act, in my opinion, is insulting. It's insulting to refinery workers who lost their jobs. It's insulting to the frontline communities next to fossil fuel plants that suffer from dirtier air. And it's insulting to the hundreds of millions of Americans who would have to pay more to keep their houses warm each winter. And I reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve, Mr. Chair. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Ohio, from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield now to the Speaker Emeritus of the House, Ms. Nancy Pelosi.
Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For how long, I'm sorry?
3 minutes. 3 minutes?
Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his great leadership in opposing this reckless legislation that is on the floor today. I thank Mr. Grijalva for his leadership as well, and our chair of the ranking member on the Transportation Committee, Mr. Larson, for their setting the record straight in the different categories of this legislation. You just set the record straight again, Mr. Pallone. Thank you so much for giving us a history lesson to some in this room who may not remember the course of events that has taken us to this place. Today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to join in sounding the alarm, a fire alarm, a five-alarm climate emergency, which is an existential threat, the existential threat of our time. Our colleagues, many of our colleagues, including our distinguished ranking members, have gone into detail about opposition to this bill. I want to focus on the climate aspect of it. It was pride, and during my term as Speaker, House Democrats made climate our flagship issue. When we enacted the Inflation Reduction Law, our nation took a landmark step to rescue our planet. Yet our progress stands in sharp contrast to the reckless Republican bill before us, which on every score puts polluters first. We know that climate is a health issue. You referenced that in your comments, Mr. Chairman. When Democrats are slashing pollution to preserve clean air and water, this bill guts bedrock health protections to fast-track polluter projects. Climate is an economic issue. While Democrats are creating jobs and lowering energy costs, this bill gives $2.4 billion in handouts to the biggest polluters. Climate is a national security issue. While Democrats are declaring America's energy independence, this bill seeks to keep us at the mercy of oil-rich dictators. Finally, climate is a moral issue. While Democrats are honoring an obligation to pass on a healthy planet to our children and grandchildren, this bill is nothing short of a dereliction of duty. It's God's creation. We're religious people here in this body, right? It's God's creation. Don't we have a responsibility to be good stewards of God's creation? The climate emergency is putting lives at risk right now with extreme weather pillaging communities that you represent and hitting families at the kitchen table. With this legislation, Republicans have chosen to ignore the needs of America's working families. Instead, Republicans are putting polluters over people. For the planet and for the children, I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman.
Thank you.
Yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. O'Donnell.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's often said in this chamber, I didn't anticipate debating, but as I sit on the floor and listening to some of the things coming from the Democrats about this bill, a lot of it's just simply not true. The Democrats are accusing us of providing funds and slush funds to big oil. But in the very Inflation Reduction Act that they passed on a partisan basis, mind you, last Congress, there's $20 billion in that bill that goes to the green energy, environment slush fund. That stuff, the EPA is already saying, Mr. Speaker, that $20 billion is being basically earmarked for a handful of special interests that the American people have no idea about. The Democrats want to lecture us about making sure that we stop the polluters, but their own energy plan actually empowers the biggest polluters on the planet, and that is China. It is China that mines for all the minerals for electric batteries, and China does not care about emission standards. The Democrats have no problem empowering China when it comes to mineral production. They have no problem empowering China when it comes to oil production. They just want to limit it here in the United States. This is the same backwards thinking that the Europeans have realized in the face of Putin's aggression in Ukraine. It was all good to let Russia drill as long as Europe didn't drill. Folks, that does not work when it comes to energy production. H.R. 1 brings common sense back to America's energy matrix. It's an all of the above strategy. And listen, I'm a member who has some issues, but I'm voting for the legislation because it is far more important to put America in first position when it comes to energy exploration on the globe, as opposed to funding these Green New Deal think tanks and these Green New Deal energy consortiums that haven't proven that they can deliver baseload power to address the needs of the American people. We have an energy problem, that is true. And our energy problem starts first with having cheap and readily available energy for poor Americans, middle-income Americans, small business owners, medium-sized business owners, and yes, even the people who are wealthy among us. Our economy thrives with a robust energy matrix, not one divided up based upon special interests from the left. That does not work. What works is actually using tried and true energy production standards. And by the way, when we drill for natural gas and explore for natural gas and oil here in America, we do it cleaner than anywhere else in the globe. We do it better than anywhere else in the globe, so much so that people want to import it from us. That sounds like a quality plan for America, not the dogma from the Democrats. I've been hearing the talking points all week. Polluters over people? That's a joke. The only people who are putting interest over people are the Democrats with their faulty energy policy. It must stop. We have to put Americans first. Support H.R. 1. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, and I'm prepared to close if the minority is.
I'm still not prepared to close because I might have another speaker.
You have another speaker? Okay,
I'm not sure.
I reserve.
I'll yield myself such
I
time.
reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chairman, today Republicans have completed the process of trying to determine what exactly their energy policy will be. It's not about energy independence. It's not even about an all of the above energy approach. Instead, it's a return to the glory days for them of oil and gas running the show. Today's bill, however, does nothing to chart a course for American energy policy. Instead, it's a political messaging bill. Industry admits it. There was a Politico piece last week detailing how Republican industry allies feel about the bill. Rapid Energy Group, which is run by Bob McNally, who testified at Energy and Commerce's first hearing this year, sent an analysis note to their clients saying that H.R. 1 is doomed in the Senate. Several anonymous Republican members have said the very same things themselves in press interviews. So let's be clear. 3 months in their majority, instead of using their power to seriously tackle issues in a bipartisan manner, many of my colleagues on the Democratic side said today they wanted to work with Republicans on real energy policy. But instead, Republicans have chosen to put forward a messaging bill that I think is really an insult to every single American that's not an oil or gas executive. It's a message bill, and the message is this. They want the energy your family uses to be dirtier and more expensive, and it's a shame. But that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
All right. If the gentleman wants to go ahead, then I'll close.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time. I'm calling this the Polluters Over People Act because it eliminates the environmental protections that keep families and communities safe while doing nothing to lower energy costs. Everyday Americans need relief from high energy costs. Big oil is still making record profits, and instead of cracking down on price gouging, House Republicans are handing giveaways to big oil and gas company CEOs without delivering any help to working families. The East Palestine train derailment and other recent catastrophes have shown just how dangerous putting profits before people can be. As the climate crisis accelerates, we need real action to support clean, secure, and affordable American energy. And that's what House Democrats delivered last year with our historic investments that will help us lead the world in the transition to clean energy and will truly combat the worsening climate crisis. After all, extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more extreme. Just last week, it was the devastating and deadly tornado that ripped through Mississippi. These horrifying extreme weather events are costing families their loved ones, their homes, and their livelihoods. House Republicans are attacking the very clean energy policies that hold polluters accountable, reduce costs for American families, and combat the worsening climate crisis. House Republicans have the wrong priorities, and we should defeat the Polluters Over People Act today. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, throughout this debate, my Democratic colleagues have repeated misinformation and engaged in fear-mongering as a tactic to convince American families to submit to their green agenda and just accept more expensive and less reliable energy as the new normal, to undermine our economy, to make the cost of living even higher, and perhaps even more troubling, severely undermine our national security. Apparently, my Democratic colleagues are okay with making China great again at the expense of the American people and the rest of the world. I heard the ranking member of Energy and Commerce, my colleague again, who I have great respect for, say a few minutes ago, tell the American people the truth. Well, let's tell the American people some truth. According to a report by the Lending Club, at the end of 2022, that's 2 years into the Biden administration, 9.3 million more United States consumers were living paycheck to paycheck compared to the prior year. Of that group, 75% identified inflation as a reason for their financial situation to be worsening. By the end of 2022, China's oil refining capacity exceeded the United States oil refining capacity. According to the International Energy Agency's oil market report, U.S. refining capacity is at 17.6 million barrels per day. According to the China Petroleum and Chemical Industry Association, China's capacity is at 18.4 million barrels per day. We are far more dependent on China today for the very rare earth minerals and critical minerals that are needed to pursue the renewable green energy plan that the Democrats are trying to push. You can't get there in the time frame that they're trying to get there, Mr. Chairman, without becoming more dependent on China. And there are those who say that Republicans are climate deniers. That is simply not true. We simply believe that Republicans have better ideas to unleash America's energy, to restore America's energy independence, and at the same time that those are good energy policies, they're also good climate policies. Let me give you an example. Everybody says that the goal of addressing the climate problem is to reduce carbon emissions. Mr. Chairman, if that is truly the goal, why do we not want to export more American natural gas around the world? According to the American Exploration and Production Council, if we would simply export 4 times the amount of natural gas that we're exporting today, and we could do that easily because we've got a wealth of it, we could lower carbon emissions more than if we were to electrify every vehicle in America, put a solar panel and a battery backup on the home and the rooftop of every residential home in America, and build 57,000 industrial-strength windmills. All combined, American natural gas is the cleanest form of natural gas on the planet. Our friends and allies in Europe, boy, they sure wish they had some of that today because they become dependent on Vladimir Putin for their sources of energy. Look at the Germans who decided to throttle their nuclear suite, become dependent on Russia for their energy. What did they end up doing? Forest clearing, burning wood to cook their food and heat their homes. Folks, we do not want to go the way of Europe. They've already tried all of this. And look, I want to implore to my Democratic colleagues, we are not arguing about the goal. We agree with cleaner forms of energy. What we're arguing about, it appears to me, is the time frame in which to accomplish that and the amount of money and the change in the quality of life that it's going to require for the American people. I'm sure many of you went to college, and when you went to college, you studied the business triangle: time, cost, and quality. You can't affect one of those without affecting the other two. And with this rush to green, if we want to do this so fast before renewable forms of energy are mature enough technologically to be able to provide the grid, the base load energy for our grid, to put fuel in our automobiles. If we want to do it that fast, it's going to cost a hell of a lot of money, and it's going to change for the worse the quality of life for the American people. H.R. 1 is a common sense energy package. If you lower energy costs, you're going to lower inflation. If you lower inflation, you're going to allow the American people to keep more of their hard-earned money. When Americans keep more of their hard-earned money, they come up with good ideas. Our economy begins to thrive. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 1 is not about politics. It's about the American people. They're sick and tired of people inside the Beltway taking and taking and taking, and they're always having to do the giving. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, support H.R. 1. It's the right thing to do for the American people. Let's unleash American energy. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-30 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended is in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 1118-30. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed on the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request to actually read the amendment into the record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Donalds of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time and the effort here. Look, in an effort to ultimately streamline the regulatory approval timeline, my amendment requires the implementation of a study that explores the licensing and permitting process of other energy sources under the Department of Energy's jurisdiction. By studying the licensing procedures of various energy sources, we can streamline the regulatory process overall by cutting down unnecessary red tape. My amendment seeks to optimize American power production, create a sense of ease and standardization in the regulatory maze surrounding various energy sources, and examine other regulatory procedures to safely expedite the approval timeline. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
We have no opposition to the amendment.
Member seek time. From Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the view of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simple and straightforward. My amendment provides congressional disapproval of the denial of the Jordan Cove project permits. The Jordan Cove project was an important liquefied natural gas proposal that would have been the only West Coast LNG export terminal and would have been essential to exporting LNG to our allies in the Pacific and freedom around the world. The Department of Energy determined that the Jordan Cove project was expected to create 6,000 jobs during peak construction and generate up to $100 million in state and local tax revenue annually. Importantly, this project would have allowed us to import clean liquefied natural gas to our allies, many of which have been dependent on energy from Russia, OPEC, Venezuela, and even Iran. America makes the cleanest energy around the world. In fact, our natural gas is 42% cleaner than Russian gas. American innovation, in particular fracking, has allowed America to be the global leader in emissions since 2000. In 2016, the United States Geological Survey released a report that increased the estimate of technically recoverable natural gas in the Mancos Shale deposit from 1.6 trillion cubic feet of natural gas to a staggering 66.3 trillion, a 40-fold increase. As David Ludlam, who worked for the West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association, says, there is enough natural gas to power the state of California for 50 years right in Colorado's 3rd District's backyard, and the need for our community to join the global energy marketplace has never been more urgent. A West Coast LNG export terminal would have shaved critical days and significant costs of export to Asia, eliminated threats associated with the hurricanes, and reduced our reliance on the Panama Canal, which causes significant uncertainty and delays. We should be advancing energy infrastructure projects to help ensure American energy dominance and help promote economic growth through a true all-of-the-above energy policy, not having elected politicians and bureaucrats pick winners and losers in the energy sector. Importantly, Jordan Cove has significant bipartisan support. In fact, the project in Colorado was supported by then U.S. Senator Cory Gardner, U.S. Senators Michael Bennet, then Governor John Hickenlooper, the Colorado Senate, the liberal Denver Post, the liberal Grand Junction Daily Sentinel, and local governments in western Colorado, including Mesa, Garfield, Rio Blanco, Moffett, Routt, Delta, and many other counties and municipalities in my region. While similar project proposals had languished for decades, Jordan Cove was on a track for success after the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission granted 2 federal permits for the Jordan Cove Energy Project and issued a certificate of public convenience and necessity to the Pacific Connector gas pipeline in March of 2019. Unfortunately, the anti-pipeline, anti-natural gas liberal governor's administration in Oregon denied the permits and the certificate necessary for these projects, essentially killing the project December of 2021 when the company pulled out, citing their inability to obtain the necessary state permits in the immediate future. If Green New Deal extremists in the governor's office actually cared about the environment, they would have supported this project, as natural gas emissions result in significantly fewer air pollutants and carbon dioxide emissions, and this important project would have advanced local, regional, and global emission reductions goals. Like the Keystone XL pipeline, Jordan Cove was a major opportunity killed by extremist environmentalists whose sole agenda isn't protecting the environment, isn't being good stewards of what we have been blessed with, but is keeping our American energy resources in the ground and killing off fossil fuels. America deserves an American energy strategy that works for all Americans, and this amendment makes clear that we should not allow states with misguided agenda to kill projects for national and global energy importance. I support adoption of this amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for
Thank
5
you,
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope after today we don't hear Republicans talk about states' rights again. Pipeline and LNG projects require both federal and state permits, and the spirit of the Clean Water Act clearly demands that states have a say in the requirements and permits that projects in their state are subject to. And this amendment disapproves of the state of Oregon's decision to deny permits to the Jordan Cove LNG export project. So, Mr. Chairman, who are we to disapprove of Oregon's decision? I don't live in Oregon. The distinguished gentlelady from Colorado offering this amendment doesn't live in Oregon. Oregon decided in a democratic fashion what standards projects had to meet in order to build in the state. Jordan Cove didn't meet those standards, and it didn't get the permits, and it didn't get built. I don't see anything objectionable there. If Congress spent floor time debating every state decision that one member of the House disagreed with, we'd never get anything done. And I just think this is a meaningless sense of Congress resolution. If this passes and the bill somehow becomes law, it won't bring the project back. It's really a messaging amendment being added to, in my opinion, a messaging bill. I'd also briefly like to note that my colleague, Congresswoman Val Hoyle, staunchly opposes this amendment and has a long history of opposing the Jordan Cove LNG project, but unfortunately has come down with COVID and regrets that she's unable to be on the floor to discuss this amendment. But Republicans promised when they took the majority that there were going to be serious legislators dealing with actual issues the country is facing. And I don't see that here, so I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The questions on the amendment offered by Congresswoman Boebert from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I'd ask for the
gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I would ask for the yeas and nays or recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Rise to speak in favor of the amendment. Ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really hope this amendment can be bipartisan. I see no reason why it wouldn't be. It simply provides predictability for states applying for primacy of Class 6 carbon capture wells. It's very straightforward. When a state submits a primacy application to the EPA has 270 days to either approve or deny the application. If the EPA is unable to do so in that generous time window, we give them another 30 days to explain why. And if, for whatever reason, the EPA fails to make a determination after 300 days, then a state can move forward. Importantly, we preserve EPA's ability to deny the application or revoke the approval using emergency measures under the Safe Drinking Water Act. So why is this needed? Because unfortunately, when states submit primacy applications for these wells, it can take years for the EPA to even bother to review the application. And there's a lot more demand for carbon capture projects. They're ramping up around the country, especially in Houston. The need for expanded permitting capacity has greatly increased. EPA should not be the roadblock to projects that are designed to reduce carbon emissions. Let me say that again, reduce carbon emissions. The International Energy Agency said carbon capture is, quote, necessary to meet national, regional, even corporate emission reduction goals. EPA Administrator Michael Regan called carbon capture a priority for the Biden administration. It's a bipartisan issue. States like Texas have already proven they can manage these wells, and giving them primacy will be a game changer for speeding up carbon capture projects. Giving states regulatory certainty is critical to successful carbon capture projects moving forward in their states. That's all this amendment does. There's no reason why this should not be bipartisan. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from Texas' amendment would undermine EPA's critical underground injection control program and endanger the health of communities around the nation, in my opinion. The Underground Injection Control Program, or UIC, regulates injection wells to protect drinking water sources. Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, EPA implements the program but can delegate primary enforcement authority or primacy to a state. To be granted primacy, states must demonstrate to EPA that they, among other things, have regulations in place that meet various minimum requirements. The point of this application and EPA approval process is to ensure there is a federal floor to regulations so drinking water is protected across the country. Now, this amendment seeks to expedite approvals of primacy applications by effectively rubber stamping state UIC programs for Class 6 wells, those used for carbon sequestration, if EPA hasn't acted on the state application within the review period. Now, just like other permit deadline provisions of the People Over Polluters Act, this would be dangerous. While this amendment targets Class 6 wells used for underground injection of carbon dioxide, the text as written would apply to state program applications or program revisions for all well types, including hazardous waste injection wells. UIC programs should be rigorous and protective. We should not gamble with people's drinking water. Once water is contaminated, we can't easily reverse course. So if Republicans care about the implementation of this program, they would support EPA as it works to ensure robust state programs are in place before granting primacy. In fact, the bipartisan infrastructure law provided $25 million towards that goal. So if states want primacy, they should complete the application process and be held to the federal standard so Americans know their water is safe. Circumventing this process will only put communities in jeopardy. So I oppose this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Texas, for what you seek recognition.
Am I recognized? In brief response to the gentleman's remarks, this does not change at all the Safe Drinking Water Act that the EPA regulates. All it says is there's a timeline for that primacy application. It can always be denied within that timeline. And by the way, the entire point of this is to reduce carbon emissions. It should be bipartisan. And with that, I yield to my friend from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
I rise in support of my amendment with Congressman Crenshaw. Really, the only thing dangerous about this is not implementing this, is not moving at the speed of relevancy. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here. And I agree with my colleague from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, that this should be bipartisan. We should be allowing the states to do what they do to reduce those emissions. This amendment's critical to ensure that states can deploy the carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies. As was mentioned, the Safe Drinking Water Act allows states to apply for primacy enforcement responsibility of underground injection control wells, including Class 6 wells that are used for injection of CO2 into deep subsurface formations for long-term storage. Only 2 states, North Dakota and Wyoming, currently have received a delegation of primary enforcement responsibility over Class 6 wells. And states' historic experience with handling these permits and the familiarity with their own geology translates to faster review times. It does not impact negatively drinking water. And the freedom to craft those programs in a manner that makes sense the most should be relied upon at that local level. Unfortunately, those applications for primacy are often held up with the EPA without any clarity. And as you heard, those 270 days are completely unfortunate to moving at that speed of relevancy. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, to pass this, to let the states do what they can do to help not only drinking water, but the emissions control. And I yield back to Mr. Crenshaw.
With my remaining time, again, opposing this amendment would mean that you want more carbon emissions in the air, that you don't want carbon sequestration. I'm pretty sure that's not what you all want. We all want the same thing here. This is a common sense amendment that simply expedites the permitting process, which is well established. Everyone knows it's safe, doesn't change any regulations, doesn't circumvent any EPA regulations or standards for drinking water at all. This is a common sense amendment. If we can't agree on things like this, it just tells me that we're looking for disagreement for the sake of disagreement, and that makes me sad. It really does. With that, I reserve my time.
The only time remaining.
I yield back to the chair. Thank you.
I yield. The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Estes of Kansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chairman recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would protect our country and American families in the event of a national emergency by requiring the Department of Energy to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve at a competitive market rate. We all remember that President Biden chose to tap the SPR for political reasons as he tried to mask his failed energy policies that caused gas prices to soar. When President Biden took office, the average weekly price for a gallon of gas was $2.38. It was already $3.53 prior to Putin invading Ukraine, before hitting record highs last summer. Despite depleting our SPR, we still have a weekly average of $3.42. Since draining the SPR is to address an energy and inflation crisis of his own making, President Biden and his administration continue to abdicate their responsibility to replenish the reserve. In October 2022, the White House announced it would implement a first-of-its-kind rule establishing a system of fixed-price contracts for replenishing the SPR. Per the administration policy, they intend to purchase crude oil for the SPR when prices are at or below about $67 or $72 per barrel. The untested fixed-price bid system imposed by the White House has allowed the administration to ignore its responsibilities to resupply the SPR to the detriment of the United States economy and national security. In January of this year, the DOE rejected bids from several producers to refill the SPR because the market rate for crude oil at the time was well above the administration's arbitrary fixed price. This deceptive policy gives the DOE a convenient excuse not to refill the SPR and keep it at record lows, leaving our nation less safe and prepared. My amendment would remedy this problem by requiring the DOE to use the commonly accepted index-based pricing bid process. Historically, the index-based bid process is used to solicit contracts to refill the SPR and is a standard pricing regime used in the global oil and gas market. Using this more accepted metric, DOE would competitively bid at the market rate for crude oil when buying for the SPR. This bidding system will ensure that DOE will meet its obligations to refill the SPR and not circumvent the obligation with an arbitrary price ceiling. Further, the federal government should not be a speculator in the crude oil market. The fixed price scheme dreamed up by the White House ignores the basic economic realities of how petroleum products are traded in the marketplace. If the administration is concerned about the price of oil not being a good deal for taxpayers, it should end its war on safe and reliable American energy. My amendment would ensure the SPR refill bid process reflects market realities rather than the price mandates of the administration and restores our strategic petroleum reserve, which is desperately needed for our national security. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Frankly, Mr. Chairman, I have no idea why this amendment is being offered. It would force the Department of Energy to ride the roller coaster that is the oil futures market without any option to just pay a simple fixed price for a barrel of oil. So if oil goes up $20 per barrel between when DOE purchases oil for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and when it's delivered, well, that's too bad. We're now paying $20 per barrel more, and we'll have to buy less oil. So this amendment unnecessarily restrains DOE and makes purchasing petroleum products to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve more expensive. DOE recognizes as much when it issued a rulemaking last fall clarifying that it could purchase oil at a fixed price as common sense would dictate. There's no reason that it should be illegal for the Department of Energy to sign a contract saying that it will purchase oil for $70 per barrel. No reason that I can think of, except, of course, if you're an oil company that wants the Department of Energy to pay more to refill the reserve. But if you're an average American, this amendment is a raw deal. It constrains the Department of Energy's usage of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is partially responsible for the tremendous over $1.50 per gallon fall in the cost of gasoline we've seen since last summer's peak gas prices. And I'll note that when the Department of Energy issued its notice of proposed rulemaking on this last summer, industry did not object. In fact, the Department of Energy only received one comment on the rulemaking from Employ America that was unambiguously positive. That comment stated, and I quote, that the rule change is an important step to reduce the volatility of oil prices over the short and medium term, improve our nation's energy security, and a necessary step to ensure that acquisition procedures more fully align with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve's governing statute, unquote. So this amendment would put the usage of index pricing on par with the Department of Energy's duty to acquire petroleum products for the reserve as cheaply as possible. That mission is, I don't understand that mission. It will only serve to diminish the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. So I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject the amendment, and with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman is recognized.
I yield my time to my friend from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman has the remaining 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. The amendment is necessary because it addresses the Biden administration's mismanagement of our nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve. President Biden has drained the SPR to the lowest level since 1983. More than 40% has been liquidated in less than 2 years. The Department of Energy has no meaningful plan to refill our strategic stockpile. Instead, the department created new rules to allow it to use fixed price bidding. As we expected, the Biden administration's price fixing scheme is failing. When DOE put out its bid, there were no takers. The SPR is at its lowest level since 1983. We must replenish it as soon as possible to protect our economy from a true supply interruption. I thank the gentleman from Kansas for offering this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to join me in support.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, I think you yielded.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, the Common Sense Amendment restores the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to protect our nation's security. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this Common Sense Amendment as well as the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman, Mr. Estes from Kansas. Those in favor say aye. Those say no. The ayes have it. The amendment, it is agreed to.
Order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30. The clerk will read them. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on my amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Biden and congressional Democrats continue their attack on traditional energy with proposed tax hikes that would kill jobs, raise fuel prices, and leave America more dependent on foreign oil. The administration's proposed oil and natural gas tax hikes are harmful to our economy. The oil and natural gas industry accounts for 10.3 million jobs and is nearly 8% of our nation's GDP. This amendment shows it is the sense of Congress that we disapprove of this administration's proposed harmful tax hikes on the oil and gas industry. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to be simultaneously concerned about high prices at the pump while aggressively pursuing an agenda designed to entirely phase out oil and gas from domestic energy production. The audio simply doesn't match the video. Uncertainty surrounding energy policy decisions in D.C. is causing oil and natural gas producers to make decisions based on unfavorable policies that haven't passed yet. Repealing the immediate deduction of intangible drilling costs would cost 265,000 jobs. For every job lost in the oil and gas sector by repealing IDCs, 2.5 times as many indirect jobs are lost. The percentage depletion deduction is the small business deduction for the smaller producers of oil and gas. Eliminating percentage depletion would force many family-owned small businesses to lay off employees or worse, shut down operations altogether. I'm proud to support H.R. 1 to restore American energy independence, and I urge all of my colleagues to disapprove of President Biden's tax hikes on the oil and gas industry by supporting this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman has 5 minutes.
Frankly, I could not disagree more with this amendment. It claims that President Biden's budget would repeal tax breaks that are, quote, vital to the oil and natural gas industry of the United States. But this is the same big oil that last year saw just 6 companies make a shocking $200 billion in profit and then spend billions to enrich their shareholders with stock buybacks and dividends, all while gouging American drivers at the pump. So I hope the gentleman will forgive me if I don't think the big oil needs a tax break. But, Mr. Chairman, I am glad the gentleman offered this amendment because I think it's very illustrative of how Democrats and Republicans are in different places. Democrats and President Biden are fighting every day to keep American Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid safe. Republicans, however, apparently only value the tax breaks that their big oil friends have. Just yesterday, Speaker McCarthy sent President Biden a letter on the national debt. But I guess cutting tax breaks for fossil fuels is a real red line for Republicans. They'd rather us default than impact their special interests. So it's fitting that this amendment is being added to the Polluters Over People Act. For all my colleagues here today, it's very simple. If you're on the side of the polluters, support this amendment. If you're on the side of the people, you must oppose it. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
I'd like to recognize the Congressman Kelly Armstrong for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment expresses disapproval of the proposed tax hikes on the oil and gas industry in President Biden's 2024 budget. It is estimated that the president's budget would result in $31 billion tax hike on the industry. This is another move by the administration to harm the domestic oil and gas industry and undercut their global competitiveness despite asking them to produce more. The independent oil and gas producers develop 91% of the wells in the United States, producing 83% of America's oil and 90% of its natural gas. And I think it's important to note that integrated companies don't get 100% of the tax break. Only non-integrated companies, the small oil and gas producers that exist in western North Dakota, eastern Montana, Kansas, and Oklahoma, and who produce the majority of America's oil. These are the producers that the Biden administration wants to raise taxes on. The Biden budget proposal also calls out these producers for failing to invest in production. Meanwhile, this administration is doing everything to tax and regulate the industry out of existence. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Gentleman reserved.
Gentleman, I'll yield my time back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Aye.
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part B of the House Report 11830. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While there is a great deal of divisive and partisan debate on the energy bill that is being considered this week, I rise to offer a bipartisan, common sense, and straightforward amendment to protect U.S. national security in times of energy crisis. The amendment closes a dangerous loophole that has existed since 2015, which allows our foreign adversaries to purchase our strategic oil supply. As the law is currently written, oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is sold by the Department of Energy to the highest bidder with little exceptions on what countries can purchase from the U.S. supply. That means that our fiercest adversaries like China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea, and other sanctioned governments can purchase and export our strategic oil. In fact, companies owned by and affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party have won purchase contracts during the past two presidential administrations. So simply put, this loophole threatens our national security and it poses serious harm to American families. The American people need Congress to act and to act quickly. So that is why I reached across the aisle to introduce the Banning Oil Exports to Foreign Adversaries Act with my colleague, Representative Don Bacon. My amendment includes the straightforward and common sense solution put forward by our bill. It prohibits the export or sale of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, and any country currently under U.S. sanctions. In January, my colleagues and I voted to pass a bill through the House of Representatives that would prohibit the sale of our strategic reserve to China. But that legislation does not go far enough. Do we want North Korea buying American oil? How about Iran or Russia? As a veteran and one of the most bipartisan members of this body, my position remains clear. We must make sure that we put security over party politics. We must ensure that our foreign adversaries are not allowed to profit at the expense of American safety and security. So this amendment, my amendment, reflects the fact that Congress has more work to do on this to close this dangerous loophole, not just for China, but for any adversary that poses a threat to our nation. I urge my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats alike, to support this amendment and to include the bipartisan Banning Oil Exports to Foreign Adversaries Act in this legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Any member in opposition? See none. The question's on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. In order to consider amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, my amendment I have proposed to the Lower Energy Cost Act will help Congress identify harmful regulations that have shut down American energy and increased cost on all Americans. This amendment instructs the EPA to identify and assess existing regulations that have negatively impacted the United States' energy independence and energy security. This amendment will provide transparency about the actions taken by the Biden administration to increase regulatory burdens for energy producers, diminish energy output for the United States, and raise the cost of energy for all Americans. I grew up working in the West Texas oil fields, so I know firsthand the best thing that we can do for energy producers in our country is to get the federal government out of the way and reduce the number of burdensome regulations. Unfortunately, from day one, President Biden has waged war on American energy and done everything in his power to undo all the incredible work of the Trump administration to make our country energy independent. Since January 2021, the EPA has recklessly issued new rules and regulations with no regard for the adverse effects on Americans and our energy security. They have continued to diminish America's energy independence and take aim at America's interest and citizens without meaningful consultation with industry leaders or a logical plan to move forward. It is time we identify the EPA regulations that have played a direct role in shutting down our energy production and added additional expenses to the already burdensome day-to-day cost of living for Americans. As many of my Republican colleagues have mentioned, H.R. 1 is just the beginning of our work on critical energy solutions that will lift the red tape and expand the production of affordable and reliable energy rather than hamstring our domestic producers. The underlying bill is a strong piece of legislation that will reduce our dangerous dependence on foreign energy sources and get us back on track in putting America first. My amendment strengthens an already good bill and will allow Congress to pinpoint EPA regulations that negatively impact American families, small businesses, the agricultural industry, and our national security. We must show Americans that we will not stand by while the EPA puts the needs of the environmental special interest groups ahead of the needs of the American people. While some may wrongfully speak out against H.R. 1, this is an incredibly strong bill, and it is only the beginning of what the House majority is going to accomplish to unleash American energy. My amendment is a common sense addition to the bill, and it instructs the EPA to conduct an after-action review to make sure we are doing what is in the best interest of our country. I urge every member in this body to support my amendment, and with that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise? Seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment, please.
Gentleman has five minutes.
Thank you. The gentleman appears to be fixated on undermining key EPA safeguards put in place over the last 15 years under the guise of being too costly. While the history of environmental protection, especially under the Clean Air Act, shows this is simply untrue. The United States can have both clean environment and a strong economy. It is a false choice to assume otherwise. Republicans who claim that ambitious climate action and economic prosperity are at odds are simply ignoring the facts. This is the same argument that industry has used every time with the Clean Air Act, every time that it's been strengthened, and it has been debunked each and every time. When Congress debated the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments, the oil industry said, and I quote, "The technology to meet these standards simply does not exist today," and predicted major supply disruptions, while chemical companies said the law would cause severe economic and social disruption. Well, none of these gloom and doom predictions have ever come true. Instead, our air got cleaner and our economy flourished. The history of the Clean Air Act shows that the United States can reduce carbon pollution while creating jobs and strengthening our economy. Since its adoption in 1970, the Clean Air Act has reduced key air pollutants by roughly 78%, while the economy has almost quadrupled in size. By EPA's own estimates, the benefits derived from the Clean Air Act exceed costs by a factor of more than 30 to 1. Let that sink in for a minute. Republicans like to claim that protecting Americans from pollution and tackling the climate crisis will sink the United States economy. But time and time again, we've seen that economic prosperity and environmental protection do go hand in hand. The Clean Air Act has also made the United States the world leader in pollution control technology, generating hundreds of billions of dollars for U.S. companies in creating millions of jobs. The standard targeted by this amendment, or the standards, are also widely popular. Clean car standards that help Americans drive cleaner and more fuel-efficient vehicles, mercury and lead toxic standards that clean up deadly mercury and other hazardous air pollutants from power plants, and methane standards for the oil and gas sector that are supported by industry. The Polluters Over People Act is the latest in a long line of sad attempts to undermine critical environmental and public health protections. These tired arguments continue to ring false and hollow. This amendment is more of the same, and with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose it and yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Chair, at this time I would like to yield 1 minute to my distinguished colleague from Texas, Mr. Self.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to show support for Representative Jackson's amendment. In Texas, across America, and deep in the waters off of our coastline rests an abundance of untapped energy. Through American ingenuity and technical innovations, we now have the ability to explore these natural resources and return the United States to its status as a net exporter of oil and natural gas. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, there are so many excessive regulations, we may need to limit the number of pages in this report we are asking for. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield my time back.
Gentleman reserve.
Yes, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Yields time remaining. General has 0 time remaining.
Thank you.
Remaining. So
I have how much time remaining?
Half.
A minute and a half. I'd like to yield my time to my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment requires the EPA Administrator and the Secretary of Energy to issue a report on harmful regulations that degrade our energy independence and raise costs for consumers. It requires the Biden administration take a hard look at how their own policies are hurting American consumers with high prices and less energy reliability. The Biden administration has imposed harmful energy policies on American consumers since day one, such as canceling the Keystone XL pipeline and imposing a moratorium on oil and gas extraction on federal lands. We need to expand our American energy and our production, and I support this amendment and yield back.
All right, only time remaining is the gentleman from Texas.
I'd like to appreciate the support of my colleagues on this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman asked for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member opposing, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to thank the leadership of our party and our conference here today for H.R. 1 and for including some baseline text of protecting the coastline of South Carolina. South Carolina's beaches are paved with gold. We have clean air, clean water, a beautiful environment, beautiful trees, a beautiful landscape, beautiful beaches, and we were able to get baseline text in H.R. 1 this week that would protect our shoreline from offshore drilling. There is no oil out there. We don't need to study it. We don't need to drill. We don't need to look for it. It does not exist, and the coast of South Carolina does not want it. And so I want to thank folks for including that in this legislation and protecting our coastline, and we're deeply appreciative. Our state of South Carolina is deeply appreciative of that in the baseline text. This amendment really looks at our necessity to have an all-of-the-above strategy and approach to energy. Our policy should reflect our need to study and find uses for alternative energy sources, and that's what this amendment will do today. This amendment requires the Secretary of Energy to report annually on ongoing assessments of alternative and renewable energy sources. It's needed to protect American energy security, and as the world becomes more unstable, we need to rely on clean American energy right here at home. And what other sources, alternative sources of energy, are available to us right here in the United States? We need to ensure that we take steps to preserve the environment as well, and why we need offshore, why we would need an offshore drilling ban, but also looking at alternative sources to energy. And so our overall goal here is to strengthen our supply chains and to advance American energy security with this amendment. And with that, I'd like to reserve my time.
Reserves? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York
Mr. Chair, I choose now to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
So I'll yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman yields back.
All right.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I would like to pass it off to my colleague here, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This section of H.R. 1 provides that the Department of Energy import new functions to identify the criteria of the energy resources, the minerals and materials needed for our great American energy systems. It requires DOE to identify supply chain vulnerabilities, the vulnerabilities to supply disruptions by our adversaries like Russia and China. And it requires DOE to act to address risk, to facilitate action across agencies, industry, states, and to do something about it. The amendment here by Representative Mace requires that DOE keep Congress timely informed of the risks to supply chains and the actions taken or that Congress may want to take to address those risks. This is an important amendment to assist Congress and to keep the public informed of the energy security risks we face. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The remaining time is with the gentlewoman from South Carolina, if you're prepared to close.
And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman yields. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Is now in order to consider amendment number 9, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30. For what For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment simply requires a study to look at the impact that a ban on natural gas appliances would have on electricity prices. In my home state of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul has proposed to implement a ban on gas-powered appliances, including gas stoves, beginning in 2025, less than just 2 years from now. The notion that the state is going to tell New Yorkers that they can't use the most affordable option to heat their homes or cook their dinner is beyond belief. This proposal will undoubtedly increase the demand and cost for electricity, which is already incredibly expensive for my constituents in upstate New York, all spending hundreds, even thousands of dollars more for their electricity. And my amendment will shed light on the costs of Governor Hochul's proposal and that cost will and what that cost will have on New Yorkers and, by extension, all Americans. This is not a partisan issue. My Democratic colleagues should join me in seeking transparency, identifying the effects that this proposal and others like it will have on the cost of electricity. H.R. 1, the bill in chief, delivers on our commitment to lower energy costs for the American people, and I wholeheartedly support it. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Let me reiterate what has been said before. Neither the Biden administration nor the Department of Energy is trying to ban gas stoves. No one is coming into your home to remove that stove. So I implore my colleagues across the aisle to stop lying to the American people about this. Apparently, Republicans think that standards to make something better, to make it more efficient, is a ban. Well, regardless, this amendment makes no sense. This amendment calls for a study on how banning natural gas appliances will affect rates and charges for electricity. As I said, no one is actually talking about a ban. But the funny thing is, we already know that electrification does result in lowering energy bills. Electric appliances like heat pumps save households money because they are more efficient than gas appliances. Especially as we see fuel prices rise, electrification becomes even more critical, more important. Republicans see the tide turning against their friends in the oil and gas industry, so how do they respond? With a big energy package and a bunch of amendments that attempt to lock Americans into a dirty, expensive fossil fuel choice. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With due respect to all my colleagues, there is a state that is proposing to ban gas appliances. In fact, New York is not only planning to ban simply through new construction, but will require that transition within 2 years, even retrofitting or making changes to construction of existing homes. In the case of New York, we know already we shoulder the highest burden, highest cost of not only taxation, electricity cost, but this will just add insult to injury. And Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment. And with that, I reserve my time. What did you want?
The gentleman yields.
Yes.
Does the gentleman yield?
Are you yielding to the gentleman from North Carolina or North Dakota? Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The Biden administration will stop at nothing in its war on American energy. Democrats' next target is Americans' home appliances, including stoves, your furnace, and your hot water heater. In the last 2 years, we've seen far-reaching regulatory proposals and executive orders to restrict the use of natural gas. As we speak, DOE is proposing to ban more than half of the gas stoves currently on the market. Some states, like California and New York, are going even further to ban natural gas pipelines and the sale of gas-powered appliances and equipment. The American people are paying for these gas bans in the form of higher prices and surging utility bills. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment so that the GAO can study the true cost of gas bans. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman's asking for a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
The yeas and nays have been requested pursuant Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendments offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment made in order.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Palmer of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Federal bureaucrats at the Department of Energy are threatening access to gas stoves for millions of Americans through the rulemaking process. In fact, the DOE admits that up to 50% of all gas stoves currently on the market or in use in American households will not meet the proposed standards. This amendment would stop the DOE from imposing this regulation. According to the DOE's own analysis in 2020, 38% of Americans use natural gas to cook in their homes. The Energy Information Administration says cooking with gas is 3 times cheaper than cooking with electricity. The American people see this for what it is, a direct attack on all natural gas use in the country and another example of the Biden administration's desire to control every decision we make. Moreover, this rule is essentially a tax on consumers who are already being squeezed by inflation. My Democratic colleagues would argue that these rules were crafted with the purpose of saving consumers money. The DOE estimates the regulation would reduce energy use by 3.4%, resulting in a savings of only $21.89 over a gas range lifespan. That's $1.45 per year over an average lifespan of 15 years for a gas range. These minuscule savings indicate this regulation is really not about the consumer's pocketbooks. It's about federal control at the behest of radical green energy groups who want the complete elimination of the use of natural gas. I would like to point out were this to happen, there would be far less food to cook. Because natural gas is essential to fertilizer for food crops, its elimination would cut food production in half worldwide. I encourage all my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I would like to start by saying I have good news for my colleagues across the aisle. The Department of Energy isn't banning gas stoves. It doesn't even have the authority to ban gas stoves. So this amendment, like this whole bill, is political messaging. What DOE is doing is proposing a standard to make new residential gas stoves more efficient and cut gas waste, not to ban them. The proposed standard is so reasonable that half of the current models already meet it, including all entry-level models. They already meet the standard. And for those that don't meet the standard, manufacturers have until 2027 to upgrade their product line. So this really isn't anything outrageous. Also, DOE is required by law to review and update standards for appliances like refrigerators and air conditioning units. DOE is actually late with this stove standard. It was supposed to be completed in 2017, but we're glad they're working on it now. Models that meet the proposed standard consume 30% less energy than the least efficient models on the market. That is indeed significant. The full proposed rule, which also includes updated standards for electric and gas residential stoves and ovens, would result in up to $1.7 billion worth in savings for United States consumers and avert about 22 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions over 30 years of sales. So I stand in deep opposition to this amendment. This amendment would bar DOE from finalizing any future efficiency standards for gas stoves, locking consumers into less efficient appliances that are certainly more costly to use. This is just political fear-mongering, and it is a waste of our time, and I do urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I appreciate the fact that my Democratic colleague admitted that half the stoves do not meet the standard when he says that half already meet it. By my math, the other half doesn't. Mr. Chairman, this amendment shows the clear difference in the vision between House Republicans and the Biden administration and my Democratic colleagues' views on these things. Their claim that this regulation will save American households money is another painful example of how bad they are on math. House Republicans believe in American energy abundance, and the administration believes in energy restrictions. We believe in consumer choice, and the administration believes in heavy-handed government mandates. We believe in consumers back home should make their own decisions, while the administration believes federal bureaucrats should decide what Americans can and can't do on a daily basis, including what they can use to cook their families' meals. I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. The amendment would stop the Department of Energy from implementing punitive regulations to ban natural gas stoves. Earlier this year, we learned that the Biden administration was considering a nationwide ban on gas stoves, when Consumer Product Safety Commissioner Trumpka said gas stoves were a hidden hazard and all options are on the table to restrict their use. Weeks later, the DOE issued a proposed efficiency rule that would ban up to 96% of existing stoves on the market. DOE's punitive regulations to ban gas stoves is a massive expansion of their statutory authority. DOE should be focused on expanding energy options rather than banning them. DOE's regulatory assault will force the American people to change out their reliable gas stoves for more expensive and less reliable electric appliances. This amendment would stop DOE from banning those gas stoves, and I urge my colleagues to join me in support.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I encourage all my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama will be postponed. Order to consider Amendment Number 11, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got an amendment at the desk as approved previously by the Rules Committee.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment prohibits the unelected and unaccountable Delaware River Basin Commission, the Susquehanna River Basin Commission, and the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River from imposing hydraulic fracturing regulations more stringent than those passed by the duly elected state representatives and Senate in which the regulation is to be implemented or enforced. According to the Energy Information Administration, last year, residential natural gas prices were the highest on record. That's awesome. I'm sure consumers love that. The best way to combat these record high prices is with more competition, simply more supply and demand. It's to produce more natural gas in America. In places like my home state of Pennsylvania, the second largest natural gas producer in the nation. Unfortunately, again, unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats at the Delaware River Basin Commission have instituted a hydraulic fracturing ban for a portion of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, stripping away property rights and mineral rights from Pennsylvanians in contravention of the will of their very own legislature. The result is a prohibition on the development of critical shale plays in eastern Pennsylvania that can bring desperately needed natural gas to market, and the unconstitutional taking of mineral rights of all Pennsylvanians. Using this playbook, radical environmentalists and unelected bureaucrats will next prevent hydraulic fracturing in the Susquehanna River Basin and the Potomac River Basin as well. The threat of this expansion undermines investor confidence and exploration and development projects throughout the Commonwealth and further restricts domestic natural gas production. To be clear, this amendment simply clarifies that these three commissions cannot impose restrictions more stringent than those passed by the state in which the regulation is being implemented or enforced. It makes no changes to the ability of states to regulate hydraulic fracturing as they see fit, as their legislatures see fit, as their citizens see fit. This means it would have zero impact on existing fracturing bans in the state of New York. Instead, this amendment simply makes clear that Pennsylvanians can use their property and mineral rights as they see fit, subject to the Pennsylvania laws passed by their elected representatives, the way it's supposed to be done. Enough is enough already. It's time to stop this underhanded attack on property rights, representative government, and state sovereignty, and restore American energy security. Opposition to this amendment is support for a hydraulic fracturing ban, and for higher natural gas prices for your constituents and your citizens. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing and rein in these unelected bureaucrats waging war on Americans in their very homes, and support this amendment. With that, I reserve.
Does any member seek resignation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the Delaware River Basin Commission is made up of representatives from the states of New York, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and my home state of New Jersey. The Commission oversees drinking water quality for the Delaware River's watershed, a vitally important role that impacts millions of people across 4 states. So Congress created the Commission over 60 years ago and gave it powers to regulate the Delaware River's watershed. Crucially, each state's democratically elected leaders signed up to join the Commission, and each state receives a vote on the Commission. 2 years ago, the Commission banned fracking in its watershed, and this wasn't a controversial decision. In fact, it was unanimous. It was a 4-0 vote to help protect the public health of the 13 million citizens in the watershed and to preserve the waters themselves. But today, Republicans want to retroactively take away the rights of the citizens of these 4 states and their elected representatives. They want to take away the powers that Congress gave the Commission just because they don't like the outcome. So I would suggest this. If you really care about clean rivers and waters, I urge you to oppose this amendment. If you care about people's right to safe drinking water, I urge you to oppose this amendment. I'd like to think that all my colleagues care about these things, so I urge opposition to the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I recognize that I yield such time as he must and may consume to the gentleman from North Dakota.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. Mr. Perry's amendment makes very clear that the state have primacy for the regulation of hydraulic fracturing for oil and natural gas production on state and private lands. We cannot allow unelected bureaucrats or independent commissions to prohibit oil and gas production activities that are safe and permitted under state law. The Biden administration and radical environmentalists are waging a war on American energy, and they want to ban hydraulic fracturing. The United States has become the world's #1 energy producer, thanks in part to technological innovations like hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling. According to a recent study, placing a moratorium on fracking would mean a $900 billion increase in U.S. household energy costs, $7.1 trillion in potential losses to the U.S. economy through 2030, and over 7 million fewer U.S. jobs. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment and standing up for the American energy and American energy workers.
Mr.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserve.
I will reserve, but I think the gentleman has the right to close.
Yeah, the gentleman's correct. Gentleman from
I'll close if you want.
Pennsylvania is recognized. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, if you don't want to vote for this, I get it. You can tell your citizens at home that you stand for, people that are unelected, they don't even know. Most folks at home they never even heard of the Delaware River Basin Commission. They don't even know about interstate compacts. Here's what they know, that they want to live their lives and they want to vote for the elected officials to make decisions that are important to them. If it's so dangerous, how come it's banned here but not there? The rest of Pennsylvania, we do it. Mr. Speaker, this is just taking the people's rights away, their voice away from their elected officials, and it's literally the definition of tyranny. I urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, look, the governors are the 4 commissioners. The governor of Pennsylvania is the chairman of the commission. They may delegate to someone, to actually go to the meetings, but they're making these decisions. And I don't understand how, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that we should take away the rights of the governors who are on these commissions to make the decision. It was a 4-0 decision. If they decide that they want something different in the Delaware watershed than in their individual states, I mean, that's their prerogative. But they made this decision. They voted 4-0. So again, I don't see the point, and I think it's really egregious for us to take away the powers of the governors, and they're as elected, by the people of the 4 states to make this decision about fracking within their watershed. So with that, I yield back and urge opposition to the amendment.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
The amendment is agreed to.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Take a recorded vote.
Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk that's been approved by the Rules Committee.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment repeals Section 115 of the Clean Air Act. This vital amendment protects the autonomy of the states over their own energy sectors by ensuring that unelected, unaccountable EPA bureaucrats cannot seize control over these vital industries under the guise of emissions reductions. The Constitution clearly reserves this power to the states, and it's long overdue that we bring federal policies back in line with the very Constitution that we swear an oath to. Section 115 gives EPA the authority to impose emission reductions on the states if the administrator finds, based on the word of some international organization, just based on their good word, that American air pollution endangers the public health and welfare of another country. Imagine we could do that to China, and the administrator determines that that country will lower their emissions a commensurate amount. Put a different way, Section 115 allows the EPA to rely on the credibility of the same international elites who misled us about COVID to force our constituents to change every aspect of their lives because some European nation thought it would be great to do the same thing. And now we would have to do the same thing. This is no longer a hypothetical. Since President Biden re-entered the Paris Climate Agreement, it can be argued that these conditions have been met and EPA can immediately impose devastating requirements, as it was argued when the Obama administration first entered the agreement. Subjecting such an important sector of our economy to the whims of foreign bureaucrats is downright reckless and hands U.S. sovereignty over to a foreign ideologue, not even foreign governments, just foreign bureaucrats. Removing the broadly written language in Section 115 is the only way to prevent the delegation of nearly unlimited power over state energy sectors to the EPA bureaucrats and removes the ability of international organizations to meddle in our energy sector. It is vital that we prevent this federal power grab before it imposes devastating economic consequences by empowering the states to meet the needs and interests of their own citizens. Language to prevent the use of Section 115 of the Clean Air Act has passed the House three times under Republican majorities, twice in the 115th Congress and once in the 114th. To those who view this amendment as premature because the administration has not yet acted under Section 115, the impact was never questioned in the past. I mean, how many times do we have to wake up and say, well, I didn't think they'd do it. I didn't think they would actually defund the police. I didn't think they'd have the IRS show up at the guy's house when he was testifying in Congress. Heaven forbid, I didn't believe they would actually try and ban my gas stove. I thought they were just, kidding around. They didn't really mean it. They do mean it. We know the administration is going to do so because the radical environmental groups that control their agenda have come out and said it. Here's a couple examples. The League of Conservation Voters. While there has been limited use of Section 115, numerous scholars have advocated for its use as a pathway to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, particularly since the Paris Agreement. That's a quote. How about Foreign Policy for America? This amendment would undermine EPA's authority for its potential future application to greenhouse gases. Yeah, we want to undermine their authority and make the authority of the states preeminent. The authority of citizens should be preeminent. Preemptively removing this authority from the administration before they can act is vital to U.S. sovereignty and our economic well-being. I urge support for this amendment, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the Perry amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
A common refrain, Mr. Chairman, that I hear from Republicans is that unilateral action by the United States to reduce greenhouse gases would harm our economy and wouldn't move the needle on reducing global emissions. And the core of this argument is that if we're going to address climate change, we need a coordinated international response. Of course, this argument completely falls apart when you take a look at the actions of the House Republicans. Many cheered as the previous administration removed the United States from the Paris Agreement. Exiting the largest international agreement to combat global climate change not only weakened our diplomatic standing abroad, but it made it abundantly clear that Republicans don't care about addressing climate change. Now, thankfully, President Biden rejoined the Paris Agreement, putting that embarrassing chapter behind us. But it appears that House Republicans want to go back to burying their heads in the sand when it comes to combating climate change, as made clear by this amendment. This amendment would repeal Section 115 of the Clean Air Act, which provides EPA with a tool to address air pollution while promoting international cooperation to combat climate change. As my Republican colleagues they know by now, air pollution does not respect boundaries, whether these are state or international. And Section 115 provides the EPA administrator the authority to set limits on an air pollutant that is harming public health and welfare in another country, as long as the other country grants reciprocal rights to the United States. So the gentleman's amendment would remove this discretionary authority, gutting our ability to cooperate with our neighbors. We have agreements with Canada, with Mexico. And we show leadership with the international community by working with our neighbors to try to deal with air pollution. But it's a global problem. We need to work with other nations, like we work with Canada and Mexico, and provide the leadership to encourage international engagements to tackle this crisis. But I guess have to say, I don't believe the Republican majority wants to act on climate crisis internationally or domestically. Case in point, the Polluters Over People Act that we're dealing with today attempts to repeal popular provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, and $4.5 billion in home electrification rebates. Now, House Democrats took historic action to combat the climate crisis by passing the Inflation Reduction Act, which included unparalleled investments in climate and clean energy. Not a single House Republican voted for it. But if we can't act domestically and we can't act in coordination with our neighbors, even Canada and Mexico, what are we going to do to address the threat caused by the climate crisis? And according to this amendment, the answer is apparently nothing. We're not going to do anything domestically. We're not going to do anything with our neighbors. We're not going to do anything internationally. We're going to do nothing. And I just think that's unacceptable. At a time of real crisis, as highlighted by the recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, we should empower EPA to combat dangerous climate change and strongly encourage other nations to do the same. We shouldn't be taking any tools off the table, and that's what this amendment does. It takes the tool off the table. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
So I know he wants to speak favorably about me, so I'm going to yield to such time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Dakota.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, I would just like to point out it sounds like we want to cooperate with our foreign neighbors when it comes to environment control, but we don't want to import energy from them, or we don't want to export energy to them, and I find that a little bit ironic. That being said, I regretfully stand in opposition to this amendment. After Congress reviewed and preserved the Clean Air Act in 1977, it did play an important role in cross-border pollution issues of the late 70s with Canada. And before we strike an entire section of the Clean Air Act involving air pollutants, the Committee of Jurisdiction should examine the issues, particularly to make sure we avoid any unintended consequences. For example, we should make sure that striking this section does not undermine the ability of the to reduce international air emissions that harm the United States. I commit to working with my friend from Pennsylvania to take this through regular order, but I'm a big fan of the committee process, and let's see that it works. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, your time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey.
The gentleman yielded back. I do the same and obviously oppose the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from North Dakota seeks recognition.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
And a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 13, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the Speaker. The amendment that I'm offering here directs the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC as we refer to it, to withdraw 2 policy statements that massively expand the role of climate hysteria in certification of natural gas infrastructure, like pipelines and LNG export terminals. In February of 2022, FERC released 2 radical policy statements that massively increase the role that the emissions play in its certification of natural gas pipelines and the LNG export terminals, which are so critical to our ability to affect world consumption of gas so that we can drive down CO2 and expand our role in the world and expand American energy interests. This included requiring FERC to consider the up and downstream impact on emissions that building a new natural gas pipeline would have. Even Senator Manchin said, quote, "The commission went too far by prioritizing a political agenda over their main mission, ensuring our nation's energy reliability and security." This move by FERC, I want everybody to hear this. This move by FERC came 1 week before Russia invaded Ukraine. This administration is perfectly fine empowering our enemies to appease the climate activists, the climate cult. We saw it with Nord Stream 2. We see it right here. We refuse to expand American energy right when we could be sticking it to Putin. And instead, we have everybody over here clamoring about what we need to do in Ukraine instead of having gotten in front of that by exporting American energy, by making sure that we control the world's supplies of energy by putting out clean-burning American natural gas. Just 1 week after FERC made this move, Russia invaded Ukraine, massively disrupting European natural gas supplies. When the Western world was begging for U.S. LNG, this administration was giving them the middle finger to appease the climate cult. Meanwhile, our enemies, China, Iran, Russia, Venezuela, are massively pumping out emissions. China has 1,100 coal-fired plants. They're adding 2 a week. We're not adding squat to our natural gas or coal production capacity. Texas is about to be 50% wind and solar. Texas is about to be 50% wind and solar because we refuse to actually produce the coal and the gas necessary to have power on a cloudy, windless day. China accounts for 30% of global emissions and increasing. The Russian natural gas exports to Europe releases 41% more emissions than U.S. LNG. Bottom line, this administration's war on U.S. energy will not do a thing to help the environment, but will hurt freedom and prosperity here and abroad. We should accept this amendment. This amendment should be agreed to across the spectrum because it is good for American oil and gas, it is good for the world, and it will actually help drive down CO2 while making our country stronger and helping us push back on Russia in the process. And I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I frankly don't understand the purpose of this amendment. Last spring, FERC issued an updated policy statement and interim guidance detailing how the Commission should treat new applications for natural gas pipelines and account for greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the Commission, a month later, clarified that both documents were drafts and that it would seek further input and comments on the drafts. That's it. These documents are not final rules or orders from the Commission. They're not law. They're a draft. Draft documents that the Commission has put out to solicit industry and stakeholder feedbacks, and that's the way we want the government to work for it to be responsive. And withdrawing these documents from draft status, which is what I think the gentleman's amendment would do, would have no impact on any policy, and instead I think would just create further confusion and possibly release FERC from the duty to consider industry's comments on the draft. Now, it may be that the real reason that the Republicans offered this amendment is that they don't think that FERC should consider greenhouse gas emissions. They don't think that these emissions should matter when FERC makes a decision about whether or not to authorize a new natural gas pipeline. But they're not. This doesn't change the law. The law currently requires FERC to consider the greenhouse gas impacts of the certificate it grants. Multiple federal court rulings have held that the agency must think about these issues based on the statute. And the interim policy statement was meant to create certainty for industry on how the Commission would do that. So instead, the Republicans want to send FERC and, frankly, all of the parts of the federal government back into confusion. You know, if you want to say that FERC shouldn't consider greenhouse gases, you should amend, I mean, I'm not in favor of that, but you should amend the statute to say that. But by simply saying that these rules should be, or these draft rules should be withdrawn, that's going to tell industry, you know, how do you deal with this? How are they going to know what to do if there's no rules, no policy, no input from them whatsoever? So I mean, look, I oppose, I think it would be wrong to change the statute to say that they shouldn't take greenhouse gas impacts into consideration. But that's not what this amendment does. This amendment says, you know, just get rid of these drafts, and then industry would have no input into any of this. I don't think industry would support that. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would yield to my friend, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the previous speaker. I think this draft amendment was designed to have certainty. I think it was designed to have certainty in that no new pipelines would get put into the ground. By mitigating both upstream and downstream carbon, if anybody who understands the way a pipeline, the economics of a pipeline work, not only are you delaying this process even further, which is what H.R. 1 is trying to constrict, but you will make it nearly impossible nor economically viable to get pipe in the ground. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is an energy economic regulator, not a climate regulator. This is a good amendment. It will take draft language that had no business being introduced to begin with and remove it. And with that, I yield back.
I would reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Has the other side finished?
Texas does have time remaining.
Okay.
Well, I just concur with
Gentleman
the
from
comment.
Texas is recognized.
I would just agree with my friend, Mr. Armstrong. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have no issues with the fact that they were then amending these drafts and leaving it in draft form, we just want to give certainty. We want to give the certainty of saying, remove these. They were clearly a bad idea. It's exactly what Senator Manchin was saying. Let's not go down this road. This is the problem with FERC. FERC is becoming a radical organization that is inserting itself in places where it does not belong. And when the executive branch oversteps its bounds, it is incumbent upon Congress in Article 1 to do something about it. So we're simply saying, pull these off, admit that this was a foolish direction to go, and let's ensure that we're sending a strong signal that we're pro-pipeline, pro-moving American LNG, and making sure that we're exporting energy to the world that's actually clean burning and will help our economy, help push back on Putin, not make us reliable on China, and make us a heck of a lot stronger. I'd yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, FERC is not radical. There's a statute that says that FERC has to consider greenhouse gas emissions. They put out a policy statement as about how they're going to do that and asked for the industry to look at it and give their input. All this amendment does is to say, well, put that aside, and then how does the FERC, what do they just issue another draft saying there's another way to look at it? I just think this is very confusing. I do think FERC should take into consideration greenhouse gas emissions. They're required to by the law. Unless the gentleman is going to change that, it makes no sense to say that they can't get industry input about how they do that. But again, I would urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
The gentleman close.
The question is the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's the chair's understanding that amendment number 14 will not be offered.
Wasn't asking, right?
Once he turns back towards us.
Just In order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which is imperative to bringing home an essential supply chain and protecting our national security, all while protecting the environment. Rare earth elements and critical minerals are essential components in the daily lives of Americans, as well as in national security technology, from home computers, televisions, and vehicles to major weapon systems, including lasers, guided missile systems, jet engines, and alloys for armored vehicles. Currently, China controls the bulk of the global supply of these critical minerals and rare earths that support America's economy and defense industrial base. The demand for these minerals will steadily increase as the global economy adopts new technologies, placing the United States and its allies at a growing disadvantage unless steps are taken to shift production and sourcing away from Chinese Communist Party-controlled entities. The risk of supply disruptions is amplified by U.S. dependence on unreliable foreign sources and red tape that disincentivizes domestic sourcing. It's estimated that 80% of rare earth minerals in the United States come from China. For too long, bureaucratic red tape and uncertainty in the permitting process forced critical mineral and rare earth operations overseas. This amendment works to jumpstart American critical mineral, rare earth element, and carbon production to make our supply chains more resilient while creating opportunities for coal and coal byproducts to be used in new, clean, and innovative ways. According to the Bureau of Land Management estimates, there are nearly 5,200 coal-related abandoned mine sites that have yet to be fully reclaimed. Through this amendment, we are creating an avenue for rare earths to be extracted from coal waste at these abandoned mine sites. This would not only help the United States with this critical supply chain need, but also address our nation's environmental and reclamation needs. Specifically, this amendment would include projects related to extraction, recovery, or processing of critical minerals, rare earth elements, or carbon from coal, coal waste, coal processing waste, or pre- or post-combustion coal byproducts, or acid mine drainage from coal mines as covered projects eligible for Fast 41 permitting for the purposes of securing the economic and national security of the United States. Mr. Speaker, whether you are like me, a member of the Congressional Coal Caucus, or a member of the Sustainable Energy Caucus, or a national security hawk, a member of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party, every member of Congress should be for this win-win-win solution. A win to reclaim these abandoned mine sites and fix an environmental problem. A win for the coal industry and the workers in the coal industry who need alternatives to combustion of coal now that we're in the transition phase of our energy development in our country. And certainly for national security, this is a way for us to end overdependence on the Chinese Communist Party for critical national security sensitive supply chain needs. The United States must innovate and secure its supply chain of sensitive strategic materials in order to reduce reliance on Chinese Communist Party-controlled materials overseas. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, which I expect to be fully bipartisan, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what reason does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. House Democrats filed amendments to H.R. 1 that would help mitigate some of the outright damage to our climate, our communities, and our economic future that is in the bill. Unfortunately, only 7 out of 95 were made in order to get an open debate and an up and down vote. Some Republicans have also filed amendments that I support, But I'm afraid that at the end of the day, there is ultimately no path forward for making H.R. 1 any semblance of a legislative proposal that the American people, not polluters, deserve. The Polluters Over People Act will actively and aggressively take us backwards regarding emissions and in our transition to clean energy. It guts our bedrock environmental laws and takes communities out of the permitting process entirely, the public's right to know. And some of the Republican amendments add to that mess. To start, I rise today in opposition to this amendment, which would make a harmful bill even worse by arbitrarily eroding community protections under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. This amendment greatly expands the limited environmental review standards of the 2015 FAST Act to a series of coal waste extraction activities that can cause significant environmental damage and warrant strong environmental review standards. There's already a deliberate process in place under the FAST Act to expand its limited environmental review standards to new types of projects under certain conditions. This amendment is a legislative end run around that deliberate process that inappropriately curtails public input, environmental review, and judicial review under NEPA. At its most basic level, NEPA simply requires government agencies to assess significant environmental and public health impacts before a decision is made, and potentially harmful activities like coal waste extraction before they begin. NEPA doesn't stop these activities. It simply ensures that their impacts are considered and that the public knows. This amendment undermines the basic purposes of NEPA. I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman has the only time remaining right now. Gentleman reserves.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yield back balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
No. The question is on the
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. This one. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-30, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment 2 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment 5 of Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma. Amendment number 7 by Mr. Jackson of Texas. Amendment number 9 by Mr. Molinaro of New York. Amendment 10 by Mr. Palmer of Alabama. Amendment 11 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment 12 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30, offered by gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Shakespeare vote. On this vote,
Mr. Sherman? Votes no. Ms. Waters? Votes no. Mr. Costa? Votes no. on this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 208. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30, offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment. Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Yeah.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 228, the nays are 206. The amendment is agreed to. Unfinished business. Unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. this vote. The yeas are 245, the nays are 189. The amendment is agreed to. Unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, on the further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have been risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will have their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 268. The nays are 163. The amendment is agreed to. Gavel. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30, offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, on further proceedings were proposal on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Palmer of Alabama.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are two. On this vote, the yeas are 251, the nays are 181. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for the recorded vote for amendment number 11, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-30, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is offered. Members will have their votes recorded by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Remaining. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their votes? On this vote, the ayes are 200. On this vote, the ayes are 210, the nays are 223. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is offered. Members will have their votes recorded by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 96, the nays are 336. The amendment is not agreed to. Now what are we doing? The committee will be in order. The committee will be in order. The committee will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
The Mississippi delegation mourns the loss of those who lost their lives in the recent tornadoes that devastated our beloved state of Mississippi. We also come together to honor the bravery and heroism of our first responders and county and city leadership who worked tirelessly to save lives and restore order in the midst of chaos. In Rolling Fork, Silver City, Winona, Amory, Wren, Egypt, and Smithville, and all the other communities affected from the Mississippi Delta to the North Mississippi Hills, we know that the pain of loss and destruction is still fresh in your hearts, and we offer our deepest condolences to the families and friends of those who lost their loved ones. We cannot imagine the depth of your grief, but we stand with you in solidarity. As we mourn the loss of life, we must also acknowledge the strength and resilience of our communities. In times of disaster, we come together to support one another and rebuild. We have seen this time and time again, and we know that Mississippi will come back stronger. In the face of such devastation, we find comfort in the words of the Bible. It says in Psalms 34:18, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." We know that in times of trial, we can turn to God for strength and comfort. May God bless Mississippi, and may God bless the United States of America. And with that, I yield to the Dean of the Mississippi Delegation, the Honorable Benny Thompson.
Thank you very much. I rise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last Friday night, a lot of Mississippi was damaged with a very serious tornado. Over 20 lives were lost. And to paint a picture, these are communities that under the best of times, they struggle. And so for communities where we don't have public transportation, where there's not a single motel room in the entire county, the downtown area no longer exists, the people of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Silver City, Mississippi, Black Hawk, and a lot of other communities that are only a zip code tied to some other people, we are saddened by that destruction. But as important, President Biden approved a record disaster approval within 2 days because destruction was clear as to the help that was needed. So the state of Mississippi, state and locals are involved in it. We are resilient people, but we can't do it by ourselves. And it's so our national support system is kicked into place. Churches have stepped forward. We look forward to the long-term recovery, and we're talking about years. We're not talking about months before those communities will be made whole again. So I thank all of you who've expressed your concern and sympathies, and those of you who've invested in the communities, and I can assure you it's much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Mississippi delegation, I ask for a moment of silence.
It is now the order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will have 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which inserts my 90-day review act into H.R. 1. My amendment will further improve H.R. 1's overall goal of ensuring reasonable timelines and predictability for projects by shortening the timeline to file a petition for judicial review of a permit license or approval of a major infrastructure project from 150 days to 90 days. Frivolous litigation should not be a hurdle to critical infrastructure projects that will improve the lives of Americans across the country. For far too long, we have put trial lawyers' interests ahead of the American people. Burdensome litigation causes our hardworking men and women to sit idle on job sites as they wait on court processes. It is far past time that Congress reduces the federal government's stranglehold on critical infrastructure projects and helps job creators put the American people to work. By streamlining the federal litigation timeline, my amendment will help reduce frivolous litigation, cut red tape, and help critical infrastructure projects move forward in a more timely manner. My amendment will reduce the amount of time it takes to construct real and important infrastructure projects like highways, bridges, railways, dams, and other important projects that will improve the lives of the people in my district and all across America. Last Congress, we saw Democrats ram through a $1 trillion infrastructure bill, only 9% of it, which actually went to infrastructure. Rather than focusing on meaningful reforms, this bill funded a slush fund at the Department of Energy for Green New Deal projects, tens of billions of dollars to subsidize the electric vehicle industry, establish programs to cool down pavement, reduce idling done by trucks, and even study racist roads and bridges. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard that correctly. Instead of spending time on this unpopular America Last agenda, House Republicans have proposed real reforms like this one, and it would cut red tape and speed up construction. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment as well as the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This amendment would further restrict access to the courts to hold polluters accountable when they violate the law and unlawfully harm public health and the environment. The underlying bill already bars judicial review of a permit, license, or approval under all federal laws unless filed within 120 days. This amendment reduces judicial review times even further to 90 days for major infrastructure projects that can greatly harm communities. By contrast, judicial review under most of our federal environmental and public health laws is generally 5 to 6 years. Congress included judicial review period of this length in most of these laws because often serious public health and environmental effects aren't known within the first 120 days, and certainly not within 90 days. Judicial review is a key enforcement mechanism for most of our major environmental and public health laws. This amendment doubles down on the underlying bill's effort to gut the enforcement of our nation's laws and to give polluters a virtual blank check. I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to yield to the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Westerman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in support of Boebert Amendment number 127. One of the main goals of the Lower Energy Cost Act is to create certainty in the federal permitting process for those looking to invest in and build projects that will power our future. Litigation is one of the main drivers of the uncertainty and delays associated with the NEPA process that holds back critical energy and infrastructure projects.
This amendment revises the time frame within which a claimant can file a lawsuit seeking review of a permit, license, or approval issued by a federal agency for a major infrastructure project, such as a highway project, from 150 to 90 days. The purpose is to allow critical infrastructure projects to proceed more efficiently without the prolonged threat of a lawsuit that could delay or halt these essential transportation projects. This amendment still allows a potential claimant a reasonable time frame of 3 months to file a lawsuit and does not impact environmental protections. I support this amendment and encourage my colleagues to support its inclusion in the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona.
Chairman, in opposition to the amendment, it is simply a right, a public right, that the public has an opportunity to seek redress in the courts. And to limit that should not be part of this legislation. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back the balance.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign, or those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. What am I doing here? I'm reading this now. It is now in order to consider amendment number 17 printed on Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is intended to further bipartisan efforts to streamline the environmental permitting process by applying one federal decision to certain pipeline safety actions. Agencies such as the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration can be required to undertake lengthy and burdensome federal environmental reviews that can take several months and oftentimes even years to complete. As a result, essential safety and energy actions are stalled or sometimes completely stopped, which can limit our energy resources, limit our ability to be energy independent, and unnecessarily create scarcities, higher prices, and threats to the safety and health of our citizens. This amendment represents just another step toward eliminating these problems. It sets reasonable goals for reviewing the environmental impacts of certain pipeline safety actions. Specifically, it limits the review time to 2 years, consolidates federal reviews into one streamlined process, and document and removes unnecessary delays in making final agency decisions. This amendment builds on bipartisan support and precedent for requiring agencies to undertake one federal decision when reviewing the potential environmental impacts of a federal action. Similar efforts have been signed into law, including for federal reviews of highway projects as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act signed by President Biden in 2021. It's recognized that through one federal decision, we can sensibly streamline energy and energy safety projects, including pipelines, without compromising environmental protections. Mr. Chair, I urge support of my amendment and the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment attempts to accelerate pipeline construction, and it does so by undermining informed decision-making, meaningful review, which falls under the National Environmental Policy Act and other established bedrock laws. We have an extensive record showing that NEPA is not a meaningful cause of energy project delays, period. But when delay does occur, it's usually because of the permit applicant who is causing the delay, or because of the lack of funding for agency staff and resources at permitting offices. While we can't do anything about applicant delays, we have already addressed the other core issue, and we should be celebrating that. Democrats fought to get more than $1 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act to staff up federal agencies' permitting offices so they would be able to efficiently and effectively process permits. The Council on Environmental Quality has also now told us that because of what Democrats delivered, even the most extensive form of environmental review will in most cases take 2 years or less. By the way, that was the target timeline of industry, Trump, and Senator Manchin. Democrats are making quick but high-quality reviews a reality. Republicans simply want to mandate low-quality reviews or none at all. I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Louisiana, who is the chairman of the Aviation Subcommittee on the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Crawford from Arkansas for his leadership on this amendment. I also want to thank Chairman Westerman, who has been absolutely incredible on H.R. 1, ensuring that we bring down the cost of energy, ensuring that we bring American energy security back to the table, and ensuring that we actually begin reducing emissions, because we know that this administration has actually increased emissions. What this amendment does is it actually, and somewhat comically, it is modeled exactly after what my friend, the ranking member of the Resources Committee, just objected to. It does exactly what he actually voted for in the infrastructure bill. That's all this does. And so to hear somebody suggest that this is actually contrary to the environment is remarkable. And in fact, it just defies logic. There's study after study that shows that by putting energy in a pipeline, by putting carbon dioxide for sequestration in a pipeline, it is safer. It is safer than the alternative of putting on a truck, a barge, or rail, where you have a better chance of leaking, and it has higher emissions. So to hear somebody object to this under the auspices of being concerned about the environment, I don't know if it's uninformed, if it's ignorant, if it's just not telling the truth. I don't know. This amendment is a bipartisan amendment, and I'm going to say it again. It's an amendment that Democrats in this body voted for months ago in the infrastructure bill. That's what this does. So if you care about the environment, you should support this amendment. Again, I want to thank my friend from Arkansas for his leadership.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves the balance. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This important amendment simply builds off existing bipartisan efforts to sensibly streamline environmental reviews by applying one federal decision to certain pipeline projects, as my friend from Louisiana indicated. At a time when our domestic energy independence is suffering and energy prices are increasing, we must look for ways to support our energy safety, infrastructure, and production. This amendment represents one way of doing that. It does not remove or alter environmental protections. Rather, it merely streamlines the process and consolidates essential government agencies and decision-making under one federal decision. Just to reiterate what Mr. Graves said, it really defies explanation that my friend from the other side would oppose this, given the fact that he just voted for it in the Infrastructure and Investment Act. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I urge support of this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized. And he yields back, so the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is now adopted. Is adopted. It's now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, go ahead. The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Donalds of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. What this amendment really does is it requires a study on America's current uranium supply, specifically looking into the status of and the quality of such domestic uranium deposits, and it seeks policy solutions relating to America's domestic uranium challenges. My amendment also requires an analysis of America's supply in comparison to other countries around the globe. In short, Madam Chair, if you're going to embrace nuclear power in the United States, we also have to understand what our uranium needs are. We have to be able to assess them, and that's what the nature of my amendment does. And I would like to yield a minute to Mr. Self from Texas to talk about this amendment as well.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Representative Donald's amendment. The most logical path forward for clean, reliable electrical supply is nuclear power. The U.S. Navy operates 80 nuclear-powered vessels with more than 5,400 reactor years of accident-free operation. The face of nuclear power is changing to a generation of small, modular reactors that deliver power with lower initial capital costs and more flexibility in placement. Today, we import 95% of our high-assay, low-enriched uranium from Russia. A startling quote in a Reuters article says that without Moscow, the U.S. nuclear power industry could collapse in 1 to 1.5 years. Today, I speak for Mr. Donald's amendment, which will help lead America back to total energy abundance by finding and evaluating American sources of uranium. If you want a Green New Deal, this is it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves.
I reserve.
For what purpose? This gentleman from Florida, Arizona, seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, although I'm not necessarily opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The amendment offered by my colleague from Florida, Mr. Donalds, requires the Secretary to submit a report to Congress that includes the status of uranium deposits in the U.S., information on the quality of these deposits compared to the rest of the world, and policy considerations regarding the use of these deposits. Although this amendment concerns only the making of a report, I want to take a moment to highlight the history of uranium mining in this country as it relates to our indigenous communities. One example I'll use is the Navajo Nation. From the 1940s to the 1980s, nearly 30 million tons of uranium ore were extracted from the nation's lands, exposing generations of tribal members to the contamination that permeated these sites. After the mining companies were done, they simply left their operations and failed to engage in any cleanup measures. Today, there are over 500 abandoned uranium mines on the tribal nation's lands, and this continues to be a serious concern for the nation's tribal leadership as we speak. As you can imagine, these mines have contaminated to chronic health outcomes among tribal members, have left countless homes and water sources with elevated levels of radiation. So when we consider the status of uranium mining in this country, we must also consider the inevitable history that this industry has exposed upon specifically tribal communities. I hope that in addition to the information my colleague would like to be included in the amendments report, that we can also work to include a survey of the industry's historical practices and expected challenges and outcomes to local communities, surrounding communities, and with that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say it's important for us to understand that there are two key investments that America is going to need to make. One is increasing our domestic uranium mining capabilities, and number two is bolstering our domestic uranium conversion and enrichment capabilities. If the concerns of the United States are to find a way to increase baseload power and also the necessary concern about emissions, then nuclear power is the path forward for that. But we have to take stock of our uranium capabilities here in the United States. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman, the chair of the Transportation Infrastructure, the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Westerman. I gave you a different title, Mr. Westerman, sorry.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and Madam Chair, I rise in support. of this amendment. We have spoken about the link between hard rock minerals and national security today, but there's one resource highlighted by this amendment that must be discussed, and that's uranium. Domestic uranium is essential for national security given its role in nuclear deterrence and powering naval nuclear propulsion program. But uranium also supports the United States biomedical community because it is vital to the protection of medical isotopes. And as the gentleman has pointed out, unfortunately, the majority of our uranium supply comes from Russia and former Soviet bloc countries. We have ample deposits of uranium here in the United States. We just have to mine it, and we have to process it, and we need to use more of it to create more nuclear power. I thank the gentleman for bringing this amendment. I support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman
I
reserves.
reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments about the uranium mining and the reports as requested in this amendment, I'm not arguing with the request. My point is that there's a history here of impacted communities. What do we do with waste? That challenge, the contamination, the cleanup requirements, what are the company's responsibilities? Those should all be part of a survey. And if we're aggressively pursuing uranium as a source, then we need to aggressively pursue the protections and the information and the intended and unintended consequences of uranium mining, of which we have a history. That is the request. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman, ears back. Gentleman from Florida is now recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona about his concerns, and that's something I would definitely want to work forward on, to work on as we move forward. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I rise as the designee of Representative Escobar, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When the government offers up public land for an oil and gas lease sale, the public has a right to challenge the agency's decision. Challenges can be for any number of reasons, from concerns about air or water, harming cultural heritage, threatening wildlife, or hunting or recreation, or agricultural businesses in the area. The Polluters Over People Act puts an arbitrary time limit on these challenges, saying that any claim must be resolved within 60 days so the agency can get on with issuing the leases. If these challenges have merit, they should be fully considered. The arbitrary deadline shuts the American people out of the decision-making process, and this amendment would restore the American people's voice in how their public lands are used, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance, Madam Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, whose purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this unnecessary amendment as it would strike a provision in the bill that reinforces current law and requires the Bureau of Land Management to resolve protests to oil and gas lease sales within 60 days of payment by the winning bidder. This amendment proposes a standard of accountability for federal agencies that is worse than the status quo. In current practice, the BLM resolves most protests before lease sales even occur. For example, when the BLM's New Mexico State Office received formal protest for their June 30, 2022 oil and gas lease sale, The BLM was able to review and respond to the protests by June 29th, completing the process in 42 days and before the sale even occurred. Once a lease is bid on and won, current law requires leases to be issued within 60 days following payment by the successful bidder. This amendment strikes a good governance provision that does nothing more than reaffirms current law. Just yesterday, DOI Secretary Deb Haaland testified before the House Appropriations Committee where she stated, and I quote, "Energy independence is a priority of President Biden," end quote. If energy independence is a priority of President Biden, then House Democrats should not be taking our nation backwards. Let's not undo current law that is actually working. For those reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in opposition, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Energy independence, clean, renewable, safe energy is what we're all for. And this amendment continues to have the public involved in decision-making that affects them, their communities, and their families. I urge approval of the amendment, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Okay. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in opposition to the amendment. Madam Chair, the whole purpose of passing H.R. 1 is to make it easier to build and move America forward. Lease awardees under current law are subject to extensive delays if the lease sale is protested. These delays could take weeks, months, or even years. Meanwhile, the prices at the gas pump continue to skyrocket while we have acres of land ready to be put into production. The current situation makes very little sense, allowing for practically unfettered protests to lease sales with no timeline is a de facto ban on development. Except this way, the administration doesn't have to admit that they actually are trying to ban American energy. It just takes a wink and a nod to the radical, wealthy activist lawyer class that exists only to, quote, keep it in the ground, end quote. Working together, Interior and their friends in the protest class just drag it out, and protest after protest, while American workers and families struggle to afford their daily commute. Section 20103 of H.R. 1 resolves this problem by putting in place a common sense time frame that concludes 60 days after the awardee makes the payment. Striking this section, as my colleague's amendment does, is just another attempt at slowing down any sort of oil and gas development. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
I reserve. Oh, I yield.
Has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I encourage opposition to this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Chair, I rise today in strong support of this amendment. This amendment will prohibit the Communist Party of China from acquiring any interest in American farmland or lands used for American renewable energy production. China has been aggressively acquiring foreign agricultural and energy assets around the world, and the United States has not been immune to this trend. Our country's food security and energy independence are at stake, and we must take action to protect our critical resources. In 2013, a Chinese company purchased 300 acres of farmland in North Dakota. This acquisition caused concern among farmers and policymakers in North Dakota and beyond. This amendment directly addresses these concerns by prohibiting the Communist Party of China or any person acting on its behalf from acquiring any interest in American farmland or lands used for American energy production. It is crucial that we learn from past experiences and take necessary measures to protect our domestic resources and ensure our food security and energy independence. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and join me in protecting our critical resources. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition? Arizona, I'm sorry, seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know which one of us, gentleman from Arkansas or myself, that might be getting
Does the gentleman seek
confused about what
time in opposition?
Yes, I ask for unanimous
You are
consent to
recognized.
claim the time in
You are
opposition.
recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
I'm happy to support my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who seem to be taking an interest in supporting homegrown clean energy economy. Unfortunately, there isn't much else in H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, that will help us shift to a clean energy future we need to combat the climate crisis. I will also say I'm significantly more concerned about the foreign-owned companies buying up oil, gas, and minerals and polluting in the United States without consequence. But this amendment aligns with my efforts to increase transparency around who is operating on our lands and my efforts on raising global standards. Let's make sure we have good actors operating on our lands. We owe that much to the American people, and I reserve the balance, Madam Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield as much time as you may consume to the Chairman of the Subcommittee of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Stauber from Minnesota.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of my colleague, Representative Feenstra's amendment. Madam Chair, in recent years, there has been a concerning trend of the Chinese Communist Party purchasing farmland right here in America, including land used for farming, forestry, and other energy production. In fact, the CCP just tried to purchase almost 400 acres of land right outside of Grand Forks Air Force Base in North Dakota, creating a clear and present danger to our national security. Not only does this jeopardize our national security, but takes valuable land away from our American farmers who toil day in and day out to grow crops used to feed America and provide liquid fuel options for transportation. As a proud recipient of the Friends of the Farm Bureau Award and a member of the Congressional Biofuels Caucus, I hear firsthand from our farming communities of the very real fears from the Chinese purchased land. If COVID taught us anything, it's that we cannot depend on adversarial nations for our supply chains, much less let them increase their hold and influence over our land. I thank my colleague for offering his amendment and urge support, and I yield.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, again, I support this amendment by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra. Encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Excuse me. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Ms. Perez of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer an amendment requiring permitting agencies to determine their technology needs and report them to Congress. Like many of my colleagues across the aisle, I support permitting reforms. We can agree that existing permitting programs are onerous, saddling Americans with rules and regulations that are challenging at best to navigate. And unfortunately, both parties share some of the blame for creating this mess. It is Congress that has spent decades under-resourcing permitting agencies, a big cause of the backlog we are seeing today. Congress's infrastructure investments of the last few years are critical for my district and the entire country. Simply funding projects is not enough, though. That is not the goal of recent legislation. Getting projects built is the goal. Whether it's bridges, broadband, ports, or power lines, making sure that permits are being used in a consistent and timely manner is key to any project's success. And I want to be clear that ensuring predictability is an important piece of the permitting puzzle, one often left out of the discussion. When someone is applying for permits, potential approval or disapproval shouldn't be at the whims or interest of whoever is reviewing their application. Using new technology to improve consistency, we can help provide the certainty that businesses crave to pursue critical projects in the first place. And these reforms can't continue to help big businesses beat out our small businesses. The endless red tape involved in getting permits is a major burden for small businesses. In sector after sector of our economy, market consolidation is squeezing America's small businesses and harming consumers. A business of 5 employees should be on a level playing field with a business of 5,000 employees when it comes to navigating the permitting system. Ensuring that predictability is one way permitting programs can work better for small businesses. Right now, we don't even know what resources permitting agencies need, and that's why H.R. 1's provision that agencies assess their staffing needs and report them to Congress is so important. My amendment simply extends that requirement to cover technology as well. Technology, we all know, is changing so fast right now, and giving permitting agencies better tools can help on so many fronts. New software, including programs using machine learning, can better coordinate simultaneous application reviews by agencies. It can improve agencies' communication with applicants so they can know where their permits are in the process, and any additional material that may be needed for certification. And new technology can improve predictability and timely review. This is a straightforward measure that would help make the government work the way it ought to. Congress needs to make sure that permitting agencies have the staff, technology, and resources to issue permits and expand permitting capacity. I am proud to offer this amendment to ensure agencies' technologies needs are met, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, this amendment would require the Department of the Interior, Department of Agriculture, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and Department of Commerce to determine the technological needs for their respective permitting programs and report those needs to Congress annually. The permitting process can be a significant barrier to economic development and innovation in our country, made even worse if outdated technology and bureaucratic inefficiencies are hindering the process. While far from a total solution to our nation's permitting woes, identifying technological deficiencies that contribute to inefficiencies could help Congress prioritize scarce resources to modernize the permitting process. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized.
In closing, Madam Chair, this reporting requirement is important for making sure permitting agencies work right. Making sure agencies have the technology they need will improve processes, reduce compliance costs, and speed up permitting. The whole amendment is just 10 pages. It's a straightforward, good government provision. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by a gentlewoman from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise as a designee of Mr. James, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. It is well known by now that foreign nations, China in particular, are dominating global supply chains for hard rock minerals like copper, nickel, lithium, and dozens of others. China's overwhelming presence in the minerals marketplace is not due to an inherent advantage in mineral reserves, but instead is the result of a decades-long strategy to take control of dozens of commodities from mining to manufacturing. For instance, China's Go Global strategy, which began in the 90s, included $390 billion in outbound direct investments in the mining sector. Today, China is the primary global supplier of cobalt for batteries, despite having very limited domestic reserves. Through its aggressive investment in processing capacity and foreign direct investment of mines around the world. China also has billions invested in nickel projects in Indonesia, home to 1/4 of overall global reserves. Nickel and cobalt are only 2 out of dozens of minerals that will see surging demand in the coming years. Examples of China's mineral dominance go on and on. Just yesterday, DOI Secretary Holland testified before the House Appropriations Committee, where she agreed that electric vehicles and renewables deepen our dependence on China. Congressman Reschenthaler specifically asked Secretary Holland if electric vehicles and renewables deepen our dependence on China, and she replied yes. We must not put China over America. We must return our nation to energy independence. H.R. 1 combats the crisis of Chinese control of the global mineral supply chain. My colleague's amendment is a great addition to H.R. 1. The amendment directs the U.S. Geological Survey and the Department of Defense, Energy, and State to identify the mineral supply chains needed for military, defense, and national security purposes that are at greatest risk of disruption because of China. Once identified, the administration must develop a strategy to bring these supply chains back to the United States, including through bolstering U.S. domestic mining, refining, processing, and manufacturing. This amendment speaks to the core of the bill under consideration today, the needs to increase domestic production of energy and minerals, a critical part of maintaining our national security. I support this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting its inclusion in the package, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. We already have a national strategy on critical minerals. The Democratic-passed Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act built on the energy policy of 2020 to give agencies broad authorities to responsibly decrease reliance on China by diversifying sources, finding substitute, and importantly, recycling and reusing, something Republicans often ignore in favor of rushing into new mining. This amendment puts a focus on new mining without essential protections for communities and the environment. Many of the minerals we need for a clean energy transition in the United States are within 35 miles of tribal land. Yet neither this amendment nor the underlying bill addresses the impact of domestic mining on indigenous communities at all. It doesn't address the long overdue need to reform the mining law of 1872. We know there will be increased demand for minerals in the transition to renewable energy. That's why it's essential that we reform the mining law, period. We need to ensure better protections for the environment, a fair return to the American people that royalties be paid and a seat at the table for tribal government as it is dictated in the government to government and trust responsibility that Congress holds. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and instead work on real, meaningful reform to support the clean energy transition, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this amendment, which creates a national strategy for America to reshore our mineral supply chains. Madam Chair, I want to just reiterate what the chair of the Natural Resources Committee just said. Yesterday, the Secretary of Interior of this nation, who's in charge of millions of acres of federal land, when asked on a mineral withdrawal in the biggest copper nickel find in the world in northeastern Minnesota called the Duluth Complex, which has 95% of this nation's nickel reserve, almost 90% of the cobalt reserve, 75% of the platinum group metals, and over a third of our copper. When the Secretary of Interior yesterday was asked if there's critical minerals in that find, this is her answer, quote, "I don't know. What kind of minerals were there? I don't think there were critical minerals." The Secretary of Interior has no idea that cobalt and nickel are part of the critical minerals, of the 37 critical minerals identified by the Department of Interior, or the Department of Energy. This is her response. We need a national strategy to reshore these minerals. And I want to reiterate, this is offensive to my constituents who are ready and able to mine these critical minerals to secure our supply chain for this nation. We have to secure our supply chain. We have to hold the dependency of this great nation in the palm of our own hand, doing it with the best environmental standards and the best labor standards. We can't allow China to dominate in our critical minerals with zero environmental standards, zero labor standards. The Communist country of China owns 15 of the 19 industrial mines in the Congo that use child slave labor, and this administration just entered into a memorandum of understanding to allow child slaves to mine the minerals that we need. We can't do this anymore as the United States of America. We should never allow or purchase minerals mined by child slave labor. And again, this is our Secretary of Interior of the United States of America has no idea what's happening with the withdrawal.
Gentleman's time has expired. From Arkansas, your time has expired. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. There is a strategy and for critical minerals, but whatever we do going forward, the essential protections that are in place for communities, the requirement of tribal consultation and being at the table, that is our obligation, constitutional obligation, those need to be followed. And the reason they need to be followed is the energy strategy that I'm hearing from the Republicans is just going back to the good old days. And the good old days created these laws, these protections. And I use the example of Navajo Nation and uranium contamination. And the list can go on and on and on. And so if we are saying that collateral damage, those bad health impacts, that destruction of a community, that toxic cleanup left to local taxpayers and taxpayers, that's okay because that's part of the past and that's part of that mining history of the past under the 1872 law, then we should replicate that now? No. This amendment is wrong-headed, takes us in a different direction, cuts the public out of the process, and violates our nation-to-nation consultation responsibility. And with that, I urge a no vote and yield back the balance.
The question is on the amendment offered by a gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMarfa, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our chairman for his diligent work on H.R. 1 and the amendments that are going with it here. I appreciate it. I rise today not only supportive of H.R. 1 that will make long overdue changes to our permitting system and allow time-sensitive projects to be considered and approved in a reasonable time frame, but in support of also 2 amendments that I'm very pleased to be able to see included. First, this Amendment 23, otherwise known as the Combustion Avoidance Along Rural Roads Act, or the CAR Act. The CAR Act is named after the 2018 devastating wildfire that occurred in Redding, California, that started from a flat trailer tire igniting roadside vegetation. Also, I think coining the term firenado as it occurred there with the deadly winds that whipped that fire into what became a 230,000-acre blaze that also took 8 lives. This bill would waive time-consuming requirements under NEPA and the ESA for wildfire mitigation activities conducted within 300 feet of a roadway. These wildfire mitigation activities would include thinning, hazardous fuels reduction, prescribed burning, and vegetation management, and be by the Department of Interior or the USDA, and be conducted on federal land that is administered by the National Park System, the Bureau of Land Management, or the Forest Service. Roadways can, of course, be a higher risk area for combustion. It only makes sense to do the type of thinning and management along roadways to vastly reduce that risk. Had this been in practice already, the car fire likely would not have happened. And so I hope we can have this kind of common sense be applied towards our roadsides under the CAR Act. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose? Gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you once again. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would unnecessarily waive fundamental environmental laws for wildfire mitigation activity adjacent to roads. Madam Chair, the underlying bill we're considering today is a polluter wish list of environmental shortcuts designed to open our public lands to more and more extraction while cutting the public's out of the decision-making process. The bottom line is I simply do not think that Congress should be in the business of waiving requirements outlined in the Endangered Species Act or the National Environmental Protection Act. These laws provide critical protections that guide the management of our public lands and waters, critical protections that do not hinder efforts to mitigate wildfire risk or manage our forests. In fact, many of the activities contemplated by the amendment are covered under existing categorical exclusions, which allow land management agencies to carry out routine projects in a fast, efficient, and flexible manner. I will not deny that carrying out wildfire mitigation projects across our national forests and public land is a critical priority. However, we do not have to cast aside environmental standards to get it done. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm disappointed that this would be deemed a wish list item. Indeed, when the 8 lives lost and the families affected in the Redding area would look at this as something that would be critical. The categorical exclusions do not go far enough. Obviously, they would have been utilized in a fashion that would be making a wide enough swath around our roadways to make them safe from fire and our forests safe from fire. So I urge, please, an aye on this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
Continue
Arizona
to reserve.
is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman.
I yield to my colleague from Arkansas.
Gentleman yields, and gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of this amendment. Provisions of this bill such as Representative Gray's Builder Act, would streamline the inefficient and costly NEPA process. And it's costly in more than just dollars. It's costly to our environment. It's costly in human lives. As the gentleman explained, we can do better managing our forest. When we keep these forests healthy, we're protecting human life, we're protecting property, and we're also protecting the very thing that does more to support and help the environment than anything else, and it's our forest. It's a tragedy that we send up so much of our forest in smoke. This NEPA process, although it's streamlining, will help to produce more domestic energy. It will also help to build infrastructure, and it will help to take care of our national forest and federal lands. This is a good amendment. I support it and encourage others to support it, and yield back to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I conclude by asking that we not have more scenes that look like this, similar to this that happened in Reading, and that we be allowed to do the work effectively along our roadways, which are risk zones with traffic, etc. With that, I ask for your aye vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yield back the balance, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Amendment 24, also known as the Clear Zones Act, is an enhancement of the Electricity Reliability and Forest Protection Act. This amendment would extend the hazard zone around power lines to allow utility companies to clear trees that pose a danger to transmission infrastructure. It also gives automatic approval of vegetation management plans after 60 days, which keeps these plans moving forward while still giving adequate time for reasonable review, instead of needless delays in these critical fire risk zones. During debate, I've heard some of my colleagues refer to this amendment and other proposals in H.R. 1 as a giveaway, in this case, to utility companies, or a trashing of the environment. But that's offensively untrue. Indeed, the environment suffers much more by the mass amount of fire we're talking about. Both of my amendments are a direct response to wildfires that have already occurred in my district. Had they been in place, largely the Camp Fire that destroyed the town of Paradise, 153,000 acres, and took 85 lives, would not have happened. As a fire caught from foliage that was underneath a power line. As well, the million-acre Dixie Fire that occurred in my district, from what looked like a healthy tree falling into a power line, destroyed 2 towns. Additionally, Greenville and Canyon Dam. I was there at Canyon Dam 5 minutes before it was lost completely. Unlike most environmental regulations, this policy is not just about potential future effects. It's also about the fires that have already happened, that have already destroyed homes, already taken lives, and a message to those folks that your suffering was not needless. It's about stopping these wildfires from happening again by having wise management around our power lines so that the odds of fire occurring from these power lines existing in our rural areas is reduced greatly. So, Madam Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you again. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would change existing guidelines and create a new categorical exclusion for managing vegetation along transmission lines that run across national forest and public lands. In order to advance the renewable energy future that the underlying bill moves us away from, we do need to prioritize transmission. That's why House Democrats work tirelessly to invest billions in new opportunities that the Biden administration is currently delivering across America. These investments are building out rural electrical infrastructure and will expand access to renewable energy to more and more Americans. Confronting the climate crisis also means reducing risk associated with transmission infrastructure, which certainly includes wildfire. However, this amendment is a bridge too far. There is an administrative process to establish categorical exclusions. That is right away to get them done, not through a fly-by-night amendment on a largely unrelated piece of legislation. The amendment also sets up an unrealistic approval timetable, deeming a permit approval deeming that a permit is approved if an agency hasn't responded within 60 days. We all know that the federal land management agencies are understaffed and under-resourced. The solution is investing in the workforce and building out agency capacity, not creating unworkable timelines designed to ultimately be ignored. This amendment, however, is not the answer, and I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to reclaim my time.
Yes, without objection, the gentleman may reclaim your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield time to my colleague, our chairman from Arkansas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I thank the gentleman not only for yielding me time, but for bringing another common sense, good amendment that makes H.R. 1 even a better bill. And as he mentioned, similar provisions enacted in 2018 allowing electric transmission or distribution facility operators to remove hazard trees that can threaten infrastructure and start a catastrophic wildfire. That is what this bill or this amendment was built on. Madam Chair, I've been to California. I've been to South Lake Tahoe. I've seen the efforts and the fruits of the labor in the field from the work that my colleague from California, Mr. LaMalfa, and our colleague, Mr. McClintock, that worked so hard to be able to get this provision in previous legislation. This has been used to thin the timber on these power lines. These provisions have helped stop wildfires from spreading. This works. This should be added to. We should be doing it everywhere we can to prevent these catastrophic wildfires like the folks in California and other parts of the West see all too often. Again, I support this amendment. I encourage everyone else to support it, and I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Chair, in closing, I ask that people really stop and think about what we're asking here. This is not unreasonable where power lines interface with forested areas. And precautions like what we're talking about would have directly, in these two cases, saved 3 towns, over 1.1 million acres, and at least 85 lives, had we had the ability to thin properly around power lines. It's that basic. And so as long as we're going to have electricity come from rural areas, we're going to have these needs to be able to have safety around our power lines by doing common sense management around them. So with that, I ask aye on Amendment 24, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arizona
Madam
is
Chair,
recognized.
yield the balance of our time.
The question is on the amendment offered by a gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico, gentlewoman from New Mexico, seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Fernandez, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to debate and consider my amendment to encourage local hiring and recruitment. But I also want to note my disappointment that my friends across the aisle rejected any consideration of my other 2 amendments on this floor. One of those amendments would allow the Secretaries of the Interior and Agriculture to prevent exploratory mining from taking place on federal lands if it would negatively impact our water, farmers, tribes, or local communities. In New Mexico, agua es vida. Water is life. It shouldn't be controversial to protect our waters from mining contamination for our people, our farmers, and our environment. My other amendment would have simply stated that this bill would not go into effect until the federal government certifies that it would lower costs for American consumers and save taxpayers money. If this bill is really designed to lower energy costs for American consumers and taxpayers, let's verify that before putting polluters over people. But again, I appreciate the opportunity to consider my amendment, which would require local units of the Bureau of Land Management, the Forest Service, and National Park Service to conduct an outreach plan to disseminate and advertise open civil service positions with functions relating to permitting and natural resources in their offices. Each plan must include outreach to local high schools, community colleges, institutions of higher education, and other relevant institutions. BLM, the Forest Service, and Park Service field officers, ranger districts, they're stewards of our lands, but they also operate within communities within which they are located, like Cuba or Farmington or Roswell, New Mexico. Adequate staffing at these offices and their headquarters and our federal agencies broadly is critical to our ability to effectively steward our natural resources and environment and to move projects through the permitting process efficiently, responsibly, and with an ear and tuned in to what the local communities need. Unfortunately, we're seeing many of our agencies struggle to fill vacancies and staff up. For example, an E&E news article from late last year said there are vacancy counts for all 12 BLM state offices, the National Interagency Fire Center in Boise, Idaho, the Bureau's National Operations Center in Denver, and other directorates. And to be clear, I know BLM and other federal agencies are working hard to address these challenges. My amendment would take another step to help address the staffing challenge by making sure local offices are communicating with the local communities about open positions. So whether it's New Mexico Highlands University, Eastern New Mexico University, or Navajo Tech, I believe we should be taking advantage of talent in our communities where these offices are located. To be clear, once again, we must also provide our federal agencies with the resources and tools they need and support our federal workforce along the way. The investments made last Congress to increase capacity at our federal permitting offices were a down payment, but we need to continue to invest in agency capability. So again, this amendment simply makes sure that our local agencies are thinking about communicating with our local talent when trying to fill those hiring challenges. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment, though I'm not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment requires local units of the National Park Service, Bureau of Land Management, and Forest Service to advertise open job positions related to permitting or natural resources, including at local high schools, community colleges, universities, and other institutions. And Madam Chair, I just have to commend the gentlelady's district, the town of Hobbs, New Mexico. I was there recently, and I got to visit an amazing facility called CTEC that is used to educate the future workers in that area. I've seen a lot of career and technical education facilities, and this one is second to none. And it was funded by the industry in the oil and gas business, and they gave back to the community. built this remarkable facility. I believe they said over 1,000 students per year, high school students, are using this facility. And these are the places that are educating these future workers, and these jobs should be advertised there. So we've heard from multiple sectors, including in the energy and mining and renewable energy spaces, about the permitting challenges they face. And those challenges are magnified by lack of sufficient qualified personnel in state and local land management offices. This amendment tasks the administration with performing outreach to local schools and other institutions to help fill open positions in their local offices. While it's far from a total solution to the permitting challenges in our country, this amendment could help improve permitting backlogs and provide employment opportunities at the local level and in rural areas. I thank the gentlelady, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I thank the
Gentlewoman is
gentleman from
recognized.
Arkansas for his visit to my district, and I would also invite you to the northern part, because at New Mexico Highlands University, we have an excellent forestry department where we're looking at the center of excellence, and I know your interest in forestry. I yield back the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by a gentlewoman from New Mexico. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Levin of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first amendment would strike Title V of Division B of this bill. Throughout this debate, I've heard my friends across the aisle argue that the bill before us today is a reasonable attempt to reform our permitting system. But unfortunately, this bill closely resembles a wish list for big oil and their lobbyists. This amendment would strike one of the most egregious portions of the bill, which would undo many of the reforms we made last Congress to ensure that the American people see a better return on our public lands and waters. We should all be able to agree that the American people deserve a fair deal when it comes to the use of our cherished public lands. For far too long, our oil and gas leasing program has offered a sweetheart deal for the fossil fuel industry at the expense of taxpayers. One fossil fuel company even went so far as to outline in a press release the many benefits of extraction on public land compared to private land. Their release highlighted that leases on public lands are cheaper, last longer, and are more expansive. And while these statements may be music to the ears of those who care most about big oil interests, they represent a raw and an unfair deal for the American people. Increasing the royalty rate to a fair level, that's all we're asking, a fair level, will generate billions of dollars in revenue for taxpayers. The Government Accountability Office and Congressional Budget Office both agree and have suggested that it's good policy. That's why last Congress I introduced the Restoring Community Input and Public Protections in Oil and Gas Leasing Act to protect taxpayers by eliminating non-competitive oil and gas leasing and raising the onshore oil and gas royalty rate, rental fee, and minimum bid amount. I'm proud that the Inflation Reduction Act includes significant provisions of that bill, including eliminating non-competitive leasing for oil and gas sales, raising annual rental rates, and increasing the minimum bid for public lands. These common sense reforms were simply long overdue fixes to create more balanced fiscal terms and bring federal lands in line with what states and private landowners already charge. Before the IRA, the fiscal terms for public lands leasing and drilling were in some cases over 100 years old. For decades, these outdated rates and fees allowed oil CEOs to lease public lands for pennies on the dollar and unfairly increase their profits at the expense of taxpayers. Even after the IRA, states like Texas and Oklahoma still charge higher royalty rates on their state lands than are charged on federal public lands. According to Taxpayers for Common Sense, these updated fiscal terms included in the IRA will not raise prices at the pump or consumer energy prices, but they will raise billions of dollars in additional revenue that could go toward funding education, health care, and infrastructure improvements that benefit everyone, not just oil and gas companies. Unfortunately, the bill before us today would also reinstate non-competitive leasing, an indefensible practice. The Government Accountability Office also found that 99% of non-competitive leases issued between 2003 and 2009 never produced oil and gas during their 10-year lease terms. And the reason why these lands are not put into production is that they're leased in areas where there is virtually no likelihood of development. At its core, non-competitive leasing is a wasteful practice that forces the Bureau of Land Management to expend limited public agency time and resources administering leases that hardly ever generate returns for taxpayers. It encourages oil and gas companies to buy up lands they will never use to pad their portfolios and appease shareholders, contributing to the 12.3 million acres of leased public lands that these companies are currently sitting on and not using. Instead of maintaining these common sense reforms and protecting the interests of American taxpayers, Title V of the bill before us today would undo all of these reforms and provide a gift to oil and gas interests. By rolling back these reforms, the majority is proposing policies that would only pad big oil's pocketbooks even further and increase our federal deficit by $160 million over 10 years, according to the Congressional Budget Office, even as companies like ExxonMobil and Shell are announcing record profits. By striking this title, we can put these dollars back into the pockets of the American people and protect common sense reforms that are finally ensuring that federal taxpayers receive a fair return on any private profit that oil and gas companies extract from our public lands. So I urge my colleagues to stand up for the American people and stand against our increasing national debt by supporting this amendment. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I oppose this amendment, which would strike provisions in the bill to incentivize responsible domestic energy production, create jobs, and reduce energy costs for American families. This amendment would preserve the higher royalty rates for oil and gas on federal lands and waters that were just recently raised by my colleagues across the aisle. Democrat talking points ignore the reality of what it takes to produce energy on federal lands, while at the same time advocate for increased royalties that will be passed on to consumers in the form of higher energy costs. The House Natural Resources Committee held a field hearing for H.R. 1 last month where we heard directly from operators that produce on federal and state and private lands. Unfortunately, none of our Democrat colleagues came with us to participate in that hearing, or they would have heard the facts. It takes less than a week to obtain a drilling permit from the states of Texas or New Mexico, and it takes over 180 days to obtain a permit from the BLM. That is just one drilling permit. Operators sometimes need 30 to 50 permits and right-of-ways from a federal agency to develop a project on federal lands. It is these delays and inefficiencies that demonstrate why the royalty rate should be lower on federal lands. The simple truth is, the lower the royalty rate, the more interest there will be in energy production. The greater our nation's energy security and the cheaper energy prices will be for all Americans. And the Democrats know this. Earlier this month, the Biden administration confirmed this fact in a leaked Bureau of Ocean Energy Management memo on Cook Inlet lease cell number 258. Their own memo noted that a lower, quote, 16 2/3% royalty may be more likely to facilitate expeditious and orderly development of OCS resources and potentially offer greater energy security to the residents of the state of Alaska, end quote. That was from the Biden-Bohm administration. Because I believe in promoting American energy security and reducing our reliance on federal adversaries for energy and mineral resources that we should be producing here in America, I oppose this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to join me in opposition. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll yield back, balance my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to my good friend Mr. Levin's amendment. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act actually inflated royalty rates to continue punishing energy developers and all downstream consumers, whether it be diesel used by farmers, gas at the pump for a family going on vacation, or even just the daily commute. Therefore, Republicans in Congress, again, did the right thing by returning the royalty rate to the reasonable place prior to the Inflation Reduction Act. By striking this provision, the Democrats once again want to increase the cost of energy on American families. This doesn't make sense. For one, it simply makes oil and gas more expensive, and therefore all uses of oil and gas more expensive. We think of gasoline and diesel, of course, but how about plastic for everyday use, ranging from eyeglasses to medical instruments, or rubber tires for electric vehicles? How about lubricants for wind turbines? How about fertilizer? Should we continue to drive the cost of all of these items through the roof? It also doesn't make sense because it only punishes producers on federal lands and waters. I've had the good fortune of being welcomed to southeast New Mexico and West Texas a handful of times to discuss these issues. And what I've learned is that it's significantly easier and cheaper to develop on private lands. Producers will produce. Do we want those returns from production to be realized by communities impacted by federal lands ownership at all? And last, this amendment was soundly defeated in committee. So let's keep energy and oil and gas applications cheap, and let's keep revenues flowing to areas impacted by federal lands. And I yield.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas is the only has time left.
I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by a gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, and let's see. The gentleman requests recorded vote. Let's see. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by a gentleman from California will be postponed. Got one more. It is now in order to consider amendment number 27, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Levin of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment simply requires federal agencies to certify that they have the staffing capacity to meet the new environmental timelines established under this bill. According to the Government Accountability Office, the main reason for project delays at the federal level is a lack of agency resources and staff capacity. Thankfully, we helped address this challenge by securing $1 billion in the IRA to ensure federal agencies have the resources and expertise to conduct efficient environmental reviews. A trained, equipped workforce is essential to processing environmental reviews in a timely fashion in cases where there are delays. Increasing the funding and staff for federal agencies' permitting offices and agency workforce training is already making the permitting process significantly more effective and efficient in a responsible way. Unfortunately, instead of building on the progress we made in the Inflation Reduction Act and supporting agencies' capacity to conduct reviews by providing additional resources, H.R. 1 takes the more politically expedient but impractical approach of simply forcing agencies onto stricter timelines for reviews without providing additional resources for federal agencies to conduct these reviews. By instituting these strict deadlines and limiting opportunities for community input throughout this bill, I'm worried that instead of leading to more efficient project reviews and approvals, H.R. 1 may actually lead to sloppier and rushed reviews. When environmental reviews are not thorough, projects often face a litany of time-consuming lawsuits and litigation. As some may know, I used to work on clean energy projects before coming to Congress, and my own experience is that detailed environmental reviews and a thoughtful permitting process, alongside early engagement with impacted communities, can facilitate more efficient completion of projects and better overall outcomes. This amendment would help support efficient reviews by requiring that the Council on Environmental Quality, in consultation with affected federal agencies, certify that all agencies have the funding and staffing capacity to meet the new timelines for environmental review required under the bill. It's common sense that we should not be instituting arbitrary timelines if agencies don't have the necessary resources to meet them. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to ensure that affected agencies have the resources needed to conduct high-quality reviews, which will lead to better overall project outcomes. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, as much as I appreciate Mr. Levin and his real sincerity and work on the committee on this bill, his expertise in this area, I must oppose this amendment tonight and hope to work with him on some additional legislation in the future. But the provisions in this amendment would strike all of the provisions in Division B that increase domestic energy production and reduce energy costs for American families. This amendment prevents Division B from going into effect until all of the federal agencies impacted certify that they have adequate funding and staffing to meet the timelines in the bill. In response, I asked this simple question: when has the federal bureaucracy ever felt it has enough staff on its payroll or enough taxpayer dollars to spend in its budget? The answer is never, at least not as long as I've been in Congress and I've talked to federal agencies. Even with the spending pushed by the Democrats in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, and they've stated several times during the debate on H.R. 1 that they've put $1 billion out there to speed up permitting. But these federal agencies are still asking for more money and more staff, and guess what? Permitting timelines are still ballooning. Why? Because the issue is not an issue of staffing or budget alone. The underlying statutes and the processes are broken, and they must be fixed. And that's what H.R. 1 does. It addresses the underlying issues, and it will expedite permitting for all kinds of projects. This messaging amendment would prevent meaningful reforms in the name of growing the federal bureaucracy. For these reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in opposition, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment.
Madam Chair, I've made a mistake. I reserved my time.
Gentleman has only time left.
And I yield to Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I too appreciate Mr. Levin's intent, but I rise today in opposition of your amendment. Democrats tout, they quote the historic investments in our agencies by the so-called Inflation Reduction Act and other deficit ballooning bills passed when they were in complete control. Madam Chair, I don't understand, how can the agencies be so chronically understaffed after passing all those, quote, historic investments? In fact, Democrats during committee markup touted these funding levels in a nice little graphic, and they said, and I quote, $1 billion from the so-called IRA alone, which includes $30 million for CEQ, $350 million for the Steering Council, and a whopping $625 million for other various agencies. But Madam Chair, have we completed the Cardinal Hickory Creek transmission line that's going on 7 years of permitting? The answer is no. Have we brought any new mines online? The answer is no. Have we finished any water projects in California? No. And look at this chart behind me. This broken permitting system is the issue. It takes decades to get anything done. A mining project in my district alone is on year 20, going on year 21 of permitting and litigation. The need here isn't to turbocharge more federal bureaucrats in our agencies. H.R. 1 solves this problem. Let's modernize the permitting process. Let's put time limits on litigation, limit review page numbers, and shorten timelines for America to remain competitive and lead in energy production. H.R. 1 also allows project sponsors to conduct the review and then submit to the agency, who must give final sign-off. And I repeat this, the agency must sign off. And this isn't just a Republican provision. Many Democrats who still serve in this chamber or in the Senate have voted for that. Fixing permitting requires real policy solutions, not just throwing money into endless pits of bureaucracy. I urge opposition to this amendment, and I yield.
Position as well, and I yield back the balance of my time for real this time.
For real. The question is in the amendment offered by a gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Luna, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
The 2020 Trump moratorium banned all energy leasing off the coast of Florida until 2032. President Trump recognized the natural beauty, tourism attractions, and unique wildlife, as well as one-of-a-kind military training and testing offered by Florida's coast. It goes without saying that energy development threatens all of that, especially off the coast of Florida, so I thank President Trump for his declaration. However, President Biden and Democrats in Congress undercut the Trump moratorium in the Inflation Reduction Act by allowing offshore wind development off the coast of Florida. This threatens our economy, ecosystem, military readiness, as well as a number of endangered species in ways that were obvious to all except Democrats who voted to force this wind development on an unwilling public. My amendment requires the GAO to conduct a study on how wind development would impact military readiness, marine life, tourism aspects, and prohibits offering leases for wind development until the study is complete. I have confidence that this study conducted by our government experts will show what President Trump so easily understood, that wind is bad for Florida. My Florida Republican colleagues and I are committed to ensuring that no wind turbines will ever be placed off the coast of Florida. We will work with our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee to block funding for this kind of development, and we will repeal the section of the Inflation Reduction Act that my Democrat colleagues voted for that want to build windmills on our beaches. These very ugly and ineffective turbines pose untold dangers to Florida's thriving marine life and our precious natural resources. Wind turbines also threaten our nation's military readiness by interfering with radar detection, which can result in a complete loss of detection capabilities, according to the FAA and DoD report to Congress in 2016. In my district, turbines are harmful for an already endangered species in the area, and there is not to mention the untold effects of turbines that will be had on the tourism economy. People travel from all around the world to our pristine beaches not to see windmills. I want to thank Chairman Westerman and Whip Emmer for working with the Florida delegation on this amendment. And on behalf of one of the biggest delegations in the country, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and protect Florida from Joe Biden's windmill fantasy. Thank you. I yield my time.
Gentlewoman.
Reserve my time.
Reserves. For what purpose does gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. The amendment stops any offshore wind lease sales in the waters around Florida until the Government Accountability Office publishes their report on the impacts of wind energy development on military readiness, the marine environment, and tourism. I find the amendment somewhat ironic in that H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, guts the National Environmental Policy Act, which is the best tool for thoroughly studying the impacts of major projects like offshore wind. A robust NEPA process will evaluate the potential impacts of offshore wind projects on military activities, fisheries, marine life, tourism, and coastal community. NEPA is a tool our government should use to help identify the best places for offshore wind and how to mitigate any potential impacts. NEPA, with all respect for GAO, a couple of page GAO study on the potential impacts of offshore wind doesn't make up for a thorough, robust NEPA review. And we need to make sure that coastal communities have the tools that NEPA offers to weigh in on projects that may affect their coastlines and their marine resources. And speaking of NEPA, my colleague referenced that project. I'm quoting from Politico. Look at the energy projects that Republicans are citing as their poster child for the problem sheds light on where their push may or may not help speed project approvals. GOP lawmakers focused on delays to the Cardinal Hickory Creek transmission line during a legislative hearing last month, blaming the NEPA process for years of delay that would have stymied a 102-mile power project from Wisconsin to Iowa. Yet Republican proposed changes would not impact, quote unquote, the project, said Ron Pritchard, a spokesman for the power lines developer ITC Midwest. So NEPA, HR 1 guts NEPA, begins dismantling it, weakens it, and cuts the public out of the process. This amendment protects Florida and their coastline. There are other coastlines. There are other communities that don't want extraction, such as gas and oil. I mentioned California and states along the Atlantic, and they should be extended, and they fight every day to preserve those areas. I oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I yield my time to the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentlewoman for yielding, and also thank her as a freshman member for her proactive work on the committee. And Representative Luna's amendment requires the Comptroller General to have a report on all potential adverse effects of wind energy development in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, the South Atlantic, and the Straits of Florida planning areas. Until this report is published, the Secretary of the Interior is prohibited from publishing a notice or holding a lease sale for wind energy developments in the area. As she stated, the report must evaluate the potential impacts of wind energy development on military readiness and training activities, on the marine environment and ecology and tourism, including the economic impacts on communities adjacent to the planning areas. We cannot compromise our military readiness and training activities, which are crucial for national security. By requiring a Comptroller General report, we can make informed decisions about the potential impacts of wind energy development on our national security, marine environment, and local economies. Therefore, I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. A frustrated former Republican official who worked for the White House Council on Environmental Quality also said regarding NEPA and HR 1, we are spending 99% of our political capital on a set of reforms that will be of no statistical significant consequence, end quote. Yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by a gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, no ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Luna, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Major components of wind infrastructure are imported from our enemies like China. We have seen how poorly President Biden has handled the energy crisis, and to make it worse, he is outsourcing our energy to foreign adversaries. This threatens our national security, throws away American jobs, and increases our dependence on foreign energy. Regardless of the energy source, we need to prioritize our domestic supply chain and support American energy independence. American energy should come from America, not China. U.S. materials, U.S. jobs, U.S. energy independence. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition.
Without objection.
Although I'm not opposed.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I support this amendment. I'm happy to support my colleagues. My colleague on the other side of the aisle, who seems to be taking an interest in supporting our homegrown clean energy economy. Growing a wind industry with domestic supply chains will help us create family-sustaining good union jobs, support local economies, and help it fight the climate crisis. I yield back the balance of my time and urge a yes.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman is
To the gentleman
recognized.
I yield my time to the gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to the gentlelady from Florida for yielding me time. I rise in support of this amendment. The renewable energy sector is a rapidly growing part of our nation's energy mix. We have seen positive growth in wind energy, and we hope to see it evolve into a subsector of American energy exports one day. To achieve this goal, we need to promote the development of a strong domestic supply chain for wind infrastructure. This amendment is a constructive step in that the direction and express is the sense of Congress that we should develop our own domestic supply chains rather than import critical components from China. This amendment aims to prioritize the development of related industries through port upgrades, cable manufacturing, and hiring of vessels and crews for wind energy operations in the United States. By promoting domestic production and expanding our supply chain, we can create jobs, enhance our energy security, and strengthen our economy. Representative Luna's amendment will not only support our energy goals, but also promote economic prosperity. I support this amendment as this policy is a positive step towards the development of a strong and secure domestic supply chain for wind infrastructure. I also encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back my time to the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I yield my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 1, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 1 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13664 of April 3, 2014, with respect to the South Sudan is to continue in effect beyond April 3, 2023. The situation in relation to South Sudan, which has been marked by activities that threaten the peace, security, or stability of South Sudan and the surrounding region, including widespread violence and atrocities, human rights abuses, recruitment and use of child soldiers, attacks on peacekeepers, and obstruction of humanitarian operations continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13664 with respect to South Sudan. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 29, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13694 of April 1, 2015, with respect to significant malicious cyber-enabled activities and with respect to which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13757 of December 28, 2016, is to continue in effect beyond April 1, 2023. Significant malicious cyber-enabled activities originating from or directed by persons located in whole or in substantial part outside the United States continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13694 with respect to significant malicious cyber-enabled activities. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 29, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to celebrate excellence in athletics and a very special group of Hoosier young men. March in Indiana is all about basketball. And this past weekend, the Northwood boys basketball team out of Napanee and Wakarusa reached the heights of basketball glory by winning the 3A state title for the very first time in school history. The Panthers took home the hardware by outlasting Green Catholic in a 66-33 overtime thriller, with senior guard Cabe Brenner leading the scoring with 28 points. When they cut down the nets on Saturday night, it was a fitting end to a season in which the Panthers went a near undefeated 28-2. And with the state championship win, their state championship win was a result of countless hours of hard work and practice that every player put in what they call the pit. So congratulations to Coach Aaron Wolf, who was just named Coach of the Year, and every single Panther on being the last team standing. Thank you for making your parents, peers, and the entire Wani community proud. God bless you, and may God bless America.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, is recognized for 1/2 of the time until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise this evening as the convener of the Congressional Progressive Caucus Special Order Hour. We had been planning today to talk about the different budget priorities between Democrats and Republicans, things I care about, things I care a lot about, things I came to Congress excited to address. But we can't. We can't talk about those things today because once again, we are seeing our children slaughtered in their schools. Monday morning, I dropped 2 of my kids off at their elementary school. I actually went in and talked to their class for career day. Their teacher let them give me a hug and walk me back to the front before I got in the car and got on the plane and came to Washington. While I was in the air, the tragedy at the Covenant School in Nashville unfolded. It makes me absolutely sick to my stomach. Unlike in years past, from Uvalde to Newtown, I haven't been able to hug my own kids yet since the tragedy in Nashville. But those parents in Nashville and in so many schools across this country will never be able to hug their babies again. We should be outraged. Outraged. 3 9-year-old children were ripped apart from their families by an assault-style weapon in their school, in the place we send them to learn, to grow, to be safe, and to feel safe. What's more outrageous than 3 9-year-olds being slaughtered by an assault-style weapon in their school? It's the 13th school shooting this year. This year, in 2023, it's the 13th school shooting this year. It would be gut-wrenching and awful if it were 13 school shootings in 13 years. It's the 13th school shooting this year. Now, thank goodness for the courage, the bravery of the Nashville Police Department and the first responders who kept this tragedy from impacting more families. But it should have never happened in the first place. So what are we doing? What are we doing here to stop this, to protect our kids? Well, I heard one of my colleagues from the state where this happened say on the steps of this very building, "There's nothing we can do." I can't accept that. As a policymaker, I can't accept that. As a parent, I can't accept that. And you can't say there's nothing we can do when you're willing to do nothing. I'm a person of faith. We raised our family in the church. I believe in the power of prayer. And I am glad that our thoughts and prayers are with the families in Nashville. But thoughts and prayers will never be enough. we must look at legislation and action so that there are no more school shootings. And we don't have to comfort families who've lost their kids who simply went to school. And there are things we can and should do. Common sense reforms that will keep our kids and our people safe. Let's start with universal background checks. 90% of the American public wants us to have universal background checks. Where to buy a firearm in this country, you have to get a background check so that we know you're not in crisis or otherwise ineligible to buy a firearm. But instead, we see extremists in the other party willing to put gun manufacturers over people. We should ban assault weapons. These are weapons of war that have no place on our streets. Just today on the front page of the Washington Post, there's an expose on the AR-15, and it goes into the detail we have far too often sanitized about what an assault-style rifle does to the body of a person and the body of a child. It has rendered kids unrecognizable in school shootings such as in Uvalde, Texas. There was a product in the 1980s, lawn darts, that was dangerous for kids. We banned that. But we're not willing to ban these assault-style rifles. That's because extremists right now want to put guns over kids. Let's talk about extreme risk protection orders. Measures that would actually keep people safe by temporarily removing a firearm from someone who's in crisis. We can't talk about gun violence in this country without recognizing that 60% of the gun deaths in America are death by suicide. But it could help other people as well. I have a constituent, Whitney Austin. She was a mom. She was a project manager at Fifth Third Bank. She traveled up to Cincinnati from Louisville, Kentucky to go to work. As she was walking into the office building, she was shot 12 times as part of what ended up being a mass shooting in Cincinnati. She'd never considered politics or gun policy before. Because Louisville, like so many places in this country, is a small place. We call it Louis Village. She was friends with a person I went to high school with, and before she got home from the hospital, she'd said, "What can I do to help?" I met her in her house the day she came home. Her hair was still wet from having washed the blood out of it. And we worked on legislation in the Kentucky General Assembly, legislation that I introduced with a Republican colleague from a rural part of our state that would keep people safe while respecting people's rights. But instead, we see again a party willing to put guns over people. Let's talk about responsible gun ownership. Laws that would encourage safe storage. Look what happened a couple of weeks ago in Houston. A 3-year-old shot and killed her 4-year-old sister. A couple of days before that, a 7-year-old boy in Cleveland died from a suspected accidental self-inflicted gunshot wound. Just last month, a 3-year-old boy in Orlando and a 4-year-old boy in Nashville each shot themselves dead with guns they found. And the month before that, a 6-year-old girl in Virginia accidentally shot and killed her teacher in Virginia. These are toddlers. But we see people willing to put guns over kids. We must try to do something. Bring these measures to a vote. Bring them to the floor. Let us vote on them. Tell the American people that you believe in guns over kids instead of universal background checks. But we've got to do something. We've had 38 mass shootings this month alone. So far, 130 in just the first 86 days of this year. More than 10,000 gun deaths, and we're not even out of March. Bring these to a vote. Replace thoughts and prayers with legislation and action. And instead of legislation and action, what we're getting from extreme MAGA Republicans are slogans, not solutions. Slogans like, guns make us safer. How can you say that when guns are now the leading cause of death for children in this country? Will the measures I've mentioned end gun violence in America? No, of course not. But will they save lives? Yes, absolutely they will. And they will make our children safer. There's no doubt about it. And every day that we delay, every day that we continue to refuse to take action, to put guns over people and guns over kids, we will almost certainly cause unnecessary death. I spent 10 years in the state Senate of Kentucky. During that time, I was in the minority. For 10 years, I worked to represent my constituents, but always find common ground. And that's what I came to Washington to do, to continue to try and find common ground. But we cannot compromise when it comes to our kids' lives. And to all of my colleagues in this body, neither should you. Today, I'm just another dad in America. Sad for the parents who won't have their kids with them this Easter. Sad for the parents who've lost their children to the senseless scourge of gun violence. Angry, hurting, looking to Congress to act, pleading with my colleagues to bring these bills up for debate and to a vote, to stop putting guns over kids. I now yield to my colleague, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
I rise today on behalf of the students, teachers, parents, and loved ones across Western PA who are still reeling from what we all thought was our worst fear come to life today. Just days after families in Nashville went through an unimaginable hell of losing their 9-year-old children because they had the audacity to attend a school in America, we received word about an active shooter situation back home in Pittsburgh. First at Central Catholic High School, then Oakland Catholic High School, and eventually a dozen of our schools across Pennsylvania. Imagine, you're a kid in Central Catholic. You've gone through the active shooter drills, and you saw the news on Monday and heard about every school shooting prior, and today you get a text that a gunman has entered your school. You're wondering if you'll be shot. Will it be your friends who are shot, your classmate, your teammate, your teacher? Can you protect them, or should you run? Do you have time to text your parents one last time? Imagine you're a teacher hysterically crying to the dispatcher a minute after you heard the news. You realize the lock on your door is broken, so you start building barricades with desks and chairs. You ask your students to protect themselves with whatever means possible, from the metal rod in the closet to the acid chemicals in the physics lab. Imagine you're a parent and you receive that phone call or text. Your heart stops, your world freezes, and your mind starts to race. Can you get to the school on time? Will you ever hug your baby again? Will they meet you at the reunification spot? Active shooters, hoaxes, evacuations, active shooter drills. This is no way for our kids to live. This is disgraceful. And no, to my colleagues across the aisle, this is not normal. active shooters aren't normal. Shooting hoaxes aren't normal. The evacuations and the active shooting drills aren't normal. There's nothing about this that is normal. Guns are the leading cause of death for children between the ages of 1 and 18. Not car crashes, not illnesses or accidents, it's guns. Tomorrow, we will send our students back to those buildings where they experienced that immense trauma and fear. We'll expect them to pretend it's a normal day. We'll expect them to continue to learn and perform and to be attentive in the same classrooms that they were just barricaded in. Thankfully, unlike the students and the teachers and the families in Nashville or Michigan or Uvalde or Parkland or Sandy Hook or too many others who were gunned down to count, they won't have to cry over their classmates' bodies or see their empty chairs when they return to school. Because this time, it was just a hoax. Not a hoax. It was a swatting of children in schools in this era of heightened fear and vigilance around an epidemic of school and other mass shootings. So thankfully today, it wasn't dead children back home in Pittsburgh. It was just traumatized children. It doesn't have to be this way. And it wouldn't be this way. But it is this way because Republicans care more about guns than our kids or worshipers in a church or a synagogue or shoppers in a Walmart. Republicans want to control what books you read. They want to control what history you learn. They want to control how you identify, who you can love. They want to control our bodies. They want to control everything except that which could prevent mass preventable deaths of children and students and worshipers and shoppers in the only country on earth that this is a problem. They will not control the proliferation of guns in this country. And for those of you who say it's too political to ask that we put an end to bullet-ridden babies in body bags and traumatized kids doing active shooter drills in their elementary schools, I ask you to stop putting your politics over our children's lives. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, the comments from my colleague from Pennsylvania make me think back to last spring after the Uvalde crisis. I said every policymaker in the country should have had to drop their kids off at school the day after that shooting. It was all over the news, and we didn't know whether to show our fourth graders, twins, our fourth graders, what was going on. But I wanted to talk to them about it and ask them if they were okay. Ask them if they felt scared. And my son looked at me and he said, "It's okay, Dad. We practice active shooter drills in school. We'll be ready." No child should have to comfort their parents in that way. We should be working to protect our kids from this scourge. Instead, we see a party putting guns over our kids. I got an email after the Nashville shooting. A friend of mine from law school's dad. He wrote to me and he said, "Thank you for such a heartfelt, meaningful comment on the Nashville school tragedy. Too bad others don't have the guts to say what you did. I don't know if you heard from my son, but one of the 3 9-year-olds who died was my granddaughter's friend and basketball teammate. 9 years old. Think about that. This is something simply impossible for me to process. And how do you explain it to a child? The boilerplate thoughts and prayers we still hear from those who refuse to do anything to stop the gun violence won't help my granddaughter understand why her friend had to die from a bullet. The gun advocates are all about their constitutional right to bear arms, yet this grandfather wonders about a 9-year-old's constitutional right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, something which far too many of our children are being denied. It's just so sad. Thank you again for saying exactly what needs to be said again, again, and again until this craziness comes to an end. We control that, Madam Speaker. We have some say in whether this craziness comes to an end. From common sense, publicly supported reforms, universal background checks, banning assault weapons, extreme risk protection orders, making sure we have responsible gun ownership, making sure that guns are no longer the leading cause of death among our children. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. This evening, we're going to actually do a handful of things. Some of this is just sort of responding to some of the absurd conversations I've had this week, and this is my moment where I apologize to the stenographer, the clerk. Much of this you will have already heard, but it bears repeating because I actually sat down with a group of congressional staff. And just, it was one of those sort of passing conversations where you sit down and there were Republican and Democrat staff there. And they didn't understand some of the most basic numbers of what's going on around us. So the first thing we're going to start with here. How many of you picked up a newspaper and heard anyone talk about the debt ceiling? Apparently it's a really big deal. Fine. But then you hear them say things like, it's the default if we don't just raise it. No, that's not how it works. Default is when you do not pay back your bonds. It's still really important. We're going to actually ultimately have to raise the debt ceiling. It's, can we do something? It's also going to be very, very, very important. Can we do it in a fashion where we message to the world debt markets that we're taking our debt seriously, that we understand the curve is unsustainable, and we're going to walk through a bunch of boards that basically show the scale of the debt that's coming. But once again, default is when you do not pay back your bonds. Now, we actually had a Treasury Secretary under President Obama that he and I remember had this wonderful conversation when I kept correcting him saying that's not default. He came up saying, okay, we're going to create a new term. It's now called a technical default. And that's when the 30% of government spending that's functionally borrowed every single day, we're not able to pay for that. Fine, call it technical default. Let's just be accurate. But the other thing that's really important, and if there's anyone in Republican leadership listening out there, please hear this. 2011, the United States actually got a downgrade. Standard & Poor's lowered the United States from its AAA rating. They took us down a notch. They did not lower our credit rating because of the debt ceiling. They lowered our credit rating because we didn't provide a credible path on managing the scale of the debt. And this is 2011. The numbers today are devastatingly more ugly. If you can sort of mix that in language. Seriously. So 2011, we moved down to a AA+, fine. But it was because we were doing nothing about budget deficits. And once again, I talked about this last week, and once again, I think it was yesterday, a member of the left going, well, they're going to get us downgraded if we just don't raise the debt ceiling. That isn't why we were downgraded in 2011. It's because we did not demonstrate to the world markets that we want to buy. Remember, we borrow more than, I think last year it was $48,000 a second. Every second of every day we borrow $48,000. Someone has to buy that debt to finance the 30% of our spending that we don't cover with our tax receipts. Wouldn't the people that buy those bonds like to know we intend to pay them back? Does just raising the borrowing on a limit, which is functioning just like on your credit card, raising the borrowing limit, does that tell them we're going to pay it back? What tells them to pay them back is we're building a plan saying, here's how we're going to basically deal with the debt over the coming decades. And the people that say, we're just going to balance, fine, I can get you to balance, but I don't think most folks have any concept how bloody that would be. So maybe the better way to think about it is the size of the economy. We're going to maximize the economic growth of the economy and try to minimize the growth of the debt so we stabilize what we refer to as debt to GDP. Great concept, but this one just, I don't know why it grates on me so much, is we have these people that think they're geniuses around here. They're going to ruin the credit rating of the United States. It was, the threat to the credit rating is we do not communicate to debt markets here and around the world that we're taking our debt seriously. So once again, an oldie but a goodie, and it's already out of date. But it's, I wasn't going to kill another board and printer ink. And this will hopefully make sense. I need everyone to understand. Let's not even worry about 1965. This is last year. 71% of all of our spending was functioning what we call mandatory. Okay, fine. Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits, things of that nature. But the punchline I want you all to understand is actually right here. Defense was 13% of our spending. The rest of domestic discretionary was 16. So I got a 13 and a 16. And I'm going to show this on a couple more charts. In 9 budget years, if you look at the CBO report from a couple weeks ago, makes it very clear, in 9 budget years, you can get rid of this entire portion of government, all defense, all discretionary, it's gone. And the growth of this will be so big, you still got to borrow a couple $100 billion. And the next year, it's dramatically worse. So that's what, 2033, which isn't that long from now, but in 2034, Social Security Trust Fund is gone. Are we going to let seniors take a 23% cut? Are you going to double senior poverty? Well, remember, the Democrats have made it almost impossible to have an honest conversation about entitlements. You can't have a conversation how we're going to save Social Security. The president got behind that microphone there and made it toxic. A year's worth of our work, where we've been trying to come up with a way to save Social Security, and we've been doing it with the Senate, with Democrats. And he knifed us. That's really moral. So he stands there, I am going to protect Social Security and Medicare. You promised we're not going to talk about it. There'll be no cuts. And everyone applauds, yes, and fine. There have never been conversations about cutting it. For that year, I was the senior Republican over Social Security and Ways and Means. Not a single person ever spoke to me about cutting it. We were working on trying to how to save it. And now those very people I've been working with run away from the issue saying, look, the president's made it toxic. The year's worth of work, all the money we spent with actuaries, everything else, it's over. You know, Democrats aren't serious. They're going to use it as a weapon. fine, we walk away. And once again, we sit and let the problem fester. And every day we wait, the math gets more difficult. And then we have the inane, well, we'll just raise taxes. A few weeks ago, I did a presentation here on the floor where I showed what happens if you raise the caps. Okay, so the new tax cap for Social Security, I think, is what, $160,200. You pay your FICA tax. If you're self-employed, or your employer pays half, you pay half. Just raise it. So every dime of income above that, if you do the incremental benefits, because remember, to be honest, Social Security wasn't a welfare retirement plan. It was sort of a forced savings plan. If you gave higher income earners the benefit on, even though you made $1 million, you paid your full Social Security tax on that, you only save about 17% of the shortfall. If you just pure tax, you only save about 33% of the shortfall. You've been lied to. If you actually dig into what was the Bernie Sanders plan, it's not just tax on all income. It's a tax on all income. So over here's the unearned income, over here's the stocks, over here's the businesses. It's functioning. Everything in society gets taxed. And here's the punchline. That still doesn't take care of everything, but it would take care of most of Social Security shortfall. Now you got another problem. 3/4 of the future debt is actually shortfall in Medicare. And one of the frauds in the president's budget is they come back and say, well, we're taking care of the Medicare Part A trust fund with $600 billion, $660 billion over the next 10 years. Okay, except I need you to conceptualize this. Over the next 30 years, the shortfall in Medicare is $80.5 trillion when you do the shortfall in the interest. Okay, $660 billion is a lot of money over 10 years. It ain't 80 trillion. But this place is basically a fraud. It's virtue signaling. So one more time, I need this to sink in, and I don't know why this one has been so hard. Functionally, in 9 budget years, I can wipe out all of government, and you still have to borrow money. So if you get the brain trust that says, just get rid of foreign aid, we'll get rid of waste and fraud, we'll get higher taxes on rich people, fine, maybe that's the policy, maybe that's where we go. It doesn't take care of the problem. That's rhetoric you use in campaigns. Stand behind the microphone and pretend you have any idea what the hell's actually going on. The math is the math. And I feel like I work in a math-free zone. I mean, and I've done this presentation before where you say, hey, I can get rid of all of defense. I still have to borrow, but the one that seems to sink through to some people, in 9 budget years, I can get rid of every dime of government, as you know it, and just to maintain the mandatory spending, the earned benefits and some of the unearned benefits, we still have to borrow $200-300 billion. And that was assuming two things I should throw out, and we're trying to recalculate. That was assuming on the previous interest rate calculations from last month that turn out that already look wrong. That looks like our financing U.S. sovereign debt is going to be higher. And I'm going to show you a chart here that it was also based on a much higher GDP. Now, understand, when we were getting a 2024 outlook and 1.6% economic growth, that's miserable. This is a country that used to run over 3% decade after decade. But we have a demographic problem. We've gotten older, we don't have as many children. Newest economic outlook, we're down to 1.2. You tell me how I make the math work in a society where the policies from this administration have telegraphed to the markets that want to make investments, that want to grow the economy, that want to just the animal spirits of let's invest, let's see if we can grow. They're abandoning us. The new projected GDP growth as of this month is we expect over the next year to be down to 1.2% GDP growth. And that may not mean much to anyone here, but when you have a $20 trillion economy, a percent or two is like real math. It's real money. And it multiplies on itself. Remember, it's like you all in elementary school, you remember learning about compound interest? This is like compound economic, because today's base is the next year's base, is the next year's base. These differences, if they go a couple years, are just devastating. But that's what we're heading for. And back to why this is so important and why I'm just almost constantly angry around here, and I'm working on it. I'm working on having a better attitude. Look, I'm still very optimistic about the future. We're Americans. We will work this out. But I do this just passionately hoping someone's listening. This board is a couple years old. The numbers are much worse today. I just was too lazy to print up a new one. We're functionally heading towards borrowing $114 trillion on this board. The new update is closer to $128 trillion over the next 30 years. But the reason I brought this out again was basically say Medicare, Social Security, the shortfalls, and the financing. And this is making an assumption that we backfill Social Security in 9 years. When the trust fund's gone, we're not going to let senior poverty double. Somehow we're going to backfill it with general fund. Because remember, the president stood behind the microphone. We functionally have made it toxic to actually work on saving Social Security. It is absolutely immoral what happened, but that's the world we've been given. And Medicare, remember this is the 2-year number. I'm still using it. When you add in the interest, is over $80 trillion short. The rest of the budget actually has a positive balance. It has, the model is it actually will have cash in the bank. So as we work through this, you're going to see one of the punchlines. We could come together and fix Social Security. It's a little complicated. I think there's actually, in my world, I think I came up with like 19, 20 plus little levers you'd like to adjust. I'm a big fan of incentives to people so that they want to stay in the labor force, they can, things of that nature. There's no cuts. There may be some formula where you do some redistribution of those who only work 20 quarters, but they're higher income earners compared to those who work 40 quarters and lower income. It's geeky stuff. If you want to hang out with me and the actuaries, it's actually fascinating. There's a path. I've actually even grown fonder of the idea of the sovereign wealth fund sidecar, but a year's worth of work, hundreds of hours with actuaries and other people is gone. So that's this side. Medicare, it's about healthcare costs. Are we ready to start having an adult conversation that technology can do miracles? We can disrupt the price of healthcare and do it in a moral fashion where we make things faster, better, cheaper, more accessible. And why is that so hard? And I know I've said this dozens of times here, but I'm learning in Congress, we're all so busy chasing virtue signaling and giving a speech. Hopefully I can get my 3 minutes on YouTube. There's a path, and I'll end on a couple of the boards, but I've done hour-long presentations here of disruptions of curing people. Concept, 5% of U.S. healthcare, 50% of U.S. healthcare is 5% of the population. These are our brothers and sisters with chronic conditions. Stunning math. Do you know what happens if you start curing some of the chronic conditions? So if you ever get someone that does this, well, the most expensive part of healthcare is those last couple of weeks of life. There's a little fraud in that math, so let's see if I can work through that. It is for the individual. It is not for the system. The system is those with chronic conditions. So if you're not one of the people with the multiple chronic conditions, the last couple of weeks of your life are probably really expensive. You're probably in hospital or hospice. It's heartbreaking. There's some really ethical questions when we talk about that. But that's actually not the driver of Medicare costs. 31% of Medicare is diabetes. How many presentations have I done here saying, what can we do to help our brothers and sisters out there? Whether it be changing food support, nutrition support. Is it now the types of monitors where you can track your blood glucose and you don't have to prick your skin? Is it having a adult conversation of, and forgive me, don't make fun of me if I screw this, GPL-1 appetite inhibitors, and I guess there's 2 or 3 different types of structures there on the molecules that are used to accomplish that. Many of them are actually off patent, so could you encourage more entries into the market? Actually, my understanding is the 3 big ones, there's about almost half a dozen more entering the market, all the way down to the presentation I did the previous couple of weeks of the phase 1 beginning on the stem cell trial that actually looks like a cure for type 1 if it works and you don't need anti-rejection drugs. And it just uses as an example because it's so prominent. I represent a tribal community that's the 2nd highest per capita diabetic population in the world. It's not a poor tribe. But is it moral to actually say, hey, turns out curing certain diseases, taking on the healthcare costs that are the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, isn't it really neat the fact that I could be doing something good for society? I had done some presentations in the past showing income inequality may be most affected by health. So if my brothers and sisters on the left who scream at us all the time, income inequality, it's an unfair society. Okay, what happens if I can show you the data that health, not racism, not even education, though education was big, number 1 driver is probably health. Why wouldn't they join us to actually do something that's optimistic and visionary? So let's walk through some of the realities. This is just one more time the same exact chart, just trying to explain my net interest on just the shortage here is $47 trillion. And this is underestimated because we're now basing on a higher interest rate model for the future. And if I get one more person who, I want to say this carefully. A lot of the political class, a lot of the people that write about this who actually have no idea what they're saying, you've been robbed of your Social Security. That actually isn't the math. When you have paid in and it goes into the trust fund and the trust fund goes over and buys a special T-bill, treasury bond, and it actually in the past had a little spiff on the interest. And then when the Social Security over the last couple of years has started to run short, they take their little certificate and call the Treasury and say, hey, send me some cash. And the Treasury sends cash, and now the Treasury, because the Treasury functionally doesn't have enough money because we're already living on borrowed money, they go and sell another bond to backfill. But here's a point that's important. And I know this is averages, but the averages are important. The average taxpayer, and this board is now probably 2 years old. The average taxpayer in America over their lifetime will put in about $625,000 in Social Security taxes. They get back about $698,000. So it's about a $72,000 spiff. Now, obviously, you would have made a hell of a lot more money if you'd been able to take in even a portion of those Social Security taxes and put them in the markets and other places. But remember, we had that conversation in the early 2000s, and there was an absolute war. The left, the AIR party went nuts. You can't do that. You can't. Fine, we didn't do it. You're all a lot poorer today because we didn't do it. But hey, the unions, the collectivists, basically stand up, take responsibility. If you were on the left side, you fought us, great. This is what you got. but average American gets about $72,000 more than they actually put into Social Security. Fine. This over here is what crushes me. And I need to make sure you understand, this is a couple, not an individual. The average couple puts in around $161,000 in Medicare taxes when you pay your FICA tax. Now remember, the taxes you're paying are only paying for the Part A, which is up around 38 to 40% of Medicare spending. We call it the Part A. But that average couple, they put in $161,000, they're going to get back $522,000. It's this gap right here, multiplied times 76 million of us baby boomers. That is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Now, how many in the political class are like me, dumb enough to stand up in front of a room and tell the truth? But it is the truth. It's math, and the math will always win. And I know I've said this over and over and over, but try not to curse. I've had a lot of coffee today. If we're willing to actually just embrace the truth, I can head us towards solutions. I'm just fighting around here just to get people to accept the most basic math. And I feel like an idiot week after week coming up here and saying versions of the same thing when we should be having amazing debates about the solutions. But I can't get an agreement on the basic math. And this one I'm just throwing out because I did it a couple weeks ago and I got all sorts of crap. That's not true. Well, it turns out the economists have now done it multiple times, and yes, it was true. The Orwellian name Inflation Reduction Act, the left actually put in all these tax credits. Hey, solar panels and cars and batteries. Well, Goldman Sachs actually modeled it. Now, there's a punchline coming. It's not what CBO said, which, hey, it might be $300 billion. No, Goldman Sachs said, no. The way they read the language, 1.2 trillion spending. So you have the left here who complains at us, you guys did tax reform in 2017 and it grew the economy, it shrank income inequality, it raised the poor up, and it grew the economy, but rich people got some taxes and it was a couple $1 trillion. Well, God damn it. Sorry. You just did a bill where you're handing out potentially $1.2 trillion to a handful of the green energy super companies who write you checks. Another thing, just trying to get to understanding of the fragility we're at. You do understand, when I've been talking about that 9-year budget window, where we think interest rates now have gone on U.S. sovereign debt, just that small rise in interest rates that we now are seeing structurally, we think the 10-year deficit right now is structurally $3.1 trillion that year. Just trying to help folks understand, when you're floating this scale of debt, how fragile we've become. And this is just a bit to mock the administration's budget. Okay, current deficit held by the public, about $25 trillion. And we should always explain the difference. When you hear us talk about, oh, there's a $32 trillion deficit, there's parts of there that are actually, we're borrowing from trust funds and those things. And then there's debt that's sold actually to public bonds. That's the one that gets really dicey because market movements can change those interest rates. Debt in 10 years is basically $44 trillion. Do you remember the excitement in the Democrats or the administration's budget was they're going to have $3 trillion, actually almost $6 trillion in new tax hikes, several trillion in new spending. Now, this is where the math got really interesting. We still can't, and we're going to lower the deficit by $3 trillion. No, we were heading towards borrowing $20 trillion. They were going to lower that from $20 trillion to take off $2-3 trillion off that. And the left here says we're lowering the deficit. Huh? Let's see. In 10 years, I'm at 44 trillion of borrowing. And within there, you may have, through tax hikes and slowed down the economy, and we're still working on the model of how much the economy slowed down, if every tax hike, those dozens and dozens of tax hikes I've shown here on the board, if every single one of them passed and every one of them maxed out and the absolutely unrealistic numbers were somehow magically became real, they might get 3 trillion out of it. I guess what I'm saying is, it's insane we're talking about trillions. But if I'm heading to a $44 trillion deficit in 10 years, and I have the left giddy that they will have reduced it by 3 with all the tax hikes, but there's still, that means there's still almost 20 trillion of borrowing in that time. I'm not going to even make you subject to this board. And I need my brothers and sisters on the left to stop making up stories. Just as my side, if we say, I can balance the budget by getting rid of foreign aid and waste and fraud. No, you can't. We should do some of that. We should do. All waste and fraud should be gone. We really should review all spending. But we can't keep lying to the American people saying it actually does much of anything. Remember, every dime of foreign aid is about 12 days. Actually, in the next budget, it might be only 12 days of borrowing. You got to think that through. So this is just amusing because if we took, okay, let's get it right. Confiscating all income over 500,000. So we take our country and say, hey, you made 501,000, I get that dollar. Government gets that next dollar. So you basically, the mantra here is, well, we don't tax rich people enough. Let's just take all their money. 500,000 and $1, and every dollar up, we take every dime from you. In the budget we're working on today, you might get $1.5 trillion in revenues. It's actually receipts is the right term. But in receipts, by taking every dollar of income over 500,000. But we're borrowing 1.7. Taking every dollar of people over $500,000 doesn't get you to balance on this single year, and you basically have collapsed all the economy. There's no more economic growth. But it's just, look, it's the rhetoric around here, the virtue signaling around here that has no basis in math. It's theater. So let's actually do another board. And the reason I pulled out these couple boards is that conversation I had with these young staffers, where I had a couple of these young Democrat staffers who really believed if we just tax rich people a little bit more, it takes care of everything. Maybe they should pay more, but it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't get you anywhere close to it. So let's look at this one. If I functionally took all untaxed personal and small business adjusted gross income annually earned above the income. So if I take every single dime of business, small businesses and wealthier American or higher income Americans, and this is done in GDP, but that's the way when you're starting getting these numbers, I get about 5.1% of the GDP in taxes. This addresses all the base taxes we have and then add additional here. My problem is in 9 budget years, our spending is at 7.2% of GDP. And then 10 years after that, we're at 9.3% of GDP. And the year after that, excuse me, this is projected deficits, sorry, not spending, deficits. And then the deficit in 2050 is 12.4. So let's see. I can take every dime of small businesses and higher income earners, take over 500,000, I can take every dime. And the budget window we're working on right now doesn't give me anything close to paying off the annual deficits, annual borrowing. Am I making a point here, just understanding the scale, the size of the borrowing, and it's mostly healthcare costs. And this is just almost the exact same thing, just in a different chart. Total tax revenues raised, combining federal tax, and this one board makes a point. When my brothers and sisters on the left say, well, if we just tax rich people more, you got to understand there's a little fraud. There's actually a number of frauds in that number. When we say, well, we should put them at this tax rate. Okay. Did I add in my state and local taxes also on top of that? So we tried to see what actually happens, saying, okay, we're going to respect a state like California that for the high income earners, what is it, like 13 point something, and if they have a local tax, when you do the adjustment, I can take every dime of those high income earners, every dime, and I'm still letting states have their part of the tax. I get about 4% of GDP. My problem is my Social Security is sitting at, and my Social Security and Medicare is sitting at 6%. It still doesn't get me there. And we've done a presentation on, there's a couple of the left senators who walk around saying, well, all we have to do is tax rich people. They're taking every dime, not just income. They're taking everything from the investments, the holdings. Actually, some of them even do unrealized capital gains, which I'm still trying to figure out how you tax that. So, all right, let's actually do a couple moments of optimism. There are solutions. This one I brought here because, and I'm bringing again because it's getting close. So remember the outrage here over insulin prices. They're outrageous. And the Brain Trust on the other side, basically their idea was, what we're going to do is we're going to take $36 billion and give it to Big Pharma to subsidize them to buy down the price of insulin. So you're going to complain about Big Pharma and their outrageous prices on insulin, and then you're going to hand them billions of dollars. That's how the insanity. But it's actually great politics. We're going to beat you up, but I'm going to hand you billions, and you're going to write me political checks. Yay! I mean, does anyone else see the scam? But there's solutions like this. This is a co-op, and they're getting, I mean, I think actually they're in production this year. This is a co-op about 70-some miles from where I'm standing right now, and it was insurance companies. It was state Medicaid systems. It was hospital systems all got together and said, hey, you realize most insulin is actually off patent. The big 8 generics out there, they're off patent. Why the hell aren't we just making it ourselves? This is actually, and I've done other presentations, I'll do some more in the future about drug pricing, and the solution is not a command and control rationing model, but actually a market supply model of let's get everyone and their cousin in the manufacturing business. The elegance of this is functionally co-op. The fact they were coming online has now disrupted the insulin market. You actually see some other companies, and forgive me if I got the wrong one, Johnson & Johnson, I think, crashing their price. Because they were coming to market as $30 a vial, $55 a box. You do realize the co-op was bringing insulin prices less than the subsidized price that was going to cost taxpayer billions of dollars. That's the absurdity around here. Instead of doing a market solution that actually works for everyone, the left passes subsidized solutions that only certain people get the benefit from, and Big Pharma got the checks. Did anyone here show up at their basic economics class? Simple pitch tonight. Tell the truth about the debt ceiling and how important it is to communicate to debt markets that we're taking our debt serious so we can maintain a stable interest rate. Because you saw some of the charts of how ugly the numbers get if we spook the debt markets. Number 2, understand how devastatingly ugly our coming debt is and its demographics. Turns out it's not Republican or Democrat. We got old. And we promised lots of benefits and we didn't set aside the money for it. And we live in a society of miracles where if we can adopt the technology, whether it be the diabetes, whether it be the next generation of telehealth, whether it be
bringing in lots more competitors into the pharmaceutical markets. It doesn't have to be a dystopian, ugly future. But how do you teach a body to think, and I despise the term outside the box. The box needs to be burnt down, and you need to think about what's moral, what grows, and what actually changes what's crushing us financially, morally, ethically as a society. And it turns out the solution actually is almost this unified theory of good. It doesn't have to be an ugly future. If I can just get this place to think and buy a calculator. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to let everyone go home and I'm going to yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move we do be adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.